What do you mean, Vaporeon? What does that mean? Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, the internet. No. We will treat Vaporeon with respect and love in this place. Yes, Vaporeon, yes. Did you know? What happened? Oh. Also, yo, Novel, what's up? How's the silver market doing? Guys, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty darn good today because tomorrow is the meet and greet. And then the next day are the panels. And then after that, I'm moving, baby. I'm schmoving. I'm still gonna try to, like, stream as much as I can, but, like, I'm gonna be schmoving. And then something really cool is gonna happen once I'm moved. I don't have to do anything anymore. So I'm just gonna be streaming nonstop and living like an absolute crazy person. It's gonna be awesome. So I'm really looking forward to it. You can do it, Grimmi. You can have the smooth moving. I'm schmoving. Yeah, we're gonna be schmoving, so I'm really excited about that. Oh, Mikasa. Gonna time you out just because you need to go outside. That's concerning. Don't post anything on Twitch that you wouldn't want your mother to see. I almost raided you. Time out. Username. This amount of seconds. What? Wait, that's too many. What would your mother say? Okay. Alright. You need to go outside a bit. There you go. Okay, good stuff. You gotta just think about what your mother would say if they saw that. Also, Davina, thank you for the 100 bits. I took a nap earlier today and I feel like I could fight God now. Good for you. I slept in, like, really super late also. I'm doing good. Juneteenth off today. Oh, yo, congratulations. Wash blankets, cleaned room. Oh my god, that must be amazing. You must feel like God. Yeah, you must, all of you guys must be feeling pretty good today. I feel like it's been a solid day. I feel like it's been nice. I feel like it's been relaxing. Bumblebee Z3, thank you so much for being here for 30 months, baby. And also, Coletti, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. Gaming Bleach, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs. I appreciate that as well. Buck Nasty, thank you for being here for 23 months. Large Winner, thank you for the 100 bits. Dave Venna, thank you for the 100 bits. And we are now going to start the stream. So, unfortunately, I can't sleep. My house smells like a mix between truck yard and gas leak. I think you shouldn't be watching the stream. I think you have something you have to go take care of. I'm usually all for, like, you know, like, if you're overwhelmed, take a moment to, like, do things in between and relax, but this sounds like an immediate, like, problem that you need to go and address, like this second. I had to work, and it was cheeks, to be honest. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to work. I hope tomorrow can be better. I hope it can be a gentle day. I hope that everything can be nicer. Really soon. They do enjoy paint drawings, that's, oh, they do enjoy paint drawing, so this is probably the norm for them? Paint drawing? You mean just watching a wall? Is this related to Vaporeon? I've lost control of the conversation. I don't know what's going on. I'm so tired. I'm starting to lose it. I meant the smell. Oh. It might be best to not be in a house that smells like gas. I think that you should probably run outside and contact someone official looking. Doesn't matter who. My user is drawing paint and joy. Good for you. I don't know. I think that if you want to meditate, that's okay. We could do a meditation if you guys want. Do you guys want to meditate today? Want to meditate? Want to meditate? Want to meditate? Meditation? 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 Just saying. We could do a little bit of meditation. 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 Might be kind of fun. Might be kind of good. Might be kind of relaxing. Might be kind of chill. Might be kind of nice. I don't know. I'm just saying. I've had too many energy drinks to meditate. Okay, yeah, that's the opposite of meditating. That's like, I don't even want to be here. I'm going crazy. Yeah. Let's go crazy. Well, I hope that you guys are all having a good day. I hope it's all been nice. I hope it's been nice and relaxing, and I have a bit of a surprise for you. It's not a big surprise. It's not a big surprise, but, oh, crap, I messed that up. 1 second. It's not a big surprise. Give me 1 more second. For a long time, I was so overwhelmed that I couldn't even do the bare minimum when it came to certain things, but today we can, so that's nice. I think that you guys are gonna like it. I think you guys are gonna enjoy it. It's gonna be a little bit different than usual. Not by much, but by a little, so... Also, Cha-Cha! Yo, thank you so much for the raid! Yo! I hope you like scary videos, because we're gonna be watching some of those. Yo! Guys, please go check out Cha-Cha. She's a lovely mother. She's a very kind and caring person, and I hope that you enjoy her. Please go check her out. Please go check her out. And here you go. This is what... Oh, I've completely forgot what I was doing. Okay, here. You guys are gonna enjoy this one. Oh, yeah. I'm pulling out all the stops today, baby. You guys are in for a show here. You guys are in for a real big show. Okay. Boom, baby. All right. Boom, baby. I have to try to make this, Does that look right? That looks pretty right. That looks okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yay! How are you guys? Look at that. You can't really read what you're saying, though. Let me adjust that. It's like way too small. Let me figure that out really fast. That's not gonna do it. Probably more like this. More like this. It'll cut off a bit, but you'll be able to see, like, at least part of what you're saying. You are in the box. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. But guys, yeah, please go check out Cha-Cha. And Cha-Cha, I hope you had a really nice stream. Alright, keep your messages short and concise, or you won't be able to see them all. I could easily adjust this a little bit better, but, this is good for one day. It's gonna be a mystery what you say past about 7 words, but it's pretty good. I'm gonna head out, have fun. Thank you so much for coming by, Cha-Cha, and thank you guys all so much for coming by. I'm Grimmi, and today we're gonna be watching some scary videos after we talk for a bit. We're gonna find out about you. We're gonna take listener questions, actually. Is there something that's been, like, bugging you? Do you have something you need some help with? Maybe some love trouble? Maybe some trouble in just life in general? Can you make it not about your genitals? If so, then we can absolutely talk to you about that. And if it's about your genitals, that's not something that's going to fly here. Lowers hand. Okay, thank you for lowering your hand. All right. I need financial help. Okay, let's do that then. All right, trauma dump question, that's okay. Everyone, every second, feels like they're dying. My mental health is destroyed? Okay. That's not good. Okay, let's start with, can you help me with my gambling streak? Okay, let's not start with that. Let's start with, does anyone have any questions that are something answerable? What if they're about someone else's genitals? Okay, someone please remove that man from the vicinity. I'm trying to become a VTuber. Can you help? Now that's a question that I think that we have a lot of answers to. No. I got the equivalent of getting scammed $25. Oh, that's so rough. I'm so sorry. No, I'm sorry. If you want to become a VTuber, you should probably just start streaming to see if you like it. Like, you should watch other streams, and if you, like, enjoy what they're doing, you should go try yourself. You should enjoy playing video games, or you should enjoy talking. You shouldn't do it if you're just like, this seems like a cool career, because you'll inevitably go crazy, is what I've seen, from what I understand. My Jeep is making funny noise. What can I do? You can probably diagnose it with YouTube eventually. You can also get one of those car readers. Can you help me? How can I get more than 0 viewers on Twitch, separate account? Well, you should probably start using that account. It sounds like that you are in a place where you don't want anyone to observe you or see you, and you are extremely shy and scared. I've also been there before. I've abandoned several accounts that get up to, like, about, I think I had, like, 10K Twitter followers, and I just completely destroyed it because I was too afraid of people observing me. Yep. Just completely dropped off the face of the planet for some reason. Must be nice not to have that level of mental illness, no? Have you been far and even as decided to go to look more like, oh, Lord Dorman, someone get that man an ambulance, he's having a stroke. I don't know why, but I get along with people really well, but some hate me for no reason. It might be that you are tactless. Maybe you enjoy being around people, and maybe they're giving you good feedback, but you're being very tactless. Why don't you have lentils in the Steam tags? Did you run out of lentils? I'm seeing what specific tags make advertisers upset and not upset, and I think lentils might have triggered it somehow, because it might not have been a tag that was very common, so I'm testing that currently. I'm testing it. How do you feel about black lentils? They're so expensive compared to the rest. Yeah, although I got some black lentils from, a long time ago, it was like a food bank thing, so I don't even know if that many people buy them. It's kind of weird, right? I need to increase my spice tolerance so people stop making fun of me for it. Advice? Accept that you just might be different than others. And when they make fun of you for it, say, why don't you just eat this, like, produce a hot sauce with, like, 2 million Scoville and, like, hand it to them. Then produce your own identical hot sauce that has 2 million Scoville on the bottle, but replace it with something less bad. Not soup, like, not water or anything, but, like, it's gonna be substantially less bad. So that way when you have yours, they'll be like, oh my god, why are you so good at this? Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. And then you have to take them to a hospital, and then they never forget your name. Okay, there you go. Mad Stacked Jack, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. I actually need to turn on our music. I haven't even done that yet. Yo, baby. Are you a million skeletons or a million cats? Or are your... I thought you were asking, like, if I was that many in a trench coat. My brain is not turned on today. I am... Grimmi. I have 3 cats, but they don't do anything for me. They ignore me, dude. They ignore me. They don't do cred for me. If I were, let's say, theoretically, I was stuck in TV, how would I get out of it? 42? You're 42 years old? So that's a pretty old TV. That screen's gonna be really thick. Well... I think that we're all stuck in a hellish reality of our own making. It differs from everyone else's, and if it's more severe that we're trapped in our own little reality, we eventually get a diagnosis of delusional thinking or psychosis, or bipolar, or something with delusional qualities, you know, so on and so forth. So I think it might be good to see a psychiatrist and a therapist and get used to the fact that you're in a TV. And also thank you, Sense, for being here for 5 months. And also thank you, Lanawi. Oh wow, thank you Lanawi for gifting 10 subs. You don't have to do that though. You do not have to do that. I hope this information has helped you. Perhaps you were also trapped in a TV and this altered the course of your life. How did you manage to make such high quality Grimbo sauce? It's from a really good, like, manufacturer. Like, I talked to them and they are very, very, very good about what they do. I do not want to go to a different manufacturer. I probably never will. A few people have tried to talk me out of, like, working with them because they're a little bit more expensive and stuff, and, like, they need some time to make their sauce, but I was like, but it's good. I don't want it to be bad. Yes, we need the highest quality sauce imaginable. Yes. Oh, you have to go? Touch grass? Oh, you have a good time touching grass. How do we solve the problem of creators believing a smaller creator looking to make friends is not just looking for a transactional relationship? Old Man Dent, that's an incredibly good question. Do you want to know the actual truth about why that happens so often? So, I don't have any problem, like, making friends with smaller creators or anything like that. I really don't. Like, I actually think that, like, I don't know, like, I go mostly based off of vibes. And there are some people that have incredibly good vibes. So, I do things based off entirely that. The thing is, a lot of times people can often start to feel like... How do I put this? They may have some negative interactions with people in the past, and then when those interactions come back again, they're reminded of them and they have a very negative response to it. So if they've been in a situation where that happened to them and they felt very used, they're going to be very anxious around new people that come to them in that type of situation. So there's some times where, like, I meet people that are, like, not, like, you know, I don't really know if I talk to that many creators that are, like, on this, like, around the same, I guess, sphere and stuff. Like, I kind of just I talk to barely anyone, like, right now, because I've been moving and doing stuff, but yes, it's a little bit of them just looking for similar things and being on such high defense that they aren't gonna treat people with the same level of openness that they did before. So it's not so much that they're a small creator, it's probably that they're just a new person that they don't know. And when that happens, and if they've had something in the past where they talk to someone that they don't know and they're a small creator and they've treated them weird, or like they've gotten aggressive, or like they've gone like, how dare you, or there's even situations where, like, people can, like, get a little bit, like, how do I put this politely? One person's success could mean that, like, another person feels like it's something that they didn't earn because they also didn't have it, like if they started in the same place. And things like that can roll out of control, and then that person will have, like, I guess it is like post-traumatic stress disorder. They'll just feel like that's about to happen again, so they can't trust new people. So, and I'm not saying that, like, you know, that's always the case. Like, there's probably a lot of nice people they would benefit from talking to. It's just... Yeah. Anyways, that's why. So, if you want people to be open to talking to smaller creators, those smaller creators are probably going to have to show traits that show they are not going to be trying to do something like that to them. So, they probably have to show that they're really committed to putting on a wonderful show. They're probably going to have to show that they're really committed to doing something fun with them, rather than doing something that will just benefit them. Like, you should aim to be someone that's legitimately friendly and not in any way, shape, or form thinking about how it could benefit you when you interact with others. Which is hard, because a lot of people are gonna be coming from that place, and people want to grow their careers and have success, but I think a lot of people can sense when it gets to the point where people, I guess, would prioritize that over being a friend. And that's when it gets really intense. So, I would say just be genuine, network instead of using others as a stepping stone. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a very, very rough time for everyone going through stuff forever. But I think that little nice things can happen. But don't take it personally if you're just like, oh my god, I love this creator. We're gonna be best friends. Yes. And then they are like, haha, okay, god, oh no, oh no, oh no, they're gonna try to come to my house and shoot me or something. Like, that's, you know, that's just how it be. Oh, also thank you, Large Winner, for the 100 bits. New guys in my team, but they don't come to me for questions despite the fact that I'm like captain of the team, instead go to my other coworkers, and and they know the rest of the team rely on me, so I don't know what to do to get them to trust me. You can just make conversation with them here and there. It might be that, if you're feeling uncomfortable with that type of thing, one thing that really helps people get out of their head and, like, out of a state of anxiety, I think, is just thinking, like, how can I comfortably help this person without trying to make them like me? Like, if you're coming from a place of, like, I'll do this, and, like, they'll feel like, oh my god, like, this person is so nice, like, they'll like me. Like, that's not maybe, like, the most ideal, and also I think people can sense that. But if you are legit with them, and honest, and stuff like that, and if you're trying to do something to benefit their life, like, help them learn these things and stuff, or go over to them and go like, hey, how you doing? Oh, did you have a good weekend? Yeah, me too. It doesn't have to be a long interaction, but something like that always helps. Just thinking about their perspective and how it'll make them happy and stuff. But again, shouldn't be to get them to like you. A lot of people get into a weird state where they're looking for acceptance and security from others, and then it gets a little bit scary. So, there you go. Okay, no pipe bombs, no. I actually have to catch myself from things like that. I meet new people for the sake of it and good vibes, but sometimes I see my brain going, how can I connect with them? How can I grow this interaction? I usually take myself a step back for a day or so and see if I can catch myself doing it. That's really good that you're taking a step back. That usually comes from a sense of low self-esteem and self-worth. So, you're just looking to protect yourself in the best way you can. You might have had a parent, most likely, or you had to do that to avoid their wrath, or get the stuff that you needed to growing up. So now that you're an adult, you can slowly start to unpack it, and you can change. And that's how it goes for all of your bad things, it's like an adult. Anything that you have issues with, you can now start to move on and, like, kind of like, you know, go like, okay, so that's what I do that's what I do that, okay. Or if you're like me, you can get books written by people that were in the CIA and then study those and try to see how your brain works. Speaking of which, I found out that I was part of the, protection personality today. I looked through all of them and I realized, okay, out of all of these, this is the one that I think is most suitable. It's where someone values trying to protect themselves more than anything. So they will, and I think it makes sense with, like, the prepping stuff, but, like, I really want to protect myself and my animals. So they're not horoscopes, they were something the CIA used to characterize people and, like, infiltrate cults and all that. So, where did you find this out? I can go get it, one sec. Thank you very much, Agent, by the way. This was very nice of you. This was bought off Thrones. This is the, Elipis Manual. It's the Elipis Manual. And let me see here if I can find that one section. Here it is. Here it is. So this is the Human Needs and Profiling Map. So the CIA, for quite some period of time, believed that This is a little bit outdated. They now believe that these also have different characteristics that you need to pay attention to. But for quite some time, they believed that there were specific types of personalities, and if you had these 17 types of personalities memorized, when you encountered someone, you could effectively manipulate them into anything. So what I looked through here is, CIA BuzzFeed quiz is crazy. I don't think they want people to know of this that much, but sounds like a video game mechanic? Yeah, it is social engineering, yes. So the 17 personality types are appreciation. That's where you want to be appreciated. Approval. That's where you want people to approve of your actions. Acceptance. That's where you want people to accept all of you, even your flaws. Protection. That's where you will do anything you can to protect yourself, and this includes like a lot of preppers or people that like are doomsday apocalypse people, or people that'll do things to, you know, just generally keep themselves safe in a non-scary way. Freedom, which is someone that values their freedom above all else and the ability to be free in all aspects and do pretty much anything they want. They don't want anyone holding them down. Strength, someone that needs to feel like they're the strongest person in the room. Respect, someone that needs to feel like they're respected by everyone, which I think respect is nice. You should probably respect people. Intelligence, someone that is intelligent, and someone that values other people saying that they're intelligent. Someone that values pleasure in terms of like maybe food, maybe, you know, like other type of business, the stuff we don't talk about in polite conversation. Yes, hedonism. Comfort, which is not pleasure, it's actually slightly different. They usually have more investment into stuff like soft sheets and like soft lighting and making sure that like their body stays comfortable, things like that. Privacy, someone that wants to remain extremely private and has the desire to not have people see them or their inner workings. Pity, someone that's always being very pitiful and doesn't make an effort to like get out of their bad situation, but like is just really constantly like, oh my god, this is the worst, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Caretaker. Caretaker is someone that wants to be come to in order to like take care of others and feel like they do a great deal for other people. Attractiveness, so that's someone that wants to be viewed as attractive physically to others and will do a lot in order to maintain that. That's people that usually start getting into plastic surgery as they enter their mid-30s or 40s. Uniqueness, someone that wants to be viewed as unique and special as opposed to others and will often like go towards like trends where they feel like there's some sort of outlier group. Admiration, someone that wants to feel like other people admire them and are very excited about like the concept of people going like, oh my god, you're so amazing, oh my god, like that's the thing that gets them going. And then success, someone that wants to feel like they are successful and that they are being valued for their success. So those are the 17 personality types, and then there's different ways to appeal to all of them depending on how you want to manipulate them and also if you want them to like you, supposedly. Now, this is where it gets insane, but which one's which one are you? I'm pretty sure I'm protection though. Like I do a lot to take care of myself, maybe a little bit of comfort also. That's cute personality quiz. It gets a little bit less cute when they use it to infiltrate cults and stuff. But this isn't like a not nailed down kind of thing. Like it's more of like this is like the thing that they use when they step into an environment. Like it's kind of like they study this, and then if they go into a cult situation where they have to start talking to the leaders and like doing things in order to like manipulate those leaders into giving them information or welcoming them to the inner circle, that's when they go back to this personality profile detail, and they might go like, okay, well this cult leader wants they want people to respect their intelligence. So intelligence is a need to be seen as intelligent. These subjects collect books and keep them on display in their homes. Also helps them identify if they can see those books around them. A need to feel that others see them as intelligent drives their behaviors to show others how smart they are and seek verbal confirmation of their intellectual prowess from those they interact with. Subjects with this need typically to use large words followed by a short pause to see whether you will ask what they mean or witness your facial expression when you don't understand them. They are very eager to demonstrate their knowledge when asked about subjects they are most familiar with. You should notice a visible change in their demeanor and facial expressions when you elicit information about topics which they are very familiar. So, in this instance, the CIA person would probably go, this person's very intelligent, And if I just pretend to go like, oh wow, that's crazy, what are you talking about? They'll be like, well, this is what I'm talking about. This is our doomsday machine. It mixes poison and stuff like that. This is useful for superficial level when we are in autopilot mode. Well, this is the personality stuff that people are most likely to show to people like when they're first meeting them. So I think the ones that I'm most associated with though are probably protection and comfort though. I like being comfortable, I like not leaving my house, and I like feeling protected. Like those are big things. So that's me. Oh wow, Grimmi, that's crazy. Please tell us more. I don't know. I'm sorry. I know it's kind of weird, but like it's interesting. This is how they used to like infiltrate cults for quite some time. I wouldn't recommend using this on like random people in your day-to-day life because it's psychotic, and also there's a bunch of other stuff that you're supposed to know in order to like deploy this information. Like there's a bunch of different types of topics it goes into. Like you're even supposed to like memorize like specific markers that like people's faces can make, or like how they like tilt their heads. There's also ways to lead people in conversations in weird specific ways. It's really interesting. It's fine to stuff. It is really fascinating. So, let's see. Who wants to volunteer? Who thinks that they're one of these? Who are you, chat? Can I use this on my coworkers? You could if you wanted them to, but the thing is, this isn't really going to create like a positive. I wouldn't recommend manipulating people for a few reasons, but one of the main ones is that you will not ever have a relationship with those people on like a deep level. When you're employing these behaviors, this is something the CIA did, and they would be there for quite some time interacting with these guys, but they would have to kind of have like this level of like, they would have a wall between them and the people they were talking to. Like they could be very authentic and very nice, but it was never going to be something where they were going to be fully integrated into their life. She needs a volunteer. I need a volunteer. I'm the architect on the personality thing? Oh, how do I handle a passive-aggressive coworker? Depends on what they're like, but, I hate passive-aggressive people, dude. I'm at the point where, like, if someone's passive-aggressive, I'm just like, I'm not hanging out with this person. This person's insane. Like, if I even just recall something, like, because I don't notice it immediately, but I'll, like, recall a conversation and just be like, no, this is too much. God, I'm never going through that again. The person probably, let's see. Well, that sounds more like a personality, like, problem, but let's see. I think if someone's being very passive-aggressive, they probably have, like, some level of, like, it might be, let's see. I don't think they're seeking approval. I think that might just be something where, like, you have to add on to it, but it could be that they're in a state of, like, not feeling super good. Let's see here. So, there's a few things you can do, I guess. Okay. So, if you want to calm someone down, and if you want to make them a little bit less intense, passive-aggressive people hate themselves. I think passive-aggressive people are, like, kind of, like, trying to keep the, like, things they do wrong to themselves maybe sometimes. Like, I don't know how to put it other than, like, they're projecting and, like, they're being very aggressive. I don't know, that's what I've dealt with passive-aggressive people, at least. Like, they're just kind of, like, just like, oh yeah, like, you know, like, everyone that does that is just an idiot, and, like, it's like, okay, sorry, like, what the hell? It seems like a retaliatory thing when not getting need or expectations met, not much of a key trait of a personality. Maybe, from what I've seen, I guess it could be not getting needs met. I think it's that they don't feel safe enough to criticize others or, like, have a conversation with them or go, like, here are my feelings. So what they do instead is go like, yeah, I have no problem with you. Yeah, like, I think everyone like you should die, and, like, you know, you're a piece of crap, but, like, you know, or, like, you know, people like you are, like, a piece of crap, but, like, you know, whatever. And it's like, damn, dude, like, can't you just say, like, you really hurt my feelings, and I feel like I kind of do this type of stuff, like, often, but, like, you know, like, etc., etc., like, it's just not a conversation. It's like it's a direct attack. Anti-confrontational. Yeah, it's a little interesting. So, alright. If you would like to do something, this seems messed up to tell you guys how to do this, but I don't know. I guess it's in a book. Alright. General tendencies in everyday conversation are varied and mostly random when observed.
However, gestures indicate small pieces of intent and meaning in our speech with other people. Over the years, several pioneers, such as Jeffries, have developed methods or gestures to control and change subconscious meaning of words and phrases.
So, I think passive-aggressive people just aren't super aware, so they don't consider how it looks to play carrot and stick. Maybe. I think, like, if someone is, like, I don't know, like, when it comes to stuff like that, like, I'm very much just like, hey, this! And, like, the passive-aggressive people I've encountered have just been, like, I don't know, they're going through stuff. But it usually always comes down to them doing something, like, super messed up and then going, I never did that, oh my god. Also, you suck and you should die. I would never, oh my god, also you suck and you should die. And it's like, what are you doing? It just doesn't feel good, you know? You don't want to be around that, like, it sucks.
As we speak, our fingers, hands, and arms move naturally and sometimes make meaningful reference to objects, directions, or motions. We do this to communicate and assist our language and get specific themes or ideas across. These gestures and conversations go completely unnoticed most of the time. As we speak, we don't monitor or consciously process gestures and behavior of our arms and hands. As humans, we process the meaning of our gestures and conversations at an unconscious level. New background, I was just so exhausted by life that I didn't put this on for, like, literally a year. Like, I was going insane. This is a beautiful background that Nox made, by the way. So please go check it. Please go check Nox out. Beautiful background. The tendency in humans to be unaware of most hand and arm gestures can be exploited to use these gestures to signify a very pointed meaning. Since gestures are processed only at an unconscious level, the meanings we signify with them are mostly absorbed unconsciously. Here we will give examples of hijacking this unconscious process to deliberately create scenarios that promote favorable outcomes. Along with the other training you'll receive, this can be used in many scenarios such as the following: job interviews, traffic tickets or police stops, getting upgraded to first class on an airplane, interrogation and law enforcement, seduction and intelligence gathering. While this is not seduction training, and any highly advanced training in communication and behavior is inherently applicable to seduction.
So this is also saying that you can seduce someone. But again, this is not ideal for, like, finding a significant other, because this is learning how to manipulate people. I don't think that you should use any of these practices on people in a day-to-day thing. Like, I think it's a bad idea. Like, I don't know. You can read about it and it's interesting, but okay. Just like, oh, no, that sounds awesome. Imagine a conversation between two people about a restaurant. Think about these key phrases you might hear when they speak positively about the restaurant. Absolutely best thing I've seen. Wonderful service, trustworthy people. Something you just want to have all the time. Absolutely perfect. Comfortable place to be. Want to go there all the time. Those phrases are simple examples you may hear in such conversation. As you think about phrases, you may imagine there's not much general movement while people are saying them. Now imagine if you were able to attach all of the above phrases to yourself with the conversation while speaking. You could quite literally mold and shape the images of yourself in the subject's mind in almost no time. Here's a list of abbreviations you'll find in the coming chapters that show directions in which gestural references are being made, or to which objects. So, as you say, absolutely, best thing I've seen, what you might want to do is you might want to put your hand out and, like, splay it towards the like, I don't know how to put it besides, like, you kind of roll your wrist out and, like, motion towards the person you're speaking with. So, you motion towards who you're speaking with? Yeah, like that. Gesture to the operator's mouth for one of those, like maybe like you put your finger up and gesture towards them, like when you agree with them about something, or when you seem like you want to agree with them about something. You can gesture just to yourself as well. You can gesture towards yourself as you're talking to create a positive association with these words. Like when you would say trustworthy people, if you gesture towards yourself, like with your hand, very, like, you know, normally, like you just take your hand and, like, you're talking, you gesture towards yourself with, like, your relaxed hand. Stuff like that influences people little by little. Point at them and say yes and agree with them. I actually do that if they talk about a video game opinion I like, but not do that. You can also specifically gesture towards their face, taking your hand up, maybe leaning it on an elbow and, like, gesturing towards someone's face. Something like that. Also, if you want to, like, make... This is so messed up. Also, hello, Monster. How are you? Thank you for the raid. If you want to do something really messed up, You can even use a negative association and then gesture away from you guys. Like maybe like if you're in a room with like, you know, like some strange stuff, like other people, and like you know that they have anxieties about that, you could be like, yes, everyone else can be the world can be very negative sometimes. They're like, oh yeah, but I didn't really like the clams. Those were bad. And like you can go like, those were bad, as you gesture towards others that you want them to have less. Like it's super weird, dude. You can gesture towards an item that you want them to have a positive association with or tell you more about. Also, thank you, Brad, for subscribing. There you go. Same with identifying someone's mood by their shirt color. Oh, interesting. And then... Is this from a book? Yes, this is from a guy that used to work for the CIA, and then he talked about a lot of the behavioral training stuff they had there, like once he got out of it. So, it's an interesting book. It's really cool. The other one is that you can... I'm not gonna read that one, actually. That one's too much. That one's a little bit weird. You guys will get too insane about it. But what you can do... you can change their mental state in like a positive way as well. So, I don't know, talking about this stuff on stream seems so weird because people could use this to manipulate others, but it's a book, so, you can gesture towards yourself, like maybe your abdomen, and say, just like, oh, this chair is always comfortable, as like you gesture towards yourself, or if you gesture at them, like always comfortable. And just like, something like maybe like, I don't know, like one of those bunkers that like people used to be in the war, at least you'd know you're always safe, as you gesture towards yourself or as you gesture towards them. Like it's about using key phrases, as like you gesture towards them to put them in an altered state and stuff, so. You could say something like, you know, I feel like you're completely able to trust, like, I don't know, like Walmart's food quality, like, and you can motion towards yourself. You are dangerous? I'm not the one doing this. This isn't a book I thought was interesting. I don't think these things are good to do because they're incredibly evil and crazy. This is for infiltrating cults and like taking down like militias and like going into countries and destabilizing them. Like they are not good things to do. Like in no way am I going like, oh my god, like you could use this in your everyday life every second. Like this will go great for you. Like when I have to give someone bad news in a customer service situation by constantly nodding up and down while saying the bad response. Yeah, that'll go with like, I agree with you, I agree. Stuff like that. But, like, you can just say things like that consistently. Completely able to trust, the quality of like the Walmart food, otherwise they wouldn't be selling it, something like that. You always know you're taken care of, like when you have health insurance, motioning towards yourself, or even them if you just want to calm them down. Having that feeling of knowing you're in the right hands, like, and then, you know, figuring stuff out. Feeling absolutely comfortable when you go to bed at night after working a hard day, and then feeling absolutely comfortable, like motioning towards yourself. Things like that. Things doesn't work against me. I don't make eye contact with people when I talk. I don't either. Like, but like the thing is, like if you have someone motioning with their hand, you're still gonna interpret that. Like our brains are highly susceptible to other people and like how they work. Yeah, when you're here, your family? No, pretty much. That's entirely why that slogan exists. So this is kind of funny. This next section is kind of funny. Okay. Thank you guys for being up for reading a book about the CIA. I feel like most streamers would have to play a video game. We're gonna talk about the CIA for an hour. So, those phrases, when you start to associate them with yourself, or when you start to associate them with the person, you'll be making them more comfortable, or they'll be looking at you as if you're more comfortable and more likely to give up information. So if this was a cult thing and you needed to find out if they had some sort of doomsday date, or they were going to plan some sort of like, you like this kind of thing? Yay! Nox, that's Nox, by the way, that's Nox. You want to go check him out if you ever need art and stuff. Does amazing work. Very, very cool stuff. The TV is super broken though, Nox. Like, it drips blood like all the time. That might not be your fault. I actually don't know who this woman is. She might have been alive at some point. She might still be alive. Well, don't say anything too rude on her face then, I guess. But like, that's the biggest thing. Like, you want to make all of these unconscious associations. So this is like passive aggressiveness, but 100 times more manipulative, I guess, in order to stop the This is insane. Well, okay. Antenna? Yeah, I love Tenna! Oh, that game was so good. Chapter 3 I really liked. So, like, essentially this next part is about The Bachelor. So these might, This is stupid, but you can end, okay, if you would like to start a conversation about the television show The Bachelor. I don't think that's on the air, like, that's probably like a super old show, right? Is that still a thing? But if you want to discuss that with, like, someone, and if you could get the conversation rolling in that direction, like, man, why'd they make those shows like The Bachelor? It was crazy. Like, they expect you to become completely attracted to a person in just a few days, and then you can, like, kind of, like, motion towards yourself or something, like, just like, what the hell? Like, as you, like, go, that's crazy. Although I got really curious about the people on the show, and, like, you can, like, kind of, like, go towards them and, like, kind of, you know... you can use these gestures as you're doing that still. Start to realize you're addicted to something as you motion towards yourself, or you could motion towards, like, maybe, like, some sort of, like, bottle of alcohol or something if you would want them to start drinking so you could get more information out of them. Start to realize you're addicted to something when you're watching these shows, like, 10 out of 10 in a row. What is this book? What book is this? This is the Oedipus Manual, the Oedipus Manual. It's by a CIA agent that retired and then wrote a book on the stuff that he had learned there. Feel that sense of satisfaction. And then you can motion towards, let's see, what's SP again? SP is gesturing towards the subject. So, feel that sense of satisfaction, gesture towards them, and then the commercial break comes. You lean back, and all you want to do is find out what happens next. Gesturing back and forth between the subject and operator, that'll create a sense of, like, camaraderie and also feeling like, yeah, like, what's up with that? Ugh, you know? Like, it makes it so the person relaxes, like, a ton. And, like, gets very interested in you. And, like, they also trust you quite a bit more. What if Grimmi is already taking these techniques on us, but we don't know about it? I don't have hands that move. Okay. They look at this guy. Sorry, just, oh my god. So, this is gesturing to ourselves. So this would be, look at this guy, and feel so compelled, gesturing to the person, to do whatever it takes to get him to win. And then you gesture back to yourself, and then she feels herself, and then that's when you want to gesture over to the person, the subject, just because you're feeding them specifically information you want them to do. This is really messed up, but, she's been doing this for quite a while and it's working. I don't think I am. I think I'm just a really weird person at this point. I do know ways that I could manipulate you guys and all that, but I don't do it because I think that would be, how do I put this? I worry constantly about that type of stuff. I don't feel good about that type of stuff. I feel like I don't deserve to be VTubing most of the time. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't get into it very often, but I feel an incredible amount of existential dread to the point of anxiety. But what I did read, what I read in this book that made me realize something, apparently if you're kind of pathetic, that's like a huge buff for you. People really like pathetic people way more than they like people that pretend to be perfect. So if you're just really real about all of your flaws, apparently that's something that does get people to relax and enjoy stuff. So, I'm not manipulating you when I do that though. I'm just very like, I don't think that I'm a lot. Just saying. I act stupid all the time. I'm half stupid, half smart. Like, legitimately. I am half stupid and I am half smart. I'm not lying to you when I say that. Weaponized loser feeling? It's just how I am, like, for real. Like, I think that also gives another part that says if you're very authentic, like, you can end up using that as something as well, which is kind of crazy. But people like authenticity and they like when people are stupid. It's working still. Whatever it is you're doing. Grimmi, how could you? This is just how I act. What the flip? But this last one, she feels yourself, so you gesture to the person, realizing this growing feeling of just, what do I do?
and then you gesture to the person, and then you slowly like gesture back to yourself, even if it's just a quick hand wave. Just have to do it to be with this guy. And like you gesture back towards yourself, and that's one of the seduction like things. Now, I don't think you should do that to people because you're not going to have an authentic connection with them. You're not going to feel like you can be yourself for long periods of time. I believe this is called dark psychology, right? This is called what the CIA did to people so they could get them to overthrow their countries and stuff. So, special gestures are also other things, like, there's a few other ones. But this eventually activates trust in people. So, you do that consistently, and you use these gestures consistently to reinforce these things as you go through it. Realize you're, let's see. So you can go something like, you realize eventually that you're with someone who is only here to help and who you can trust, and like you kind of gesture to yourself a little bit, and they'll be like, oh wow, yeah. Like it just reinforces those eventually. You can say stuff like, realize how small and fragile we are, how fragile life is, and like that'll also like make them a little bit more vulnerable as you say these things. Like these are all crazy things. The thing is, understood, Grimmi, no, do not overthrow your government, no. So, that's the biggest thing. The thing is, this never really works out for people is the thing. Like, these people don't have, like, big relationships with the people that they're manipulating or trusting or anything like that. Like, it doesn't work. Use these in everyday interactions, got it? No. But what I'm saying is, like, eventually, if you do these things, like, you run out. Like, you have to be yourself or you're gonna run out. Like, you can't do this for more than, like, a couple of, like, concentrated hours a day. Like, you slowly start to go nuts. Grimmi's making us all sleeper agents. No. Also, this person believes that hypnosis doesn't exist. But he believes that there's a type of, like, putting the body into a state of hypnotic, resonance. So, he's also the one that said that GABA can make it so you're more susceptible to stuff. So, that's when your brain goes into alpha waves instead of, like, other waves. Or primarily. It goes into a different state of consciousness than we're usually in when we're just wandering around. So, we can also do something to hack the human autopilot, and that's when we just meet people in their day-to-day, like, kind of situations where they're just going about their workday. And this is where it gets very, very, very weird. So, these are the things that you can use if someone is just like, okay, whatever. So, unusual speech behavior will get someone to snap and start to do what you want if you're in a place like that. So, if you're just like, okay, alright, I need this person that's like just like working at this specific place to like show me their footage for like their cameras, just like, hey son, can you help me out with this? Like if you're in a place that's not like a southern area and stuff like that. You can also have some unusual behavior, like putting your hands down on the counter going like, hey son, like not aggressively, but just like, hey son, how you doing? And then having an authoritative presence, just like, you know, I'm so sorry to bother you, but I just, I don't know if you can let me see your cameras. I was supposed to come on down here and collect some footage from you. Not sure if you are the one to ask about this, but maybe you know someone here that would? Like, I was just told by your manager to come over here, he's got the day off, that other guy, yeah. Like, something like that, and you slowly start to get into that. So the unusual behavior, and then the exaggerated gestures can also make the person go, whoa, okay, well, just like, okay, yeah, like, it's that bag office right there, like, and you motion wildly back there, so... Must forfeit all. Thank you so much, Maidenless Bro, for the 500 bits. That's not what I'm doing, no. No. So there's stuff like that. I would highly recommend, like, not doing this, though, because, like, eventually you come to the place where it's just inner conflict management. This is just so interesting, and it's so messed up. So, you eventually start to go crazy. You eventually have to start to manipulate yourself as a person as you're doing these things. You no longer have a core sense of self, which gets very dangerous. So, remind me of a used car salesman in Monkey Island who'd wildly gesture whenever we talk. That makes sense. Also, Packet Launcher, thank you so much for being here for 12 months. Or actually 10 months, it says. Forfeiting all my moral possessions. No. So, managing your personal life is very hard when you're doing this sort of work. Like, if you're, like, a CIA agent and stuff, essentially, like, you have to completely transform yourself, or, like,
everything about you is eventually going to come through little by little over the course of years. And if that doesn't happen, or if that happens, like, you're going to have a really, really bad time. Like, you can't pretend to be someone more than like a few hours a day. You kind of have to just accept that there's going to be a lot of you that's in these situations and stuff. So this is when having a split personality really comes in handy. That would be cool. But essentially they make it so like you have to like change yourself into the type of person that will be in these situations and stuff. So you have to maintain a healthy sense of self-discipline, even if the person that you're embodying does not have that. Like, so if you were trying to break into, it is essentially like method acting. It's just also making it so you don't have those self-destructive habits that maybe you would need to in order to infiltrate a cult, or in order to infiltrate a drug smuggling operation. So maybe something like you're supposed to be someone that uses specific like narcotics. Even if you are someone that has to do that while you're engaged in that type of stuff, you need to maintain a healthy sense of self-discipline outside of that stuff. Like, and it gets very hard as you go into those places for long periods of time. So yeah, it's interesting to look at. It also shows that you need to show gratitude even towards the people that you're like manipulating and being it's really intense. And then this is something that I think is like nice, like, but this is also apparently very manipulative. Never criticize others. Never complain, focus on gratitude. Maintain impeccable hygiene. Keep your speech unhurried and deliberate. You will learn how to speak hypnotically in the chapters to come. Develop a genuine interest in subjects you communicate with. A tilted head while listening can communicate sincere interest into subjects. Using the need map, ask subjects questions about what they love. The need map is the one where you figure out if they want protection, comfort, like stuff like that. I don't want Grimmi. No, Grimmi coin, no. Grimmi coin, no. Grimmi coin, no. Using the needs map, you can do that. Combine physical touch with compliments to increase the level of sincerity. Do not touch your face or use 3 or higher gestures from behavioral we didn't go through the behavioral table of elements because it's gigantic. When you are speaking, unless you are setting social traps or deliberately using nervous or insecure gestures to modify the defense mechanisms of your subjects. Techniques for this are covered later, and that would be when you pretend to be pathetic, when you aren't actually pathetic. Be humble. Resist the urge to talk about yourself or discuss your achievements. Eye contact is critical. Show interest or give genuine smile while making eye contact with others to eliminate the animal challenge response. So you have to make a lot of eye contact with people. Someone says no, it means you're asking the wrong person. No. Nothing is more important than in the field than keeping your goal in mind. When interacting with subjects, practice visualizing a large HD television over their shoulders with your goal and notes on it. Playing a movie on this television of the subjects complying at the end stage as an operator is helpful to keep your behavior and manipulation tactics sharpened to the specific needs of an operation. Communicating behavioral authenticity requires the complete removal of insecure behaviors, so keep yourself loose and natural in conversation. So, I think what they're talking about is like insecurity meaning you need people to like you, or insecurity meaning like you feel like you're not supposed to be there, stuff like that. You need to be like completely confident. Also, thank you so much, Silky, for gifting a sub to Behavioral Analyst and ID Strider. Thank you so much for being here for 30 months, providing the monthly Grimmi tax. There is no monthly tax. You're fine. Thank you, though. It's very nice of you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing very well. Yeah. Did I say thank you to Lanoe? Thank you, Lanoe, just in case. I think I said it, but I didn't say it enough. Thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. I've been too lost in the sauce of the CIA book. This is a really weird one. Keep cold drinks in your left hand to prevent cold handshakes when meeting subjects. Communicating behavioral authenticity requires the complete removal of insecure behaviors. So keep yourself loose and natural. Keep your feet pointed at your subjects when you want to display interest. Cross your legs towards your subject, building rapport and sitting beside them. Really weird. In almost all circumstances, you will not need to intimidate others to get the outcome you desire. On the extremely rare occasion that you need to do this, it's important to note that it should be environmental intimidation.
and that should use the quotes of others instead of your own words. What the hell? Situations such as placing yourself in a position above someone, that's just mean, or where a person looks almost into the sun to see you are an example. You'll often find any way to use these methods for your personal validation of the operator, not for the achievement of any planned outcomes. Okay. So what they're saying is if you want people to look up to you, if you want them to idealize you or think of you as like a higher being or a higher person, like if you want to be seen as a leader or something, oh god. Just ignore those little ghosts. If you want to be seen as like a leader or something, that is something that will almost always end up bad because you're going to want to have people like look up to you for like kind of mean reasons, just like you want them to like do what you say rather than like actually, or not do what you say, but like you want to get your self-esteem from them. So I want to be seen as a cult leader. I don't think they generally make cult leaders in order to go and take down other cult leaders. So you also want to learn linguistic harvesting, which is using positive or negative words in order to convey things like this is just, it's a huge book. It's a huge book, dude. We can't go through all of it, but I think that's one of the bigger ones. It's one of the bigger ones. Here's the one. Let's see. Here's one that's interesting. Breathing and blinking. Breathing and blinking has a section. Breathing. Air. Breathing. You guys know better. Come on, breathing. The rate of breathing will vary in subjects during the organic process of conversation. There is no need to pay attention to the per-minute rate of breathing during conversations. When you analyze breathing, the speed of breathing, whether it's slow or fast, is all you will need to mirror. So you want to start trying to make your breathing as fast as another person's if you want to like take advantage of them, which is absurd. The average blink rate of humans varies from about 17 to 25 blinks per minute. As well as we become interested, curious, entertained, or otherwise focused on stimuli, our blink rates can slow significantly, yes, to around 7 to 10 beats per minute. During stressful times and emotionally pressing events, our blink rates can soar up to about 50 BPM without us even realizing it. How does this apply to real life? As your subjects become more interested in you, your conversation topics, their blinks will start to decline. This isn't a skill you have to practice much. Within 2 days, you can likely become very proficient at observing this behavior. So if the shoddy in the club is not blinking a lot, I guess you've won. What happens when you talk and the subject's blink rates start to get faster and more frequent? You're boring them, or the topic is causing emotional stress. As a public speaker, you can single out random samplings of an audience and monitor the room's average blink rate. You can instantly determine how someone feels about you. In a negotiation, the blink rate of the people in the room changes and they will become satisfied or feel threatened. As a police officer, a suspect's increasing blink rate might imply coming violence, stuff like that. So, this isn't pickup artistry, this is CIA stuff. I really don't think it's a good idea to use this for pickup artistry because the thing is you're gonna have to just be you after. I don't think pickup artistry is a good idea either. So, let's see. This is the thing. Alright. So this is what I do unintentionally. Confessions. No person is socially attracted to absolute perfection in other people. Making small and sometimes humorous confessions of flaws will assist in bringing down the defenses of subjects and lowering resistance. But I don't do this on purpose. This is something that I learned from the book that is something that apparently makes people go like, oh, that's nice. I'm just saying. Even something as small as an admission that you can't stop yourself from eating a certain type of candy, can open up a subject to... I don't really like candy, but chocolate. Open up a subject to psychologically. Confessions that contain an element of truth are best to use because of the authenticity that will automatically show in your behavior when you make them. Small confessions that are also sentiment or semi-universal experiences can create more rapport as well because the person can relate to your imperfection when the confession is made. The following list can aid you in developing awareness of the technique and creating a list of your own. This also will get a lot of people that, Also, thank you so much, Reno Ryan, for the 200 bits. Maybe you've already heard of them, but there's a YouTube channel I watch called The Behavioral Channel. Oh, interesting. It would be interesting to check it out. I've seen some of that. They do some interesting work there.
I think it's cool. So, admitting flaws lets me optimize the amount of ladies you pull. Man, the pickup artists are smart. Well, the thing is, it's because a lot of people that have personality problems, you blink 24 times in the last 3 minutes. Are you hiding something? I don't blink that much, but I'm feeling very tired today. Might also be because I'm looking down at a book now that I think about it. So, or maybe, I don't know, maybe, wait, no, it's the opposite. I'm like not as intent right now because I'm tired. But here's the thing. So, what I've noticed is that people that like, really don't like when people confess to doing something like kind of pathetic or weird, they usually have like a high level of like needing to be admired or feeling like, oh, how dare they? Like, oh my god, they think that like, yeah, just ew, like they do that. Like that usually implies some sort of like mental like judgment, like they're being a very judgmental person, and people often like don't like that. Like they don't like the sense of like someone being more judgmental. So if someone says like, yeah, god, I don't know, what's something really weird but not like super insane, and this isn't me, but I need to make sure that like I don't say anything that's someone will just immediately clip it and go like, all right, time to try to ruin Grimmi's life. It's like, yeah, like I ate dog food for 3 weeks thinking it was like, you know, like human food, but it came in like really fancy cans. So it was really gross, but you know, I'm not very observant. So someone will say that, and then if the person is very judgmental and has like a mental thing that like, what's the word? And they have like a mental thing going on that might make them dangerous, sociopathic, psychotic, and overall like very strict and intense. Like they'll usually be like, oh, that's horrible. How can anyone be that stupid? I would never do that. And that makes people very uncomfortable generally. That makes people extremely uncomfortable. Because deep down everyone feels like they have flaws and stuff. Someone rejecting that they have flaws or seeing them in others and going, haha, that's funny, makes people on edge and feel very nervous. A personality disorder, I don't know if it's always linked to one, but I think it's linked to depending on the severity of it. Like if they're always just like, oh my god, they said that? They're an idiot. What an idiot. Meanwhile, they could be doing X, Y, or Z crazy thing, etc., etc. Like people that take a big offense to people doing like intense stuff and go like very judgmental, that's when things get really weird. So, is there a lying to people section? This is all lying to people. This isn't being like your true self unless this is your true self, but I don't know, it's interesting. Not being able to stop yourself from eating certain type of candy or sweets. I have gotten a little chonky lately because of that. Although I'm starting to take my Adderall again, so it's probably gonna go away really fast, which kinda, I don't know, I'm glad that I have the ability. Worrying about an intruder in your bathroom while shampooing your hair. That's something everyone worries about. Having an inability to control yourself when buying a product from when you see it. I'm usually okay about that. I don't really need everything that I want. Wanting to examine the contents of cars of the people you ride with. I think that's just something that everyone feels like. But people don't usually admit to. Having a small thing you frequently procrastinate about. So that might be something like, you procrastinate about unloading the dishwasher. You procrastinate about cleaning your car, like, you know, like getting a car wash. You procrastinate about those things. If the thing becomes too big, like you procrastinate about like something that inflicts like a moral feeling on people, they're gonna be like, oh my god, no. But like if it's something like, oh yeah, like I really need to spend more time with like my daughter, then people will be like, what the hell? I really needed to start doing that again. Oh, I keep putting it off. People are gonna be like, what the hell? I guess maybe. Like it might appeal to a few people, but like depending on if it's I don't know, like certain things will eventually start to evoke a judgmental response from others. So, depending on like how much empathy they have towards like other X, Y, or Z. Checking the time on your watch and then not being able to tell anyone the time it was. So like you check and then you go, oh crap, what time is it? Opening your phone to check something and getting distracted by other apps. These are things everyone does, but I guess admitting them is. Saving greeting cards and not being able to throw them away. Coming close to adopting or getting new puppies every time you see them for sale. Puppy, kitty. Having trouble making your schedule fit into your designated work hours. Not keeping in touch with people you should call more often. Talking trash to your GPS unit when you get lost. Worrying too much about germs.
Having a secret career or hobby you wish that you pursued but never... Oh. Having a secret career... Oh. She's here. Everyone, please, She wants to hang out for a second. Yes, you may be excited. I don't know what this thing is. It's not like part of my soul. It might be a fairy or something. There's been some weird fairy activity in here lately, you guys. I saw a fairy circle in there the other day, like somewhere. I did not go in it, but it did look very comfortable, I will admit that. Having a secret career or hobby you wish that you pursued but never did. Looking in your rearview mirror several times after passing a police officer. So, those are all things that you can use to go like, hey, look, I'm like super relatable. But at the same time, I think you should just be super relatable. I think that's something that stand-up comedians and other people like that do very consistently because they're self-deprecating and authentic. They're self-deprecating and authentic. Also, thank you for the posture check. Stretch and hydrate. Let's go, baby. She's just showing off her dance move. She was. Come back? I don't know where she goes, and I don't know what she is. She might try to eat you, though. Nothing in this house is good. So, another thing that you can do that isn't necessarily like telling someone a confession is you can leave part of your shirt untucked. You can have a stain on your collar. Having a small piece of food in your teeth. Mispronouncing words deliberately. Well, that's just fun. How dare you? Like, I do that intentionally and very obviously. What if you have something in your brain? No! Stuttering once or twice. I just have a stutter. Tripping during the initial introduction phase. I don't know if I trip that often. Deliberately showing insecure gestures from the behavioral table of elements. Using a small pencil to take notes on a tiny, cheap notepad instead of an interrogator's notebook. Leaving a shoe untied. Creating wrinkles in your shirt prior to the introduction. Driving coffee grounds under the fingernails to appear unkempt. Having a childish ringtone installed and allowing a planned call to come through. What is wrong with that? Hey! That was a really good joke in Astro Fighter Sunred, though. What's the reasoning of doing this? It's that you want to create a near-perfect perception of yourself if you want to infiltrate cults or manipulate people, but you need to have some level of flaws, otherwise they'll start to see you as untrustworthy and crazy and weird. Like, if you have some level of, like, personality flaws and authenticity to you, they'll see you as more of, like, a human. Manner of dress. You can also... They say that I need help dressing better, honestly. But, like, what it says is that you can elevate your dress or change it depending on the place that you want to be. So, they also say that you want to keep your hair and skin looking, like, very healthy. So all of the techniques in this book will help if you take care of yourself quite a bit. They also say that you should maybe keep your eyes shiny. So you could keep an eye moisturizing drop with you, I suppose? That's weird. You should also try to make sure that you have, shoulder relaxation. And you should also have good posture. Stuff like that. What VTuber are you wearing right now? VTuber wearing? Are you talking about like, oh my god, what are you wearing right now? What designer? What designer did that for you? I kind of remember that. Facial expressions of happiness. Facial expressions of curiosity and interest. Open and welcoming posture. Again, the posture is very important. Let's see. Also, spend your time looking for the positive aspects in everyone. Even the weaknesses and fears of your subjects can be positive if you keep yourself on the right mindset. I think that's true. And I think that's a nice thing to do in general. I guess it's also something you can do to take down cults in the CIA. Pay attention to compliments you receive from others in the past. The ones that stand out are probably the most genuine, and probably address the traits that you need to be recognized for. Do not exaggerate compliments, make them sincere in the moment. Best food in the world actually sounds worse to most people than amazing food. Use specificity about what you noticed that led you to give the compliment. I love how you told me that story. You were so open and sincere about everything. I love that. So you can say stuff like that. Compliments seem more genuine when you have follow-up questions after them. You have this awesome ability to connect with certain people so well. Is that something you've had all of your life? Something like that? This is also just like being nice to someone. It's kind of unnerving when you think about it in this context. Just like, have you ever like been polite? Did you know you can do that to like your benefit?
Compliments seem more genuine. Let's see. Use an effect statement after your compliments to make them real and impactful. The way you stay so tuned into people all the time makes me want to start working on that myself. That's normal though. I feel like this is normal though. I don't know, like I admire a lot of the traits of the people I talk to. Pause after delivering compliments. Give them room to breathe so they don't get lost in the conversation. I get uncomfortable when people compliment me though, honestly. Like, I don't like when people compliment me. I get uncomfortable about it. Maybe it's because I don't know, like I feel like they want something. I feel like when people compliment me, I'm like, ooh, what do they want out of me? It's kind of weird. Davena, thank you for the 100 bits. I just tuned back into the stream and it's that new Grimmi background I see. Yeah, it's not new, but I don't use it that often, so it's here. You sound nice. Pause.
Grimmi, you're really good at reading that book. Make sure that I'm breathing at the right tempo to mirror you.
Conclusion. No one likes perfect people. Authenticity is one of the most socially attractive behaviors you can exhibit. I do think you should be yourself. Even if you kind of suck. I think that's fair. I don't know, everyone kind of sucks. A lot of people hide it. Then they get very insecure about it. Making others feel interesting creates automatic rapport. Listening and commenting on what you hear from subjects shows you're paying attention. When you are nervous or insecure, your chords are vibrating, activating at the same frequencies in your subjects. I don't know what that means. The only information subjects can use to judge you is what you provide. Your authority and authenticity are limited only by your display of these techniques. Okay. Tilting your head while listening to detailed parts of subject stories will help convey interest and curiosity. If the subject shows signs of timidity or insecurity, remove such trepidation by asking them questions about the topics they are confident about, and get them back into their mental comfort zone until they are no longer able to show verbal signs of timidity. Or timidity. I can't. Timidity. Timidity. That doesn't seem like a word. Sorry, brain doesn't accept it. It does not accept it. Never criticize or complain. Your efforts to create rapport may be tremendous, but as a master, you must never show that anything has challenged you. You must make it all look easy. If you are wrong, or if you have made a mistake, admit it immediately, openly, and without attempting to justify your error. That's so normal, though. Like, that's just how to not be crazy. Like, if you do that, you'll also feel like you want to, like, dialects. I don't know. That makes you feel better. So, let's see. Cold reading. This one is interesting. So, cold reading typically refers to the practice of making slightly educated guesses about a person. This is also just like if you're a good friend, like, I don't know. Also, thank you, Grinch, for the 250 bits. I appreciate it. So this is kind of weird, but, this is if, like, you're a good friend, but, somewhat educated, bases on the, Barnum effect and Forer effect. The Forer effect is based on a demonstration by Professor B.R. Forer presented his students that made the majority of them believe he could ascertain private aspects of their life and personalities. The following is the script of Professor Forer that he gave to his students, presented as an analysis of the students' personalities. All right. 1949, by the way. Also, Jake Cannon, thank you for the 100 bits. My favorite part of Grimmi's stream is that she says what the stream is going to be about, and then she goes on a super interesting side tangent. We need it. Oh my god, it's been an hour and 24 minutes? Holy crap, I'm so sorry, you guys. What the flip? I did not know it had been that long. My bad. I say that every day, though, so I'll eventually realize that this is what happens. Okay. So this is the transcript. You have a great need for other people to like and admire you. You have a tenacity to be critical of yourself. Play Fatal Frame on day I will. Yep, sorry, one day I will. You have a great deal of unused capacity that you have not turned to your advantage. While you have some personality weaknesses, you are generally able to compensate for them. Your sexual adjustment has presented problems for you. Disciplined and self-controlled outside, you tend to be worrisome and insecure inside. At times, you have serious doubts as to whether you have made the right decision or done the right thing.
You prefer a certain amount of change and variety and have become dissatisfied when hemmed in by restrictions and limitations. You pride yourself as an independent thinker and do not accept other statements without satisfactory proof. You have found it unwise to be too frank in revealing yourself to others. At times you are extroverted, affable, and social, while other times you are introverted, wary, and reserved. Some of your aspirations tend to be unrealistic. Security is one of your major goals in life.
So, this could apply to literally every single person. Please keep going, boss. This is so cool. I'm glad you like it, Large Winner. Thank you for the 100 bits. If you guys want to buy this book, and I would highly recommend buying it and reading it, because it's incredibly interesting. But again, you probably should not, I don't know, if you would like to be nice to people and do something nice to them, and like nice for them, and just like learn to like talk to people in like a healthier way, that's great. If you want to use this to get things out of people, I would not recommend that. If you want to learn to be more likable so you can like better... Oh, thank you very much, Yama. Appreciate it. So you can be better like, adapted to like be kinder to others and not be so in your own head, by all means, that's wonderful. If you want to use this just going like, I could totally use this to get a girlfriend instead of take down a cult, that will probably end up in a bad situation. I would not go into it with that specific in mind. But I do think going into it with the specific of this is a very interesting book and like this can help me improve as a person is fine. But I already do some of this, like... I already do some of this because I think it's just the nice thing to do. I think being authentic about your flaws is nice. I think it can trigger people sometimes and make them really weird, but that's okay too. I am going to give you a link to this book if you would like to buy it. This is not sponsored. This is just something I found interesting. So I should probably put in the title that we're doing this. So this is the Oedipus Manual on Analysis Engineering. And it was written by a fellow that used to work for the CIA. It's not an advertisement. I know we've been doing a lot of ads lately, though. I really do appreciate you guys being cool with them, because, they've been helping me move and stuff. So, maybe pin it? Sure. Why not? Okay, I've given up. Okay. We reading about CIA mind control with a CIA... ex-CIA authored book. Okay. We'll just say ex-CIA book. That's a little quicker. Alright, there we go. We're being more honest now. The desire to buy gold and silver caused by a worm. Some people believe that, like, worms actually make people homosexual, which I thought was really weird. I'm gonna continue onward now. Okay. So. You pride yourself as an independent thinker. Okay, so we've gone through those. So this is essentially like a horoscope or a psychic reading. So, which... I think that, like, I am the most insane person, because apparently something that psychics always do is they go like, oh, you've been cursed by someone that was jealous of you. A young, goth woman or something did that. Like, they were angry at you and they cursed you, and I went like, no, I didn't. And they were like, no, this is for sure. Like, I'm sure you've been cursed by a woman, like some sort of witch. And I was like, no, I don't think there's anyone like that. And they were like, are you sure they weren't jealous? Like, you know, like maybe like this or that. And I was like, no, I've never met anyone like that. No one would ever do something like that to me. I don't really go outside that much. And apparently they gave up at that point. But what they try to do is they try to lure you into like wanting to like clear some sort of curse out of your life, so like you feel better and like your life is easier, etc. But I thought it was really funny. Oh, Worm? Mentioned amazing. Worm is really good. Wait, is Worm what made you buy Gold and Silver? That was a really good book. Really, really good character, too. Had a really cool female character. I really liked her. So, here's another one of them. So, for the Oedipus Manual, an effective list that is up-to-date and applicable in social conversations when compiled. It was based on social trends, online surveys, and common questions on social networks. Here's the list. Now, this is something that you can do for friends and family and the people you admire and care about in a normal way, if you'd like to. But, this is not how to go about it generally. Generally speaking, this is a bad idea. Maybe I could put the book actually on the table. I should do that. I wonder if there's probably a PNG of it. I should do that. But essentially, if you have a friend and you want to make them feel understood and heard and care about them and like show them that like they're being listened to and that they matter, something that you can do is you can say, hey, I really care about you, and then something that applies to their situation and their personality. So if someone is very twitchy or having a hard time in life or very socially like withdrawn, or like you see like things that might indicate something that you have experience with, you can say, hey, you seem like you're not doing very well lately. Did something happen in your life where you're not feeling very good? Like maybe we can do something to make that a little better, even if it's just to make you comfortable right now. Like that's a normal way of doing this sort of thing. This, on the other hand, is trying to make you seem like you know someone without knowing them. So, can I post a link in the Discord? You can post literally whatever you want. So, tried to find a book earlier, thought it was Confessions of CIA Spy, The Art of Human Hacking. No, that one's a little bit more... Sorry, I was about to say the most pretentious thing ever. I'll say it, but I'm aware that it's the stupidest thing ever. That one's a little bit more entry level. Thank you so much, Azrael, for the raid. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. So... entry level... No, it's just, I've read a bunch of CIA books, and like, this one is a little bit... It's a little bit further down. They also have a version of the book where like, it has like more information in it and stuff, but it's like $200, and I was like, I'm not doing that. There's also some good books from like the 70s that had a lot about mind manipulation for their time with the CIA, but it's like $400 now. I'm not gonna pay for it. Like, there's like a bunch of different levels of like CIA like material and literature. Oh, Tuscan Wing, thank you so much for the raid. How are you, baby? How are you? Perfect time for the raid. We're getting our first lesson in the CIA behavioral manipulation. We sure are. So, again, what I would recommend is if you would like to be a good friend to others and be kind, CIA manipulation 405 as opposed to 101. Oh my god. I would recommend taking the time to actually think about how they feel and think about their position in life. So if they say something like, hey, how are you? And you could say something like, okay. Something like, you know, I think I've realized something about you, and you can repeat one of these phrases, but if you want to make them understand and heard, you need to actually get to know them and try to say like, hey, you seem a little bit more sensitive, like, because this isn't applicable to everyone, you seem a little bit more sensitive and like you don't really like going outside as much. Is it because you're overwhelmed? Is it because you feel like this? Like, that's this, but not manipulative, so you can still do this, but be a nice person is what I'm saying. Like, you can try to connect with someone without just going like, okay, here's my list of phrases to make them like me, which is, alright, whatever. We're going back to it. Put effort into someone. I don't like the road we're going down. You gotta get yourself that AI girlfriend, baby. That pissed me off so much, dude. It was actually, no, they're oh my god. Also, Johan, how you doing? How's your night going? We're looking at CIA stuff today. Or actually, we're just reading a CIA book that I really like. This was from Agent. Thank you so much for buying that on Throne. I really appreciate it, and I am now reading it to you guys. That was very nice of you. So we're looking into how the CIA manipulated various cult leaders and factions, cartels, and all this other stuff. It was really cool. And we could even look at some interviews from this guy after if you guys want. It's really neat to see. One of his other things that I don't think he covers in this book, but like one of the things that he developed was also, no, sorry, I don't know why it's like, hey Johan, yes, this specifically. Guys, please go check out Johan. Best gal on twitch.tv. I love saying that because then it doesn't make me feel like I'm saying it about any specific, well, no, best gal on twitch.tv. There you go. There you go. There you are. Now no one loses. Except for Johan, sorry, good luck. So one of the things that he said was that all of our essential behavior predates back to when we were about 8 years old. Whatever we were doing to, like, just pretty much, I'm a guy, best gal on twitch.tv, go check them out. Whatever we were doing at 8 years old was something that is consistently happening in our life now. So, if you were the type of person that, let's break it down to this. When you had friends when you were 8, or if you had other children that you talked to when you were 8, not everyone had friends, like if you were
So we're not doing good. No worries. But like, how would you maintain those relationships? If someone was upset with you, or if someone was pulling away from you, not necessarily upset, but you didn't see them as much, would you retreat and try to find other people to talk to? Would you go and try to talk to them more? Would you try to shower them with attention and make them feel better? Would you, like, those are the things that you should look at when you were 8 years old. When you were 8 years old, how did you respond to those things? Because those specific things are patterns that you're going to have specifically in your life right now. For whatever reason, that's when your cognitive state starts to really solidify. So the way that you solved your problems back then are how you solve your problems now. So if you had a bad coping technique back then, perhaps you had a bad coping technique in terms of, let's see, what are some interesting ones? What if I don't remember? Then it's good to sit down and try to consider it. My coping technique was that my parents were extremely aggressive towards each other. It would always just be like, hey, like, I'm so much better than that other one, right? And I'd be like, oh, okay, I guess so. All right, sure. All right. And trying to people please with them and trying to calm them down, feeling like I could get everyone to chill out. And that's not a great one to have as an adult. It is on some level because people can chill out and calm down and things can get a little bit more worked out. But on the other hand, that's not everyone's desire, what they want for themselves in their life. So I don't recall anything about my childhood. It's very important to take the time to remember it over time, because I recall nothing specific either. I have zero memory. But I did eventually start to realize those patterns were associated with it. So I'm an intense people pleaser, and when it comes to someone getting upset with me, I immediately go, okay, they must be right, which isn't good. That's not good at all, because sometimes you really will be wronged by people. You really will have negative feelings, and if you just go okay, they're right, then you kind of cut yourself off from healing or feeling better, any of that other stuff, and you kind of let them just completely roll over you and stuff. So I'm getting a lot better about that. Now I'm just kind of okay, their loss. I'm working on stuff, whatever they need to do. I think I went and hit it with a book at that age, so you might be a little bit more introverted. So that might be also why you've kind of retreated into using computers and using technology, using video games. If you had bad social situations and then you played video games, this could be something that persisted even now. How much of this mind control did I miss? Quite a bit. I've had the opposite problem where I didn't forget hardly anything, and now I worry about every little thing I could have done differently. Don't worry about doing things differently. What I would recommend is seeing when that came about when you were about 8, and then going, okay, how do I change these patterns in my day-to-day? King of One Piece? Hello there. I didn't know there was a king of that. Is it a nation? Or I don't read that. I'm mad at you haven't made a crypto and rug pull. I'm not gonna do a rug pull. I'm sorry. I'm not. But what I would say, so the best coping mechanism for you is disassociating, running away, and shutting down. So we can actually put a stop to that very quickly. We can put a stop to that very, very, very quickly if you want. Because this is one of the things outlined in this specific book, because they can create a dissociative state, or they can pull someone back into their body if that's what they need. So when you look at yourself, look at your hand, and if you would like to create a dissociative state in your body, say, this hand, and then describe things about it. This hand it has 5 fingers, this hand, that creates a dissociative state, and it disconnects it from you on a cognitive and subliminal level. And it's really weird. But if you say, my hand looks like this, my hand is touching this mouse on my computer, my hand is picking up this bottle, my hand is kind of shaking it around, I'm holding it with both my hands now, that immediately makes it so you're disassociating less. Yo, Heavenly, what's up? We getting Grimmi coin? No, never. Anyone that does a rug pull should be shot. Sorry, that might be a little bit too intense. Sorry, Heavenly. I hope you're doing well. My bad. That was rude of me. I'm not a big fan of rug pulls. But, oh, it's in an ad. Can someone let Heavenly know that I think people should be shot if they, do rug pulls? I don't know if he... Wait, actually don't do that. I want to be honest about what I said, even if it wasn't a good idea. No Grim coin. But we're talking about CIA stuff today. And we're essentially going into how CIA directors and operatives would, mind control people using a few books that I got. So, I'd say the biggest thing... What? No! No, I do not! No, I do not. Lying. We're looking at how
CIA operatives. Operatives. Mind control people. There. Okay, anyways. When you were about 8 years old, you got disassociative. Start going into my this, my goals, my hand, my body, my texture of my pants. I'm wearing this, I'm drinking water, I'm doing these things, and start to reestablish a internal monologue that starts with I, me, and my. Because if you're disassociative, you might be disassociating from your internal monologue as well. Your internal monologue can also become diseased, I feel like. Like if you start to go into like, I should have done this differently, etc., and then a long string of stuff like that, it needs to be interrupted and changed. So you can go, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm getting up, I'm drinking water, and then if it goes into, oh god, but I feel so, I'm getting up, I'm drinking water, I'm getting up, I need water, until it's back at its basic form, and then you'll have way less disassociation. Yes, you can even say I'm taking a this. What about people without internal monologues? That's very rare, but like, maybe it's not at this point. Like maladaptive episodes, yes. If you were like in a, like just overall, like really bad episode where you're completely disassociative, and I often do get that way because I'm very nervous and very numbed out, very anxious because, I don't know, people have been mother flippers in my life and I'm done pretending and I'm leaving. But, so I can be stable and I can be happy. But, what I would recommend is doing this consistently. I need to get up, I need to do this, and then do that, instead of like, oh, but it's gonna be horrible. I can see my hand right now, it's on the chair, I can get up and stretch a bit. That will very quickly get you out of a disassociative episode, even if it doesn't feel like it immediately. So, happy for you, having your own space is essential for you as a person. Thank you, it's gonna be nice. Also, thank you, Cage, for gifting a sub to Heavenly. That's nice of you. And Razor, thank you so much for being here for 3 months, baby. Thank you for subscribing for 3 months in advance, baby. Thank you. So, anyways, I really recommend thinking about how you had specific habits as you were an 8-year-old. And then, from there, try to see what you think is best for where you are as an adult. Don't judge how you were as an 8-year-old. It's just all of these will be simplified behaviors from when you were 8 years old, which is crazy to think about, but it's extremely accurate, and it's super weird. And I was like, that can't be true, oh no. That's impossible, oh no. I also got very used to people treating me kind of poorly and then forgiving them for all kinds of weird stuff. I got very used to having boundaries with people, and then they'd overstep them, and I'd be like, oh, this is my fault then, you're right, okay, cool. I got upset with you for what reason again? Yeah, it must have been my fault. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're the one going through stuff here. Like, that happened a lot when I was like 8. So if you have those things going on, you're gonna react very similarly, you're gonna relive those situations, you're gonna do those specific patterns over and over and over again forever. And the CIA preyed on that with people? Which is crazy, dude. I think it's so interesting that they had some of like the best therapeutic stuff imaginable, but they didn't release it to like therapists. They just kept it in the CIA and were like, yeah, we could really make sure this could be preyed, past tense, preying on people, I guess. Though I think some of these techniques have been, technically they're outdated. Like the 17 personality types, they've managed to simplify it down to like a different type of system. Though I think the person that wrote this book still says that the 17 is what he uses, so it's interesting. How nice they were praying for those people to get better. Yeah. I want to follow so bad, but it's not the right time. Please get rest. Please get rest. Please take care of yourself. You have a kingdom to lead. Additionally, if you catch yourself in bad habits, like thinking everything sucks whenever you're stressed, try to deflect it into less negative reinforcements. Yes, you have to like sidetrack yourself. You have to sidetrack yourself really consistently. Otherwise, you're gonna be there for like 3 days going crazy. It sucks, dude. It sucks, dude. It sucks. It sucks. I evolved in creating Voice from Thunder to make people believe it's a voice from God. There's all kinds of cool stuff with the CIA. They do crazy stuff. I am mother freaking following. Thank you, sir. And may your kingdom prosper from this moment on, King of One Piece. May it prosper. I don't know who you are in One Piece, but I'm happy for you. Slip, thank you for the 100 bits. That's how I kind of fixed my ADHD. I figured out you can use your inner monologue to tell myself to get up and do things, and told myself I can't say no, so it worked out okay so far. Yeah, if you do that for a few weeks, it helps like a tremendous amount. It's crazy. I used to think like, I'm bothering people so much, I'm too much to deal with, I'm bothering people so much, I'm too much to deal with. Now I go like, I wonder if they're bored. Maybe they don't feel good right now. Maybe they feel like even worse than I do. And that solved like 90% of like my stupid like self-pitying stuff.
Thank you, King of One Piece. 9. Thank you for your reverence, as I have reverence for you as well.
I have learned this habit under the name of anchoring. Whenever you do something mundane or silly to interrupt bad trains of thought and disassociative episodes. Yes. Might also be good to have a friend that just, you say like, hey, when I get into a bad situation, distract me with something stupid. Like something I'll like, but something stupid. And like then set it and forget it. And then if you go to them and like go like, hey, I'm dying and all this other stuff and I feel horrible, like they might go like, oh, that's so sad. I'm really sorry, buddy. I bought these crazy big vitamins. I can't even eat them. Like they're disgusting and they make me feel like garbage. And like they'll be like, what? What are you talking about? Vitamins? Why don't you take gummy vitamins? Like you can break someone out of the loop really quickly.
Now is there a lurk? Perhaps not today. I wouldn't judge you, King of One Piece. I would not judge you. You have a kingdom to run. You have many things that you have to take care of.
Do you know they have One Piece bath bombs at Lush? You should check out Lush. Didn't the CIA infiltrate some group and it was later discovered the entire group was just different Fed departments pretending to be extremist? Most likely. Something really funny about the CIA documents that came out recently. What's Lush? It's really cool. Something really funny that came out about the CIA documents that came out recently was that, they did a report on someone. This was my favorite one. It was on like the first 2 pages. I might be able to find it again. But like, they did a report. I would love coffee, yeah. I'm on Adderall, I need some more. They did a report that was just like, okay, this journalist wrote this paper about suspected involvement with CIA-like stuff or FBI stuff and all of these different organizations. And what happened was really funny. Like, when they did this report, they were like, okay, we know that we have involvement with these organizations for sure. We don't know about these 14. Are we these organizations by any chance? That was how they phrased that paper. Just like, did we actually make this? Like, I'm just checking in with you guys. Are these ours? And then I'm pretty sure that these ones we aren't. Like, I'm 95% sure these ones we don't have. And then these ones we absolutely don't have. Like, that was how they phrased the article. So I think that they had a tremendous amount of mismanagement around a certain time period. So it would not surprise me at all if they were sending people to like the same meetups and going like, okay, we're taking down this group. And it's like, oh crap, really? Oh man, I remember you. Oh crap, that sucks. Oh man. One of my exes would wind up in pretty bad depressive episodes. I eventually found out that asking her for advice helped her feel better and more, efficiently than trying to cheer up actively. Distractions are OP. It sounds like she's used to taking care of people too. So it sounds like she's used to repressing all of her sadness to take care of someone else if they're in a worse place too, which is a really bad place to be in. Not that you're doing the right thing for sure if you do that. It's just that it's a very hard thing for that person to go through probably. Hope that she's feeling better. It's not just that the CIA is the left hand that doesn't know where the right hand is doing. None of the fingers know what any of the other fingers are doing. The CIA is incredibly disconnected, and it's crazy how much, it has an effect on the world. Also, I don't mean this in a political way. I'm not trying to, get into it. I'm not saying this is good or bad. I will just say that the CIA absolutely hates Donald Trump. I'm not saying that he deserves that. I'm not saying that he's a bad person. I'm not saying that anything like that. I know that everyone has their beliefs for whatever reason, and I'm not criticizing you and I'm not judging you for anything. I will say that the CIA wants Donald Trump to die. That is not being hidden at all at this point. They make Twitter posts and TikToks about the different hidden tunnels in the White House.
And just go hey kids, isn't this a fun historical fact? The fact that we have a tunnel that goes directly into this room where the president sleeps? It's crazy, right? We're just so happy to get to show you this. It's so interesting.
They've been doing that for a while now, and it was insane. So, yeah, the stuff with JFK is why they released these documents too. It essentially goes
yeah, we did it, but I don't know, we're not gonna say it directly.
They're his friends? They should be his friends, considering the stuff going on, in terms of, how the structure of that works, but I don't think they are. Can we get a source on that? Genuinely curious. I can show you the videos if you want. It's just incredibly bad that they're giving out structural information on how the White House operates whenever there's a critical threat. It's really funny. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. It's really, really interesting. As someone that follows, like, what the CIA is doing, because, I don't know, I thought it was interesting as a child, and I continue to this day, and no one has stopped me from doing that with shame, but they've tried. I'm sure it has been that way for all of us. Did you see that Star Wars fan site, which is actually a CIA site that had hidden messages for agents? I didn't actually. That sounds so cool. I think that sounds familiar, but I don't know if I know of it. A lot of spies died during his first term. That would make a lot of people not happy. Yeah, that's fair. It sounds like he was not giving people critical information. Also, yeah, in Minecraft, I don't know. I don't know for sure, but, it's just really interesting to think about it. There was an ex-director that was stealing taxes for years. Doge might take it away from him. I'm sure there's also, like, there's a lot of corruption in literally, like, any, like, area of government. Like, I'm not arguing that at all. Like, I'm not saying it's for justified reasons or unjustified reasons. I'm just saying they hate him so much. And I've never seen the CIA they've never been this passive-aggressive. It's been insane, dude. It's just like, yeah, we're releasing some other documents today, go look at them. And then it's like insane stuff that like is very counterintuitive to everything going on right now. And it's like, I guess this is vaguely related to JFK, but you guys just seem angry. So, it's so weird. I don't know. One day all streamers will say code phrases and activate all of the sleeper cells in their chats. Ooh, cool. I don't have one of those though. Be interesting. Anyways, coming back to everything else. 8 years old, think about it. 8 years old, think about it. Think about it, think about it, think about it. And would love to see that video you mentioned. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Alright. It's on Twitter, CIA. This is one of them at least. Tweet to CIA. It probably was like a governor or something. They probably didn't say, it's us, the CIA. Showing off hidden stuff in White House. Okay. And then this is like, let's see here. Let me see if I can find the one they released recently, because they just started showing off the actual physicality of like moving stuff and showing people where they could get out. Which I was like, that's not good, dude. I don't know if it's on YouTube. If someone finds it, please send it to me, but it would take me like a few hours to find, probably. I could find it, but I have to do it off stream or I'll just be sitting here doing annoying stuff. Pineapple? I love pineapple. Leaking classified documents in War Thunder forums. And... Wait, what's Thug Shaker Central Minecraft Discord again? What's that? I know that, like, some Discords were used for really interesting things. They got caught with their hands in the cookie jar, so it's hard for them to be trustworthy again after being proved untrustworthy. Oh, I don't think anyone felt the CIA was trustworthy. I don't think anyone thought that. I don't think a single person was like, man, they are some upstanding gentlemen. I'm sure they're doing nothing bad. Don't bring that up? Bring what up? Huh? But, I'm not saying it in, like, a negative way, like, you know, like, he totally got him. I just mean, like, I think everyone suspected that the CIA was, like, doing something financially corrupt. I don't think a single person didn't expect that. Like, that was extremely likely. Like, same for the FBI, same for other rings of government as well. So, trust is rather low in the government right now? Yeah. I think it'll, stabilize a little bit over time. Like, we have a lot of life left to live and stuff, so things will get better. But, we have an incredibly intense, like, relationship to propaganda, and social media has made it so the US is, like, crazy frustrating. So if you feel uncomfortable or anxious or anything like that, I wouldn't say that it's your fault, no matter what you're... Oh, check Discord for the panel? Thank you. I'm just saying. Oh, thank you very much, Yama. We can also watch Gaggle if you guys want, but I want to go through this one thing right here. So... Alright, let me see here. Alright, we got the panel, baby. We got the panel. Oh. Alright, we got the panel for doing the gaggle stuff. Oh, I was using the wrong one. I'm an idiot. Oh my god. So we can do that in just a little bit, but we'll finish this up. Everyone on Reddit knows it's super astroturfed by the US military. Okay. I hate to break it to you, but every website is heavily astroturfed by, like, every company you know, and every organization you know, and every country you know, and it's unfortunately past its heyday where it was something that was interactable, where you could actually find other humans that you could have a conversation with. Like, it's really bad. Like, unless you actually go to a specific person that you know is alive and real, they are most likely going to be heavily influenced in one way or another. Like, it's rough. Especially Reddit. No, all of them. Literally all of them. Are you saying that everything we are shown is fake? Yes. If there's ever been like a huge trend or something, or if there's ever been like a huge boom in like a product that comes out of nowhere, it is 100% astroturfed. Like 100%. Like, it is absolutely astroturfed. Like, I think there's maybe been like a handful of times where it hasn't been. Grimmi, are you fake? I am talking about the CIA reading a book, having a mental breakdown on a Thursday. I don't feel good. I'm not a psyop, but I want to be. I think it would be a little bit more interesting. I'm just saying. So, everything is astroturfed. Every large company puts a ton of time and effort into astroturfing stuff. Every organization puts a lot of time and effort into astroturfing stuff. And what's really intense is that eventually this stuff will probably all come out, because now that AI is out there, harvesting this data and information is going to become something that every organization is excited about. Like, we had a gigantic leak today. Hacking is getting more insane. Blink twice and look to the left if you are a psyop. Okay, I'm not going to do anything right now because I'm going to probably do that accidentally. No. It would be harder to find... Crap, I couldn't see that. Something that isn't astroturfed. Yes, I think so. Weekday Grimmi conspiracy streams are super cozy. This isn't... Know your other left? I'm not trying to do that. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is just accurate. This is entirely accurate. This is super accurate. If you've ever seen like a huge hit piece on someone, most realistically, it was to the benefit of a government organization, a company, or like a country. Those are most often the cases. Because most people do not have the time to go and collect a bunch of information on someone specifically, unless it is something that is going to benefit them. Like we saw that with Ryan Reynolds' wife, and then it turned out that they were actually being targeted by like an HR company, and that company was specifically trying to discredit her so they could win a lawsuit. Those things are so common in this day and age that it's honestly kind of absurd. The only way that you can have a kind of neutral interaction with someone is if you're talking to them on a face level. That's crazy. I don't know if it's crazy. I think it's just the way humans are evolving, baby. Yo! Save him, how are you? How you doing? Yo! Guys, she plays a lot of creepy games. It looks like you were maybe playing some of those tonight even. How you doing? We are currently looking up stuff about the CIA and talking about government propaganda. Well, not just government, I guess any type of propaganda. Like, we're talking about the manipulation of the masses, baby. Kinda reminds me of the war stuff the other day. You can exaggerate one way or the other and still benefit. Yes, there's a bunch of different types of propaganda related to that. How do you know you aren't astroturfed? Or how do we know that you aren't astroturfed? I'm an independent person. I don't have a team of people. I have just myself. Like, if someone that I know is doing that without me knowing, that would be news to me, but I personally am not doing it. You can take my word for it or not, but I personally know that I'm not doing it, and I can confidently say that. I'm not an AI, what the flip? Quick team high. There are people that have PR teams, though. There are people that have PR teams. Like big streamers and celebrities and things like that, part of their PR is now going to places and trying to go, this person sucks, why don't you care about this celebrity? We're amazing. I mean, they're amazing. Like, that happens consistently now. There's a team of 30 people operating the Grimmi character. Every part of my mouth has to be changed every second. I'm an MS Paint. Yeah. But guys, what were you playing? We were, it was super fun. Yo! I hope that some were really, really good. And guys, again, please go check her out. It was very nice of you guys to come by. We're talking about different propagandas and different government stuff and different CIA stuff.
The CIA is bankrolling her to keep us indoors watching VTubers instead of cutting down the 5G towers that are reading her thoughts. I've heard of some people believing that the 5G towers are disrupting bees. I couldn't find any evidence against that, but I couldn't really find a lot of credible evidence that it was true either, so... I don't think you should cut them down, though. I'm just putting out what I've read. Thank you very much. Just saying. Or she's the most advanced AI out there? It's possible. That'd be cool, baby. Also, first god of anime. Thank you for the 100 bits. When are we getting a Grimmi chess spot? What does that do? I play chess with you? I would lose. The scary part is when it's not intentional. Like if someone says, hey, talk about X thing being good, and you respond no, that instantly puts that other thing into negative bias to you. Does it? Huh. Not intentional. Are you saying you feel like ashamed if you like something and someone else is rude? Like it can make it so you feel ashamed and you like kind of get away from like whatever it is. But I don't think that's necessarily the exploitation of someone like with propaganda and stuff. That might just be someone being really rude. There's also just rude people out there, unless you made it in like the sense that it's like a corporation or like a government or like something like that. Like then it could be something like, this thing is awesome. No, they aren't. This thing is great. No, it isn't. This thing is awesome. No, it isn't. This thing is great. No, they aren't. Like that kind of thing consistently. Let's see. Just saying. Just gotten sounds interesting. It is. I like this type of stuff. It's interesting to think about. So, I don't know. Not sure how about LED lights emit a spectrum of light that can affect your cycle. I've heard about that before. I'm not sure about LED lights. Well, I mean, to some extent, like, then you're just a grumpy old man. I do have the personality of a grumpy old man sometimes. I'm waiting for it. I want to be a grandma that goes, I don't really like this. I don't think that they should put that on television. It's just gross. Yeah, let's see here. The Bee Gees? What are the Bee Gees? I don't understand this. That's disgusting. LED lights can affect your psychology and like how you feel at the moment. That's true. As opposed to a nice soft light, you can make yourself more comfortable if you have various mental stuff going on, like if you're the type of person that doesn't like bright lights and feeling bad and not feeling good and stuff. You can put on a little bit of like the lower lights and feel a lot better. There's actually a bunch of guinea pigs. Whether they're on a bridge is yet to be confirmed. No. All right, we're continuing on with this book. Okay. So, but yeah, I think it's an interesting concept. It's just fun to think about every now and then, like, how much of our reality is shaped by that. So it used to be like the internet was kind of like this place where like you could go and just, I think, be yourself and just kind of do whatever. Just relax and have fun. But now it's so heavily corporatized that even every aspect of our social media is being influenced by people that go and try to create, like, I guess, hype or campaigns for like everything. They'll buy Twitter likes to go like, look, this thing is popular. And it gets apparent when one thing that's similar is like not well received versus another that has like, I don't know, like 20,000 likes or something, 50,000 likes, 100,000 likes. And then something similar that's going around and trending only has like 5,000. And then it's like, well, you can kind of see it. I don't know. Same thing for like YouTube videos and people buying views there and stuff like that to try to create hype and go like, well, this thing is good, I'll watch this thing because it's good, because other people are receiving it well. Like, there's just so much to think about. And if they're doing that, then like, on the other hand, can your opinions change if you think that X, Y, or Z YouTube video has a ton of like likes and has a ton of like views, so maybe this is a good opinion to hold? This is like a good thing to have as a consensus for how to feel? Like, it's scary to think about. I'm not centered in the table? I don't like being centered in the table, though. I'm sorry. My chair is over here. I don't want to have to do that, I'm sorry. A lot of, that number is go up obsession. I remember the number go up and a lot of that will go away. What? Number go up? Oh, are you talking like if you're like a content creator? I don't really look at my number stuff too much because I think that would drive me insane. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good use of my time. I just don't think it's good. Your table is dirty, it triggers me. I live in a haunted house. This stuff is like 100 years old. Come on. All right. Talking about Twitter / social media. Oh, I think it's a matter of, if you see something with like 70,000 likes, if you see a YouTube video with like 100,000 like views,
if you see like a streamer with like, I don't know, like 25k people watching them, you're going to assume that the things they're expressing are of higher quality, or better overall than someone that has half of that, or a quarter of that, or like 10% of that, or 1% of that. Like, realistically, your brain is gonna go, that is the right thing to observe. And advertisers, and corporations, and governments absolutely know that. They absolutely know on every level that that is the case, and they use it to their advantage. Maybe, maybe not. No, absolutely. This is when it comes to making money, people will do that. People will do that. What's the countdown on top right? It says something good is gonna happen. Don't worry about it, something good. It's really interesting to think about, though. Everyone, a less serious but equally annoying version of the YouTube explainer videos on games that everyone believes 100% true because it's millions of views. Absolutely. And Pythios, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. I don't want mainstream media, though. Well, the thing is, you're probably gonna be looking at niche mainstream media. So, when it comes to things like, you might not watch Fox News or, I don't know, the other ones, MSN, MSNBC, I don't know. Like, when it comes to those, you're probably not gonna go and watch those, but you will watch the mainstream niche thing that you're interested in. And that's usually where people on a propaganda level get involved. Like, yeah, The Daily Show. The Daily Show. Stuff like that. Don't watch any mainstream news? That's good, I don't either. I don't think it's a good idea, it'll make you very nervous. But what I'm saying is, you'll eventually get to a point where you're watching the highest level of like a niche and going like, well, very few people enjoy, I don't know, what's like a niche? Wendigoon wouldn't betray me, right? Wendigoon seems like a perfectly normal dude. He also made his own company in terms of advertisement and like getting sponsors and stuff like that, which he didn't go to like a larger one and then start accepting sponsorships and all that, so. Anyway. You get your news from Grimmi? That's not good. This is old news. This is scary news. Even having just 100 viewers is kind of insane when you stop to think about it. Absolutely. Imagine 100 people IRL lining up to watch it. Yeah, it's like a concert. Like, it's a huge, like, special for, like, if you're a stand-up comedian or something. It's crazy. And then there's people that are, like, I think, like, queso, like, at least, like, I don't know, like, usually, like, 50,000 people watch him. 50,000 people is more than, like, a lot of small countries. Chris Lefort, thank you for being here for 25 months. I appreciate it. But that's the thing. It's as much as small countries, so people definitely are interested in that type of thing. People are definitely interested in making sure that people can, also when it comes to sponsors and other stuff. I think a lot are bots. I don't know about that. Like, Queso's chat moves crazy quickly. Queso's chat moves really quickly. The other thing I saw was, like, on Twitter, someone was talking about how, like, this person probably has, like, X amount of bots because, look, they're unlogged in Twitch, like, stuff. Like, it must be, like, bots because, people are either watching on their phone or, like, smart TVs or something. But I do watch people on my smart TV. So it's hard to know. Like, I do watch people on my phone. I even had a point where I would not log in and I would specifically log out of Twitch to watch certain people. Because I'd be like, if they notice I'm in chat, they're gonna try to talk to me. I'm so scared. I don't want to be observed even a little bit. I've gotten much better about that. I no longer do that. But, like, I stopped being as crazy. 50k viewers on one stream is like, what if my entire hometown would be watching every single person? Yeah, it sounds intense, doesn't it? So, watching on my phone right now, yeah, although you do have an account. It's a lot. But, watching on an Xbox using Edge browser right now? Oh, interesting. Like, I'd say if, like, how do I put this? I'd say if, like, 90% is in that situation where it's unlogged out accounts and, like, it's obviously, like, botting and stuff, like, that's different. But I think most of the time it's authentic for quite a few different people. But I can't be sure. I'm gonna be paranoid if there's a hidden Grimmi in my chat. I apologize. I apologize. I usually log in now. I don't just sit there. But I don't like when people acknowledge me. I've seen times where people go through, like, my VIPs and they'll be like, hello there. What are you doing? I can see you're here. Talk. And it's like, don't do that to them. Sorry everyone that's here, by the way. 50k people is like the whole street in Shanghai watching one person. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm on TV. You're on TV. There you are. Please respond. Oh no. Now everyone will be acknowledging Grimmi's is just in case she might be lurking. I've gone to people's streams and heard them like talking about me quite a few times when I just started streaming, and I was like, damn, I'm scared now. And it made me not talk to people as much. Just like, oh yeah, Grimmi's really lovely, and I'd be like, okay, I'm out. I'm gone. Goodbye. I'm scared. I'm incredibly afraid. Now all of China knows you're here. That's scary. It's scary to know of any country that would like know all, like China's gigantic though. Yeah, never bug the lurkers. Yeah, you should definitely say thank you, but never bug them. Anyways, we've gone through a bunch of levels of propaganda. It's time to get back to the personal, like, one-on-one manipulation stuff with the CIA. Also, hi, Dread Central. What's up? Don't observe them. Be nice. No. No. But please go check them out. They're very good at what they do. They do a lot of spooky stuff, and they give you a lot of cool articles on a bunch of fun things. Please do, please do. Okay. So here's one. Alright. You're very sensitive to rejection and hesitate to speak your mind sometimes. And again, these are things you can say to people to lull them into a sense that you understand them. Again, you could just try to understand them on a personal level and be a friend, but this is not doing that. This is like horoscopes, essentially. You desire attention. You sometimes do things that might be rash to get attention from others. You dwell on the past too much. You continually relive moments that were negative rather than remember positive moments. That's something everyone does. You worry about taking better care of yourself. You're not lazy, but you just can't make the sustained effort. That happens to everyone when they're feeling overwhelmed. You compare yourself to others in terms of property, success, and oh wait, we're on an ad? And social status. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Okay, one second. I got pizza. I got an old slice of pizza. Ooh. Oh. gosh, delicious. What kind of toppings? Absolutely nothing. Cheese. Did you wash? Of course. Well, not the pizza, but my hand. You don't like cheese pizza? Did you wash your hands? I always wash my hands. It's not warm pizza. I didn't heat it up. I like cold cheese pizza. I'm sorry. I know it's not the best, but I like cold cheese pizza. Now I'm trying to stuff it down my throat so I don't get hungry while I stream. It's also vegan cheese because I'm lactose intolerant. On every level, this piece of pizza will become more and more of a disappointment to you as I talk about it. The Twitch app has been broken for you recently. It has only been giving you ads at about 1/3 of the rate on PC. Oh, interesting. That might be for a different reason besides it being broken. Are you more of a burger or pizza person? Probably fake burgers. I was in a raw vegan cult. So, I'm vegan now. But, so yeah, this is vegan cheese, but, what was I gonna say? Sorry, I'm trying to stuff it down my throat so I can start getting back to stream, but it might be that the, the mobile version of the Twitch app has been cleared for different ads than the PC version. So advertisers may have opted into specific things on the PC version and they might have different rights for that. But then when it comes to the mobile one, they might not have the same level of rights and stuff like that, so that's probably more what it is, possibly. Have you thought about tolerating lactose? Well, I'm also allergic to it. It makes my throat hurt. And it makes me, like, break out, and it kind of gives me, like, a bad feeling. Which is more like allergy sensation. It's evolved. I don't believe in that thing where, like, you just go, like, okay, I'm just not gonna be lactose intolerant, because I think it could hurt you still. I'm really afraid of it. Hot pizza's better than cold pizza? I like cold pizza. Grimmi wants to kill you on cheese pizza. I haven't used that hot sauce in a while. I need to break open a new bottle. Also, yes, Google and Apple take a cut of everything on a mobile device, so that's why they're more expensive on there than PC. That's rough? I'm okay with it. Allergies? Which is it? Jeeves sounds like a butler name, so I'll go for Jeeves. Okay, that. Oh, thank you guys so much for letting me eat that really quick. Oh, Grimmi wants to kill you. Hot sauce is amazing on pizza. I'm glad you like it. I really like it too. So, again, we were right in the middle of discussing different phrases you can say to make someone believe that you understand them instead of actually taking the time to understand them, which is concerning. It also leaves you open to that sense of like, okay, well, I said I understand them and I told them why, and they chose to fight back. They chose to be rude. They chose to do X, Y, or Z because they're insecure about it. So like that's also a thing that you run into if you're very honest with people about like talking to them about their stuff going on. So these are safe things you can do that everyone will agree with because they're not like attacking their ego in any way. You feel like you're fooling the world sometimes. You wonder whether you really deserve it and worry about being found out, even if you're at the top of your food chain. So that's something that most people relate to just because there's an inherent part of like insecurity as a human, and it makes them feel humble. You worry about being overly controlled. You have thoughts about the negative things that would happen to you if too many regulations were imposed on you. That's something that people are concerned about always, like having too many rules or things that they can't keep up with. You fear that important things will be taken away from you.
You feel that you fear that the most important people will leave you, and valuable items will be lost. This is common in subjects with several siblings.
So if someone has several siblings, this is also something that you can say to them, though not necessarily everyone.
You don't do the real things that would genuinely make you happy, even though you know they would. But things that would make you truly feel happy are further away from your priorities. Compliments make you uncomfortable sometimes. When someone compliments you, you may feel good, but compliments create discomfort in general, and so you change the subject often. You take joy in hearing the confessions and secrets of others. You sometimes secretly enjoy being angry. The feeling of anger makes you feel stronger, but your habitual response doesn't make sense. You can feel alone even when you're around friends and coworkers. Even in a crowded room, it's easy to feel alone and disconnected.
What's Grimmi reading? I'm reading the Ellipsis method. It's a cool book.
This list can serve several purposes. You can use the items to make personal confessions, knowing that most subjects will identify with them.
So what they're saying with that is saying something like, you would change the wording to, I eat when I'm not hungry. Sometimes I don't even notice I'm doing it. And people will go, I relate to that sometimes. Oh my God. So they're saying that all of these confessions are something that you can either go like, hey, this is something that you feel, or alternatively, you can go like, this is something I feel that you will relate to and find me more approachable now, which is scary. Which is scary, baby. Make your observations positive and reframe any observation you make in a positive light. The following examples of cold reading can be used to begin the process to open subjects up talking about themselves. So, what you can do here, all of these things specifically over here, if you would like to make someone more comfortable telling you information, or something to that effect, you can say, instead of you feel alone even when you're around friends and coworkers, even in a crowded room, it's easy to feel alone and disconnected, you say, I bet you, or there's something different about you. There's something different about you appeals to a lot of people, especially if they're one of the unique, ones that we were talking about before. There's something different about you. You can probably feel alone even when you're around friends and coworkers. Even in a crowded room, it's easy for you to feel alone and disconnected. And that opens them up much more than if you just say those specific types of phrases. So, you have such a passion for... Let's see, you have such a passion, and then you'd have to rephrase some of these, you have such a passion for what you do, but I bet you feel like you're fooling the world sometimes. You wonder if you really deserve to be where you are, worry about being found out, even if you're at the top of your food chain. So that would be like, you deserve it, but here are your feelings. You deserve it, but here's how you feel. You deserve it, you're a good person, but here's the thing that you might feel at least some insecurity about, and they'll go, I feel really seen, and also, alternatively, I feel really supported, and it's, I don't know. It feels weird, but this will help you a lot with those specific things. You want to just be positive about all of them, but also connect with them. Rhyming is weird, too. Okay, let's see if I can find another subject that you guys would find interesting in here. Well, here's... This is really crazy. This is where you get into trance behavior if you guys are down for it. Back to ask again about one more Midnight Walk. We should play more Midnight Walk. That game was so cute. This is how psychic readers scam people back in the day. Yeah, it is true. Like, whenever people went to one of those shows where it was just like, yes, I can talk to the dead. They were really popular for a while, then too many people called them out. I can talk to the dead. I can communicate with the dead. They do that, and then they, instead of phrasing it like how we did, what they do is they do it like this. Okay. It seems like, and let's say that we're already into it a little bit, just okay, so you said that you've had a brother Daniel pass away, your brother Daniel passed away. I'm so sorry to hear that. He's showing me that, there's a lot of rope. He's just showing me rope. I'm getting this bad feeling. I'm feeling maybe, you feel like it's been very hard. You feel like you've almost been unable to move since their death. You feel like you're being, almost controlled. And it's very hard. You feel like there's so many more things that you can't deal with without him compared to before. Compared to before he died. That you just feel like you're bound and you can't move now.
Yes, he's telling me that. And he's saying that, like, he's saying that you have an incredible passion. I'm trying to get this here. And that gives them time to think when they say, I'm trying to get this here. I'm trying to think. Like, they said that you used to be so... You feel like that sometimes you're just very extroverted and you're sociable and you're good and you know what you're doing, and then other times you just feel wary now. You're introverted. You're reserved. So, used to work with yarn store, and yarn and rope are both made of fiber. How did you know? How I knew the fiber. I could feel the fiber. And I'm also feeling that you don't have a good easy time speaking your mind. It's been hard to talk to others about his death. Like, you feel like you can never really talk too much about what Daniel did to you and like what, like, you know, like the person he was for you and like how he like made you feel. Like, you can never really, you're very sensitive to how other people feel when you're talking about this. And he wants you to know that you should be able to get it out and speak your mind and feel better about yourself. Like, so that's what they do. They use all of these specific readings and all of these specific wordings, and then they tie them into a specific type of conversational style to get someone to open up or believe what they're saying in different ways. So, I think they're also reading your reactions to stuff and facial expressions as well. So, let's see here. So we're gonna skip past priming. I don't think we need to do priming. So this is establishing initial control of subjects. So, this is also something that I believe, narcissists can do. Like, it's I was gonna say that, but I didn't feel like I knew how. Yeah, see, they do that and then they go like, okay, well, that must have been my brother talking because they understood me so much. But these are things that are kind of like consistent with everyone, like in the world. Everyone feels those things to some extent. So this is the thing where people start to actually put them into a state where they feel like they're in control of the situation. Also, Phantasma, thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry. I really appreciate that. I've just been so focused on this. It's where they start to feel like the person... Okay, if you were being mind-controlled or hypnotized, you would feel like you were in control. Well, I guess hypnotization doesn't exist, they said, but you would feel like you're in control, you would feel comfortable, you would feel relaxed, you would feel safe, and you would be slowly manipulated by the CIA agent. That's like the feeling that they're trying to create. So, these three states are felt... Okay, so let's go back to here. Submission and focused physiology. Okay, I remember that word. Physiology creation. Make suggestions or observations on abdominal breathing as you learned already. Physiology can inwardly affect the emotional states of subject. Controlling or modifying the states through conversational suggestions can create the emotional relaxed state you need to do Elipis work in the field. So this is where you want to get them. You want them to feel safe and relaxed. If you're a CIA agent, safe and relaxed. Speaking in a hushed tone, a conspiratorial tone, as if you were sharing a secret, can inspire a rapt focus in quiet environments. So, leaning in and going like, yeah, I appreciate that you came here. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that could make it so they immediately have your focus and like you have theirs. And focus, interest, and curiosity. These three states, when felt by subjects, are the building blocks of every part of your operations. So focus, interest, and curiosity. Those are the things you want to have specifically from them. If you can get those out of the person, you're going to do great. Regarding the ability to influence subjects' behavior, having the ability to develop these states in your subjects can almost stand on its own power. But the thing is, the other thing that applies to this is if you have any sort of insecurity and try to use this for your own gain, it falls apart very quickly. Focus should be the first state you engender? Is that what it is? I don't know if I've seen this word, but I guess I don't know it anymore. In subjects during your encounters. Using the methods about the autopilot and the methods you will learn in the coming chapters, you will develop the ability to establish focus quickly and efficiently. For you to be a highly skilled operator, the ability to develop focus should be the cornerstone of your initial training. Focus, interest, and curiosity can be developed for maximum training and maximum effectiveness, leading the ability for you to psychologically engineer outcomes. So those are the things. You don't always want them to go positively or negatively. It's based on what you need out of the person. Once you've developed focus in your subjects, their interest becomes easier to manufacture, which naturally leads to curiosity.
Let's explore these terms, focus, interest, curiosity, and depth, and what they mean to subjects. Focus. So, you need the person to be focused on you. You need their full attention. You need them to be like, okay, I'm listening. Okay, I'm here. Like, if they're just kind of like, okay, yeah, all right, we'll talk to you later then, that's something where you'd want to like retreat or you'd want to get their immediate attention. Focus is the gathering of attention resources and directing them to concentrate on the mind's effort on a single task. When subjects become conversationally focused, things they would have otherwise paid attention to begin to fade away. All of their attention and mental resources become like a spotlight instead of a floodlight. This happens to all of us almost daily. Something gets our attention. Our minds decide whether this is interesting, relevant, or valuable. Once this short decision process is complete, our mental resources are directed to the point of focus. Think of the last time you found yourself absorbed in a fascinating book or great movie. Even the visual areas around the book or the screen become blurry and stop being significant. When we experience focus, it is usually brief unless we become interested in the relevant stimuli. It's important to note what lies behind you when bringing subjects into focus. Ensure your background isn't going to be excessively distracting, so you don't want to have a television on, you don't want to be around crowds, and large rooms tend to draw attention away from operators. In this initial phase, keep subjects focused until they become accustomed to your voice and behavior. So what that means, you're listening, there you go. What that means is like, you don't want to take them to a crowded restaurant. You would want to take them to a quiet diner. You don't want to take them to and you see this in movies quite a bit too, when people are having emotional conversations or talking about information. You don't want to take them to a place where there's like a TV on the background just constantly playing stuff. You want to take them maybe into like an office environment where you would be like, they would have your attention if like you could get it and like they wouldn't just be focused on one specific thing. Maybe if they're doing like something they're already having trouble focusing with, like work or like something like that. How about a park? I guess if you can get the person to a park. I have a feeling that this won't apply to you guys, actually. I don't know why I'm telling you this, like, yeah, when you have to take down your cult operator, like, when you have to go and, like, infiltrate your cult. Yeah. Says the person with the TV behind her, it's in front of me. And that's you, baby. Look at that. It's, you see what you said right there. That's crazy. Interest follows focus, and more focus follows interest. When subjects become interested in something or someone or something, their attention is directed with enhanced motivation to gather more information. Their psychological accounts of involvement increase markedly. The subjects become more connected to pertinent information when focus and interest are present. So, what they're saying is you can use this method to go like, hey, this information, this is crazy, hey. Curiosity. Once subjects have focus and interest, curiosity naturally follows, giving them a much stronger desire to learn more or listen more closely. They will ask more questions, be more attentive, and be less aware of their surroundings at the opportunity to learn and hear more as you speak. And that's where you want to go crazy. So that was the setup. I know it was a little bit dry. This next area is recognizing trance behavior. So this is where you can go crazy and be a weirdo. I need to know, oh, your cheese cult from getting taken down. What happened to cheese? People worship cheese these days? Any chance we can get you to lean to the right really quick? The right? Why? That's your left? No, it's not. Isn't it? You burned Skelter's eye? Skelter's fine, he's near a lamp. Huh? Right? Do you want to see my chair? That's the right of the screen, but you're left? Oh! We manipulate Grimmi? I'll just do what most people say anytime. Recognizing trance behavior. That lamp was in his eye. Skelter's not affected by elements. You guys don't need to worry about that kind of stuff. If you are unable to identify trance signals in subjects, you may expand more effort than necessary. As you've come to know, even the smallest signal can transmit a vast amount of data to trained operators. Before we begin the discussion of trance behavior signals, it is important that we cover the methods to train your mind to recognize them.
Our being in social situations provides us with so much stimuli, it's often difficult to drill our focus down into a single thing. The trick to spotting behavior while in conversations is to relax and have confidence in your ability to spot the signals. Oh yeah. Simply acknowledging that you're well trained and competent will relax your mind and sharpen your focus on signals. This confidence in your ability is tremendous as a resource. I cannot overstate its importance. Remind yourselves at every opportunity of your above normal abilities and what training you have. We don't have that. Simply having this manual gives you access to more information than 99% of the world. Know that you are good and you will be good.
So this is also training yourself, I suppose. Mind control.
Trance behavior is exhibited in slightly different ways in each person. We all show different behavior, based on many factors. For this reason, we have separated lists of trance behaviors into 2 sections. Clear indicators of trance behavior. Decrease in breathing rate.
Hi, the X count. Hello. And also the attention span. Thank you so much for being here for 12 months. 9-month streak for Emperor Justice. Okay.
Thank you very much. I hope that your children are happy. Congratulations on your birth.
No. The X count, thank you very much for the raid. How are you?
Decrease in breathing rate.
So if the person's like... Actually, you can't hear this. You can't hear my breathing. If it's like a... It won't show up on the mic without adjusting stuff. You'll just have to think of your own breathing and then think of your breathing as you start to relax and go to bed. Shifting from chest to abdominal breathing. So if you're tense, you're breathing into your chest. If you're relaxed, you're breathing into your stomach. That's something that a lot of people probably do these days too. I cast manual breathing. That's okay. Completely understandable. There you go. There you go. Just saying. Just saying. Wait, what? I don't think that breathing slower is queer baiting, is it? I genuinely don't know how the two are related. I deeply apologize if I said something offensive from the CIA manual, but I don't know. Relaxation of facial muscles. So, if someone is tense, their eyes might be open wide. They might have like their forehead a little bit pulled back, like their eyebrows might be a little bit risen. So, when something happens where they start to relax, their eyes start to relax, their eyebrows droop a little, they might be a little bit calmer overall, like they feel a lot chiller. Like you'll see a significant difference when they start to relax their facial muscles. Eye fixation on operator. So that means that like even if they might not be the type that's usually even the type to make eye contact, they're gonna have a sense of focus on the operator, on the person that's talking. You or I, if we're using these techniques, the CIA, if they're using them. K Nugget, thank you for the 100 bits. It sounds like you use those as weapons when you say it with that much aggression. Limited hand and arm movement while speaking in dialogue. So that means that they're no longer going to be moving their hands as much. They're not going to be getting up and moving around. They're not going to be jittering. They're not going to be doing stuff like that with their hands. And then these are the subtle indicators. Those were the more noticeable ones. Subtle indicators would be lower jaw, like your jaw lowering while you listen. So it might be that your jaw starts to go slack and you start to relax. Decrease in eye blink shutter speed. So if someone's no longer blinking as much, like they're attentive, they're relaxed. Decrease in swallowing rate. That one's a little bit more intense. So like if I don't even notice if I'm swallowing constantly. Like that's rare. So, Italians are immune to mind control? No. It just might mean that it's a little bit less often. Slowed rate of speech. So if the person talks quickly, they might start to relax a bit more. Limited movement of feet. So if they were tapping their foot, or if they were shifting around, or if they were doing stuff like that, they're going to stop and they're going to keep them generally in the same place. Relaxation or lowering of shoulders. So they're gonna start to be more relaxed. Their shoulders could still be squared, but they're gonna be relaxed in ways that they weren't before. So once you start to recognize those, that's when you can move in, baby. That's when you can go crazy. And that's when that's when the book gets a little bit intense. So once you get them into that one, that's when you start to use pretty much everything else. So this part is messed up. So this is a sentence that you can use. Do you feel more blank when you blank or when you blank? So, do you feel more happy when you stream or when you sleep? And the way that you do this is you go, do you feel more happy when you stream or when you sleep? So this is where you can start to reprogram people with very subtle audio cues. And this is where the term like brainwashing, I think, starts to actually come in. So you might not have noticed what happened there. So let me do something like this. Do you feel more happy when you watch me stream or when you sleep? Define happiness? No, it's just a question. It doesn't matter what I'm asking you. It's the intonation. It's the intonation. Watch it. No. It's not a question. It's not a question. It's you. It's not a question. It's not a question. It's not a question. It's not a question. It's not like a real question. Watch stream. Okay, watching stream, sleeping. No. Okay. So sleep is annoying. Okay, it's not a The reason that I used one that you could relate to is that it's a subtle vocal cue, and this is where it essentially becomes something like hypnotism. Also, thank you, Large Runner, for the 100 bits. No, please sleep. So, this is very simple. Like, alright, do you feel tired when you have to go to work or when you watch my streams? Like, it's doing something where it's associating positive. No. It's associating positive stuff with one thing and then negative with the other. You don't want to work? Okay. How about something like this then? Do you take pride in your work and how good you are at it? Or do you like going on Twitter? Try that. I'm not saying anything else. I'm saying, do you like going on Twitter? That was even? Yeah, because work sucks. It's fine if it was even. It's fine if it was even. But no one likes going on Twitter, they just do? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If you find something that's a bigger negative, then you can slowly make it so people will appreciate the thing that's less negative. Very subtle, and you are convincing me not to use Twitter. I don't think Twitter is like a very fun time, usually. That takes ages to actually have a strong effect though. Well, that's the thing. That's why you use all of these in correlation. So when you're having a conversation with someone, you make sure that they're in a relaxed, trance-like state because you've made them comfortable. You've made them comfortable by going like, you guys seem like nice people, but I know it's very hard to get up every day, and it seems like it's been a really hard time for you, especially lately with everything going on. You're very, 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 very hardworking to get up and actually do the things that you have to, even though things have been so tough, which I also think is true. But like, you say something like that, you get people to relax, you get them to feel safe, you get them to feel like, not as at like, and you get them to feel focused by saying interesting things until you start breaking out this stuff. So, something like, would you rather clean your room or maybe just go to sleep for the night? And then as you do things like that, it means that the person is more likely to do the first thing rather than the second. If you consistently put like a lower emphasis on the second part of the sentence and a higher emphasis on the first one, that one is going to sound like the better option, even if it's something you hate. Even if it's something you hate. And that's where it gets really messed up, because it sounds extremely useful for children. I guess you could manipulate children with it, yeah. So when you combine all of these elements, when you put someone into a relaxed state, When they're essentially, manipulating people sounds exhausting. Well, it is a CIA job. Like, it sounds like training a dog. It's more like you're just becoming like the type of person that can infiltrate these cults and do these things consistently, while many other people can't. And when it comes to that type of stuff, it's very hard to probably learn all of this from the get-go, but it becomes second nature as it becomes something you do consistently. I'm going to try that with my local bank until I become a millionaire. You can actually do this in order to get people to treat you better. One of the big things is that they say, like, if you go like, oh, hello, it's a gorgeous day outside. Oh, the wait wasn't anything at all. I hope you're doing well today. You have a different accent. You are positive. You say things that are positive about other things and put them into a sense of, like, relaxation. And then you go for a compliment that makes them seen, that's a weird sentence, makes them seem seen, and then they take it in much more readily. So you do all of those things consistently. You need to do it repeatedly with an individual for a real effect. Yes, so you can do things that are small in order to get small things, supposedly. This book says that you can get, like, plane upgrades, you can get, like, your room at a hotel, like, upgraded maybe if you're just, like, a pleasant person, if you speak confidently, and if you're just like, oh, goodness. This is, like, you know, like, you just... Also, yeah, she came back. That was a short dance, though. Where'd she go? Oh my god. And saying their name a lot. People like it when you remember their names. They do like it when you remember their names, but it scares the crap out of me. I don't know, I'd like to use people's names, like, sometimes, and I wonder, like, afterwards, like, dang, I was weird about that. Should I have not said that? Like, I usually go, yo, you! But unconditional positive response is employed very often in behavioral therapy to encourage alienated peoples to open up a bit. Yes. These techniques are for people, even if they have a short amount of time with them, but ideally they want to get in their good graces so they can have more time with them. Grimmi-san. Like, more time with them so they can go like, okay, now I can get to the, like, meat of this. Now I can get to the understanding of this. Now I can figure out, like, what I need to do in order to get information from this cult, and if they're dangerous, and if they're doing that, and if they have plans to attack people or something. So, this is what you do specifically to get in people's good graces and do all kinds of weird stuff to their brain and make it so they have a stronger association, just like... So, when I joined this organization, it seemed like a really nice place. Like, I like it. Is it something that you're enjoying too? Or is it something you're, like, not feeling as good about? And so, is it something you're enjoying too? Or is it something you're not feeling good about? Where can I find this manual? This is the Oedipus manual. Oedipus manual. It should be pinned, actually. Oh, it's not anymore. I don't know what it's somewhere. Oh, crap. It's on Amazon. It's called the Oedipus manual. Sorry. Actually, that's not a word people can spell. 1 second, I realize that's not gonna help. Yes, I will share the link again. Okay. It's on Grimbo's Twitter feed. Oh yeah, you're right. I don't know why I called myself Grimbo. It's on Grimmi's Twitter feed, it is. So, that's where you start with those, and I would highly recommend not doing this stuff because it's gonna make you crazy, but, something like this can also help, so... Do you feel more blank or more blank? Do you feel more interested or more focused when you? Do you feel more curious or more aroused? Do you feel more focused or more able to shut off the outside world? So these are all different things you can do as well. You can also go like with a very short one and then like an explanatory sentence, so... Oh god, oh good, it's on Audible. Yay! I would recommend this as a book if you guys can though, since it's easier to reference, but I understand. So, do you feel more focused? Or are you able to shut off the outside world a little easier and focus more on just things yourself? Like, if you make it a longer sentence, people are usually going to take away the second one, and usually the longer one. They might not agree with it, but that can help you go and start to, like, put them into a place where they're shutting off the outside world. Things like that are kind of crazy. They're very interesting. Okay, so then this might be something where, okay, if you have an understanding of when someone has done something or like what someone feels about something, so like if you have a really cool bungee jumping experience, you could come out on the other end of it and you could be like, just like, when it feels amazing like this, does it start in your like stomach or does it start in like your heart, like with the adrenaline? And like then you can kind of put them in like a different state too, depending on which body part you want to go for. The positive ones could be tied to one just like your stomach or like your heart, like making them more emotional. This is just really creepy though. This has some specific, oh my god, this part is horrible. I hate this. This is just like the cult stuff that I was in when I was younger. Fabricated sage wisdom. And again, when they're in a susceptible state, when they're like really focused, when they feel relaxed, especially if they've been very stressed before, like if they're starting to relax after meditation, this is where you come in with like all sorts of insane crap. Fabricated sage wisdom. As a species, we respond very readily to quotes from famous or noble people. Books are littered with such quotes, and they seem to hold special power in our society. Of course, our question is, how can we exploit this loophole in our society's logic? After learning how people naturally tend to believe advice, quotes, and wisdom when information is attached to famous, noteworthy, leader-like, or honorable persons, we can see this cultural tendency to create ideas where they would otherwise not exist. We also do this with video game characters, ourselves, because we are crazy. Simply speaking to a random quote and attributing it to an author isn't enough. However, to bypass the critical factor, we need to use the same power that makes a story effective: third-party discussion. By discussing a third party or event, we turn down the critical factor. When a person hears a story with a quote, the story further removes the quote from the present situation, and the brain feels less of a need to criticize a screen of the information coming in. Consider the difference between the following two fabricated statements. I hate this so much, but this is exactly what I grew up with. Cults do this as well, obviously. If you took debate or went to debate club, you can use your rhetoric to create sufficient reasons of influence. You could use this for a lot of different things in life. Yeah, I heard Eckhart Tolle say, surrender to what is, say yes to life, and see how life suddenly starts working for you rather than against you. I was reading a magazine last week and I saw the most amazing thing that made so much sense. There was an author named Eckhart Tolle, and when I read this, I had to write it down. Surrender to what is, say yes to life, and see how life suddenly starts working for you rather than against you. So it's making them a prolific person, giving them enough context to not question it, and then going, yes, okay, so this is a very special person. This person has been in a magazine. This person has a very reverent way of looking at the world, and it's important. The same quote is delivered each time, but the second example illustrates the quote being embodied into a small story to remove it from the current conversation. While this is an actual quote from Eckhart Tolle, almost anything can be said that needs to be absorbed by your subjects. While you're not in the business of fabricating quotes, modifying them on accident to suit what you need to do is probably okay. If you need trust, describe a quote about trust and how it leads to genuine happiness, or describe about how being mistrustful leads to depression and sadness in life. Let's look at a few more examples. What's really messed up is, what's strange about this is if you weren't doing this manipulatively, this could probably really help someone. Like if they were in a bad state and you weren't trying to inherently get their trust or get something out of them, you could easily just be like, hey, I read this quote and I think that you're in a rough place, but here's how you might feel eventually. Like, I don't know, I was reading and I saw this and I've thought about it since. And it might help them. But since it's in the context of trying to manipulate someone, it could be about trust, it could be about anger, if you need them to be angry at someone, it could be about... It's really crazy. I listened to... Okay, here's a few more examples. I was traveling through the country once, and I was at a gas station. When I asked whether my unlocked car was safe while I went to the bathroom, a person told me the most amazing thing I've ever heard. He said, as long as you don't trust the world, it'll keep on proving you right. So that one's just like, well, you should trust. You should, absolutely. To some extent, you should trust others, even if it's hard. But maybe not. We'll all be. In this context, it's not fooling us, but Yeah, trust has to be earned, but in this case, they're just kind of manipulating it. Qtron Bomb, thank you for being here for 30 months, baby! This is another one. I listened to an insert famous person who you think the subject would trust or admire. I will trust... I listened to a Grimmi speech a few days ago online. I heard something I had to write down. She said, as long as you're alive, you're either going to let go and do what feels good, or you are living in fear of something. I hated these stupid cults. They will get people to completely abandon all of their morals and live a life that's absolutely atrocious for them. When I read his last book, I had to take a photo of one of the pages. He had a quote in there that said, "Nothing is precious until you focus. Let go and follow it back to you." In the above examples, the quotes are delivered in a particular way. They serve as a vehicle for the information to be injected into the subject's mind. The story around the quotes distances and the delivery from the subjects. Thus far, you've spent a lot of your time learning to bypass the criticality of the human mind. Oh my god. That's not good. That's not good at all. This bypass helps to deliver your message so that it's accepted without too much judgment and scrutiny. Social proof language performs the same action while using a different method to bypass the castle guards of the brain. Crap. This is so absurd. The term social proof, also known as informational social influence, refers to a behavioral phenomenon in which humans behave like others around them and attempt to display the correct behavior in specific conditions. So this is where it gets culty. If you tell someone, this is the way it is, 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 this is what's wrong, this is what's wrong, this is what's wrong, this is what's wrong, with enough authority and enough force, and appeal to specific things and go like, well, you must be a bad person if you don't believe this. You must not respect others, you must not love others, you must be a terrible person, X, Y, or Z, which people do consistently, for whatever ideology they have. That will get people usually to fall in line and go like, well, I need to make sure that everything's okay. And that's really messed up. And this is what the CIA was doing quite a bit. Hi, Sigrid and Bird. Yo! Guys, go check out Sigrid and Bird. They're lovely. How you doing? They are both lovely ladies. They are both lovely. And that's not me trying to use happy language to indicate that they are lovely ladies. They are actually lovely ladies. I'm happy to see them. I hope you're doing well. Sorry, we're reading a book about the CIA. I don't really need to clarify that. I'm going insane and realizing everything I do feels insane now. This is a very cool topic. I'm very interested. You guys would love this book. Both of you would love this. It's called the Oedipus Manual. And this is the TV bleeding? It's fine. Don't worry about it. The TV bleeds sometimes. I live in a haunted house. I'm moving to a different wing of the haunted house soon, so it'll... I don't know. I'm gonna take the stuff in this room and try to find a similar room for it, though. But, please go check out Sigrid and Bird. They do a lot of fun streams together. They're a duo. They're also a couple. It's very cute. Many hundreds of people have already bought this product in an attempt to normalize buying behavior for the viewers. Oh, this is where it gets crazy. So, let me read this full section. The term social proof, also known as informational social influence, refers to a behavior phenomenon in which humans behave like others around them in an attempt to display the correct behavior in specific conditions. So this is where it gets crazy interesting. You can do this even with just a few people. If you consistently go like, this is the right way of doing things, these guys saying this is the right way of doing things, this is the right, like, it will start to get into the consciousness of the people around them. And like, we've seen this with all kinds of stuff for like years and years and years. It stretches back hundreds of years. The CIA has gone insane with this stuff, like since their creation, which isn't hundreds of years ago, but this phenomenon tends to become the most powerful when people are in conditions that are socially ambiguous in terms of more in commonly accepted or accepted or expected behavior. The behavior in these conditions is compelled by an unconscious assumption that the group as a whole possesses more knowledge and understanding about the social situation and the behavior proper to exhibit. So that's what often happens too. Also, hello, Nino! Thank you so much for the raid! How you doing? How you doing? This is interesting, so I gotta sleep. Sleep well, sleep well! Yo! This is where it gets really crazy. If you just go enough times, this thing is bad, this person is bad, this is bad, with like several different people, or in the case we saw with Ryan Reynolds' wife, just several different like accounts and like things like that, you can get people to believe if someone's like in a morally ambiguous situation that the other side is completely inaccurate and completely wrong. Though we did see that the Ryan Reynolds' wife got obliterated, or not her, but like the guy that was like pursuing like a lawsuit with her got obliterated because they subpoenaed all of their stuff and they got all their records and it showed that they were crazy. So, and it showed that they had an entire PR team doing this. The CIA was created shortly after UFO sightings became common in the US. Really makes you think, Glurp. That we know of. I think it was maybe created before that, but they tell us it was created around that time. That's what I think. The infomercials you see that talk about how they've sold thousands of products, yep. Getting back into that thing where people can buy YouTube views or buy Twitter likes or like stuff like that. Sold thousands of products, and the statistics you read help shape your beliefs without you knowing what is happening. Both of them work on the same principle. Once something is socially accepted by others who are somehow similar to you, it becomes easier for you to decide it might be right for you as well. In the first example, companies talk about, I told you, how many hundreds of people have already bought this product in an attempt to normalize buying behavior for the viewers. In the second example, when we read statistics, true or false, we tend to normalize our thoughts towards the socially accepted norm once we see that people like us tend to vote, think, or behave a certain way. So we go, well, I like this thing because I like it, but realistically, they have everyone go like, no, I like it, I love it, it's amazing. This is how they're pushing AI, this is how they push literally anything. Any big company pushes things this way, any big thing, always. Always. It is so easy now. It is so easy. We have never been in a time in our entire history where this has been easier. It's absurd. So, if you can make everyone think that X, Y, or Z product, or X, Y, or Z opinion, or X, Y, or Z thing is something that everyone else likes, you will begin to like it too. If you can convince everyone else that, and companies do this constantly with their competition. Like, if you've ever seen like a competition between like brands and stuff, like it's insane. I'm not saying that every single one does this, but I'm sure that the top ones do in terms of like most everything. Like if you see sodas, if you see like things like that, if you see like people asking questions about like, is this good? Should I try this? A lot of times there will be people going, no. Console wars? Absolutely. Absolutely. 1 billion% console wars, yes. 1 billion% different video game companies. 1 billion%. We see this a lot with like, this might get me in trouble actually, but I'm gonna say it anyway. We see this a lot with how American developers treat Japanese developers when it comes to their game successes. Ads playing? Oh, maybe I shouldn't tell people about this anyways. It feels like a good way to get blacklisted by the American game journalism sector, so. But we see this a lot with that. Worst time to get hit with an ad for you. So what happens is, essentially, they put down Japanese game developers for things that are not true. Like, they could be like, well, Japanese games have these things wrong with them. And they're completely neutral. But what they do is they present them in such a way of going like, but they aren't good. They aren't good for these reasons. I have a hard time with them for these reasons. We don't usually nominate them for these reasons. Meanwhile, Japanese games consistently win like player choice awards and things like that. But when it comes to it, American developers are usually the ones that are in charge of the award ceremonies because it's the place that a lot of them take place. So we saw this most, I think, sorry, Last of Us 2, I know I get really pissy about you, but we saw this most blatantly with Last of Us 2, where I think it was the player choice for that year. I forgot what player choice game won that year. It was either Final Fantasy Remake, I think, won Best RPG or something, but player choice for that year, it might have been Final Fantasy actually, I don't remember which one it was. But player choice was drastically different than what one game. It was Ghost of Tsushima, so that game is good. I didn't know that. But Ghost of Tsushima won player choice. I don't think it was even made in Japan, but it was a very Japanese game. And then, what won the overall award show is something that didn't reflect the opinions of anyone that played video games as a whole in society. It was Last of Us 2, and it was pumped up as if it won consistently for years. For years.
And the reason it was able to do that is because they essentially went like, well, no, look, everyone loved this. Everyone loved this. It's a game of the year. It's a game of the year. It won. But it did not win in terms of, like, consumers. I don't think anyone likes Last of Us 2. It's a side. Some people like Last of Us 2. My wife got me sick. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I hope that you guys can have a rescheduled honeymoon soon. 90% of those votes were game journalists. Yes, and game journalists in America generally have a bias towards American game developers. They generally have a bias towards specific American game developers and ones that they have good relationships with. On the other hand, Japanese game developers usually have a lot more critical stuff go towards them. There's exceptions occasionally, but there's a lot of critical stuff when it comes to Japanese game developers, and there has been for a long time. People have been very rude to them for like a long time, and it's quite rude considering that they're just trying to like sell their games in America. I don't know, some of the stuff they were saying like 10 years ago seems insane. Like, I've seen clips, it's crazy what people were saying. And also, thank you so much, Saftra, for being here for 5 months. But that's one of the things. So, they go like, well, we're a big corporation, we can consistently say this, and it's not just that they pump up their own stuff, they will consistently draw, or try to draw attention to how bad the other things are. One thing is like, if you're a company, you can also go on and you can say like, well, our company, well, they wouldn't say our, but they would say like, this company that I'm totally unaffiliated, don't worry about it, they have the best quality. Everywhere else doesn't have quality. This is the best quality that you can have. Like, when it comes to quality, you need to be associated with this company, you need to like go to this brand. And so they'll try to like, go like, okay, well this brand, oh god, like what a downgrade. Oh, you're drinking that soda? Ugh. You're buying that? You're gonna see that movie? Ugh. Jeez, really? Really? Yeah. I mean, that's just upsetting. Like, it's so not good compared to this. Like, this is like quality. Meanwhile, it'll be the company itself propagating that. Meanwhile, that's an insane person thing to say. And some people will pick it up eventually, and it can be astroturfed. But how is that? That isn't like organic language. That is not organic language. And you see non-organic language very consistently with company astroturfing. It's really interesting. So that's what it comes down to with this. As you develop mastery of the skills here, your linguistic acumen improves. Social proof language will creep more and more into your everyday use. Explaining behavioral phenomenon, so this is what they're doing, is something you'll learn to do in thousands of ways, but this technique seems to produce the most profound surprise in new students when they use it properly. In short, the method is tied to a desired behavior, to a massive group of people similar to your subject. For example, if you could mention that you saw a statistic that 89% of top CEOs were able to completely tune in when they listen to people. Nonsense words, but they will say that. Also, just some Asian guy with a dog, thank you for the 100 bits. This is how EA Sports games win so many awards every year, despite their games getting 10. Yeah, it really is. It entirely is. It entirely is propaganda, branding. And astroturfing. I have a question. Is this up-to-date info, or is this insane stuff, in this book? No, this is pretty up-to-date info. This guy also talks and does YouTube, like, talks and stuff. He was very integrated into the CIA for quite some time. And this is all stuff that you see really consistently. Like, this isn't a joke. This isn't a lie. This isn't like me, like, going, like, crazy. This is stuff that you see in marketing every single day. 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 Try something yourself. What are you trying to do? Is lie everything and everything is AI here? Well, AI is something that people are going to use as a tool more consistently, which sucks. Food for thought. There is more than a non-zero actual CIA agents watching the stream at work right now. It started as a regular assignment of cult observations. They ended up liking it here and declaring Grimmi a serious cult. I don't think any CIA agent cares about what I'm doing. I'm going to be real with you. I'm a very small potato in a sea of large potatoes. This method could be used in so many ways that will eventually become one of your go-to tools for getting quick change. Here are several examples that can illustrate how this can be applied. So then here we go. Remember when I was saying, like, companies will use specific language that will, like, go into people's brains, like, this other thing is, like, this is the highest quality. This other brand, not quality. Potato chips, that's a good one. So, these potato chips are of the highest quality. We've sourced these potatoes from different places. They're absolutely beautiful. They made it through all of our tests. This is the highest quality. Highest quality potato chip you can buy. And then they usually go, this other like potato chip company, they're okay, but they use a lot of chemicals. They haven't gone through our screening process to find the most beautiful potatoes in all the land. We've traveled to different countries and we've found the highest quality crops possible. It's beautiful. We have the right potatoes. This is the good brand. Everything else, yeah, if they're getting potatoes from the same place, they're not as good. These are the good potatoes. This is the quality potato that you want to eat. It's perfect, right? And look at how many likes we have on Twitter about our potato chip brand. These are amazing. You'll go and you'll buy the potato chips, they taste exactly the same. Because it's all propaganda and marketing. And you can see this really consistently everywhere. Everywhere. Social media, Reddit, YouTube, everywhere online. Literally everywhere. It's insane. What a scam, that's how it goes. They want to say that everything else is bad, their thing is good. The more they can attract people to their specific thing, good. The more people go over and check out that other stuff, no, those are bad potato chips. You don't want to eat those. No, they're bad. They're terrible. No. And you know what? I've heard that there was an outbreak of salmonella in their potato chips. Stuff like that. You're going to have a bad experience with those potato chips. Don't even look at those potato chips, please. Like, that's how it gets eventually. Like, that's how people control markets and control, like, government stuff. Like, they don't want you to be, what's the word? They don't want you to have any, what's it called? My brain doesn't work. They don't want you to have any exposure to other ideas or concepts that might change your mind. Or might give you, like, a broader understanding of the world. Any agency? Yeah, they don't want you to have any agency. I saw this research that 75% of people have expressed regret about not taking action and just sticking to their routines instead of doing what they want. Everyone I've met since getting into business says that developing the ability to trust your unconsciousness is the key to becoming successful. So these two? Those are about getting people to be more spontaneous. So if they can make someone more spontaneous, they're more likely to follow whatever instincts they might have that would benefit the person they're talking to in a cult environment. So if they're just like, I need this person to trust me, follow your instincts. I heard about that. It makes you so much happier. They might be like, hey man, I know all this stuff about the cult. You're the smartest VTuber I've ever seen so far. I am missing an eighth of my brain. I am not that smart. I like reading this though. It's interesting how almost everyone secretly thinks about breaking rules all day and how most never get to really act on their impulses. It's a shame we aren't committing crimes. Good job, CIA. Good job. I remember seeing that about 75% of people who are under 30 admitted secretly that they felt held back and shameful about letting go and just living their lives. I do think that it's important to just be yourself, but at the same time it sounds like they're trying to lure them into actually committing crimes. I love this type of stuff. I'm in a dark room with a candle lit. That sounds nice, baby. We're gonna watch some scary videos after this too, so those should still fit the theme. And then we're gonna watch, like, maybe we'll do Cash App tomorrow, actually. Maybe we'll do Cash App tomorrow, because that might be a little bit abrupt after everything. And it's getting pretty late, so not many people are gonna be awake for it. I keep never doing one in the morning like I mean to. Looking at everyone as a whole, it's easy to see that we all have these desires to just let go. I think it takes the one with courage to fulfill it. You know, those people who just have perfect lives because they have no resistance and don't feel guilty for tuning in and doing exactly what they feel like. Okay? Psychotic. Speaking of widgets, when I was talking to the CEO of that big widget company last week, he mentioned that there are only 3 main critical points, and we are the only company that hit all of those. I think we should... This is another thing. When people try to convince you of something, if they're especially, like, kind of nuts, they'll usually go like, yeah, this professional, or like, yeah, I'm a very professional person, even if they have no idea what they're doing. I'm a very professional person, and like, this is the thing that you have to do. If someone can get you into a place where you are looking to them as an authority figure, you are so screwed. You are so screwed if they have any sort of negative intentions for you. You have to be completely supported by that person. That has to be someone that you can you need to be very careful. Because that's the thing. I'm really serious about this.
I'm really serious about this. If someone is trying to convince you that they're a special person by talking about special people, this does not work on me, by the way, very often. Like, I've thought about this in the past, and I was like, that's probably what someone was doing without me realizing. I don't know anyone that doesn't play horror games. I don't know anything going on in the world. But what people can do is they can go like, this important person, I was talking to them, and like, we're doing such good stuff here. This is what's happening. And if they do that, you can go like, wow, this is really important. I should feel really grateful just to like be here or do this thing. And that will make it so all of your defensives are just gone. All of those red flags, all of the things that would be bad for your life, all of the things that don't feel right, all of the like manipulative tactics or like things like that are just gonna go by the wayside. And it's gonna be really bad. Because that's the thing, people don't have to try very hard once they have some of these techniques going. A friend thinks they are the top authority on many things, it makes me take them less seriously. Oh yeah, I don't think anyone knows anything ever. It's kind of concerning. Grimmi, I'm an important person, trust. No. I don't think anyone is important. I think everyone is completely average. Legitimately. I think if you're a CEO, that does not make you any more important than someone that, like, I don't know, lives in like a studio apartment struggling. Every single person is a person. They've all gone through their stuff in life. You gotta just chill out. I'm totally important. Okay. I guess that's confidence, though. But no LeBron? I don't really know who LeBron James is. I think they play basketball. So, be careful, the president is already planning on sending... I don't know if that's... Let me put it this way. I don't think the military would care about a random woman in her house saying insane stuff on Twitch.tv. I don't think they would care even a little bit, but it is nice of you to be concerned. It's just, you don't need to worry about that. Like, they don't care. Mods are important, give them a lot of cookies. Mods are very nice people, they work very hard. Grimmi, it's only fate that we've met like this in such a specific time. I'm serious when I tell you I'm super important because I said so. Oh my god. A wise person knows that they know nothing. I think it's really important to understand that even if you read every day, even if you try to understand everything, you're gonna know like literally 0.0000001% of human knowledge. There's no way to quantify it. It's even less. Like, there's so many different things you can become adept at, and like things that you can learn and things that you can get good at and things that you might not even comprehend. Like, we're not gonna know the like lifestyle of like people in random countries and how they boil water and stuff. Like, we can't do it. We know nothing and we're never gonna know anything. Okay, well, here we go. We're moving into the next one, so... Everyone I've met says that the men who live here all seem to have some kind of childish demeanor and haven't grown up. Negative associations. For propaganda. For branding. For government stuff. Everyone that has this specific ideology, everyone that likes this specific thing that I don't like, they have a childish demeanor. They aren't as good as I am. They haven't grown up. They're just annoying. Like, those are the things that you can say. And it's insanely weird. You not saying I'm mommy's special little boy hurts a lot? I'm sorry. No one here is special. Well, everyone here is special in their own unique way, but it's just also we're all completely average and we're all gonna die in the same way. We need to not worry about it so much. I'm just saying. Negative disassociation techniques. When interacting with subjects, you may want to eliminate one or two of their negative traits. Interesting. I haven't read this part. You're seeing them exhibit such traits, or preemptively deciding to ensure the subjects don't display them are reasons to use negative disassociation techniques. These techniques are powerful, with or without having the subjects in trances, so you don't even have to have them in a trance for this. As all linguistic methods are. There is a very simple and easy to use formula for giving statements that create negative disassociation. Pick a topic or a group of people your current subject has negative views about. So this is where you can do something like this. Okay, let's say that you want everyone to go like, okay, this is the best thing. This is the best thing. These are the best potato chips. Best potato chips. Best potato chips. So you go, God, the people that eat those other potato chips are all poor.
The people that eat those other potato chips always, like, they're really weird. The people that eat those other potato chips, they're very just, like, ugh, I don't like being around them. The people that eat those other potato chips, they're just annoying.
It's not so much tribalism, it's an intentional way to get people to feel bad so they, like, abandon that current thing. The thing is, if you know about a lot of this stuff, you can go like, oh, that person's crazy, and then you can calm down about it. Use preemptive statements or observations about those things or groups. Attach the negative thing to whatever quality you want the subject to either not possess or completely suppress in your presence. This is also where people can get passive-aggressive, but I guess this is like a little bit more insane.
This may sound complicated, so let's unpack this formula. It's simple and powerful once it's done a few times. It becomes second nature rather quickly. Let's assume that your current subject doesn't like lazy people, and that you learn this through passing comment the subject made, regardless of how strong the work ethic is that keeps the business running well. The ethic is that what keeps the business running well today. Understand that the subject values a strong sense of work ethic. It is safe to assume the subject possesses negative beliefs about lazy people. In this conversation, let's assume you want the subject to completely focus on your words and actions and to tune out the outside world while you speak. Here's an example. This is so messed up. Here's an example of what a basic negative disassociative statement would look like. And it's so amazing that every time I had lazy people working for me, they all had the same basic trait in common. They weren't able to focus on something important, to tune everything out and completely focus on one thing.
And so that person's gonna go, I'm focused on you now. I don't want to look lazy. I don't want to seem lazy. It's going to be subconscious, but they're immediately going to do it. How do you deal with indifferent people? This is something where people are not indifferent necessarily. So people aren't going to be indifferent when you use all of these techniques because they're inevitably going to be eventually focused on you. It is a little bit harder, and they do go into that in the first few chapters, though. I will admit that. But, if we would teach kids how to effectively recognize manipulation attempts as part of... I don't think we could. The thing is, our brains haven't evolved to the point where this would be something where we can consistently, like, just stop it from occurring. Like, when I tell you guys stuff, you can now go like, this is a manipulation! And, like, you can point it out and express why it is. You can tell other people and they'll go like, wow, that's really crappy. They shouldn't be doing that. But the thing is, it's not going to be something that we can teach people consistently as they grow up. It wouldn't kill the advertisement industry. You have to be actively listening, or actively looking for it and actively listening to it. And are we manipulating practitioners? No, we are not manipulating practitioners now. The thing is, it's going to be something that you have to have your brain attuned to consistently forever. And it's very stressful and it's very annoying, and you are eventually going to have a lot of things start to go down. So you might go, okay, when people are being extremely obvious, like, when it's just like, this brand has so much quality, these other brands just happen to be worse, I'm not going to tell you why, I don't know, because of this thing that you probably don't like, and it's associated with this, and everyone that likes this thing is like this, they're lazy. Like, you're going to be like, okay, that's obviously manipulation, that person is being really insane. Like, that's easy to spot. But when it comes to things like someone playing something on TV that, like, has a hamburger there, and you're just like, yo, hamburger. Oh my god, I kind of like hamburgers, I'm kind of hungry. Like, that's not going to be something that you can completely tune out for the rest of your life. When a character eats a hamburger in a movie, you're not going to be like, oh, look at this. You might for a little bit, but eventually they're going to start to get back in there. So the way that you can most probably realistically enjoy yourself when it comes to being alive and not being susceptible to every type of propaganda imaginable is to be confident and know yourself. And when you feel good about yourself and relaxed, you know that you don't necessarily need to judge others too harshly. A lot of, like, the subtle manipulation stuff is judging others. Like, you can just be like, I don't think it's that bad, actually. Like, why does that matter? Like, that's a really helpful one. Like, knowing that no one is, like, above you too much or, like, below you too much. Some people work hard, some people don't work hard at all, but we don't know their life circumstances. They could be extremely depressed, or they could be extremely, I don't know, like, privileged from the moment that they were born and have $1 billion. Like, stuff like that. We don't know. Like, someone that looks like they're well off, like, could also, like, have struggled their entire life. Like, I don't know. Like, it really depends. It's not related to anyone on any level in terms of that stuff. We just legitimately don't know, and knowing that can make you a lot more like, okay, so famous guy said that, that's fine, I guess. Like, you might enjoy certain things from certain characters or people or, like, whatever, and, like, you'll go like, ooh, that? Like, that's cool. But you can also look up those things and make sure the quote is accurate. You can also think about that and go like, well, I already feel comfortable about how I'm doing things, or yeah, that's positive, but we're always going to be susceptible to this type of stuff. And why Keron Hate? Thank you for the 200 bits. Trying to mold our audience into eating more lentils because she's is Glow Ops sponsored by Big Beans and vegan lobbies. I am not. I do think that vegan food is getting cheaper. I think that some people get really angry when I say that, but I think it's just because of the resource density of like meats and stuff, and I'm not saying it to hurt anyone's feelings. I just think meat's going to continue to get more expensive until people can afford less of it, so I think lentils are a good idea. But whatever. Anyways, in the above comment, you can see how you have taken the subject's negative beliefs about laziness and tied them to something you don't want the subject to have or do. Let's look at a few more examples. A subject has expressed a hatred of horrible drivers on the road, how careless and inconsiderate they are. The subject used those specific words to describe them, so the automatic linguistic profiling system you've built into your head identifies the words and prepares them for future use. Your operational goal with this subject is to create trust to get him or her to reveal a secret or password. So that's our goal with this. The next step is to identify what qualities you do not want the subject to have. This, in turn, will amplify the opposite of those qualities, which you do want the subject to have. You want the subject to show trust and openness, and let his or her guard down. You have the ingredients to make the negative dissociative statement now. Here's an example of what a simplified negative dissociation statement would look like. I completely agree. So many people are so inconsiderate. It's almost as if carelessness is the norm now. Every time I see that on the road, I'm infuriated. Every time I meet people like that, they all seem to be the most closed off and untrusting people. I don't trust anyone because they feel as if no one should trust them. They're just closed up and don't ever let their guard down. Not very authentic. In this example, you can see how you have taken the subject's words and used them to remove the unwanted quality. It seems really insane, but it does work. It's crazy. So you can just be like, yeah, those drivers suck. They're always so annoying. Like, they're very like, ugh, you know? Like, they never really talk to you. They're always in a hurry. Like, that might be a little bit more, like, casual. This is what Pokemon has been training me for each time I encounter Team Rocket. What? I tried them once and I didn't like them at all. Would rather have been smoothies. Oh, interesting. I hate Soylent. I think it's kind of gross. The only one I'll drink is the banana one. I'll drink the banana Soylent. I think it tastes okay, but the other ones I do not like. Isn't Soylent made of people? That's Soylent Green. This is just made of, like, soy. I don't know why. It's just strange. I don't even know what that is. It's like a programming food. I used to drink a lot of Soylent just because, I wouldn't eat food. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Bozia. If it was like a link related to what we're talking about right now, like a Soylent thing, Nightbot stops all links from being linked because people could just go like, invest in my crypto, or I'm sending you to a place where you'll get 100 viruses, die. Soylent is an actual brand based on the Philip K. Dick novel thing. Yeah. Well, it's got the same name, but it's not people. It was named after it, I guess? It is interesting to think about. It hadn't really occurred to me. They were promoting their YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't do that, sweetie. I'm sorry. But essentially, Soylent it was heavily marketed towards programmers. Soy is another big thing, actually. Wait a second. I forgot about this. This is really interesting. Soy was heavily astroturfed. I'm talking extremely heavily astroturfed. To be unhealthy and to feminize you, which is now something people want, so either way, I guess it didn't work. But soy is actually something that will help balance your hormones. If you're a fella, it can make you much stronger, it can make you much healthier, but they were saying that it had estrogen in it for quite some time. This is not the case. How do you milk soy? It's something that they've been doing in Japan for a long time. But, like, this is something that was, like, I don't have any problem with soy, so I'm gonna talk about it, like, very mutually. Those were hilarious times. Yes, and people still do believe that. I think the soy jacks are really funny, though. I'm really sorry. I think the soy jacks are really funny. So, 4chan meme soy into being twink food? Well, the thing is, a lot of articles publicize this too. They said that if you eat a lot of soy, it can also give you various illnesses even. There was some big stuff about how it could be linked to breast cancer, which is really scary, but it turned out to not be like real. It was like completely fabricated just with like a lot of like phony stuff. But the thing is, people took that to heart. They believed that it was going to make you more feminine. They believed that it was going to make you grow breasts. They believed that it was going to, like, all kinds of stuff. Like, just because it was so heavily, like, it was insanely astroturfed. It was insanely astroturfed. And when you look back at those places, where it started, where it was consistently leading back to, where it was using these specific things in this book, these same techniques, soy is so bad, meat is so good for manly people. And it's still associated with that to this day. No, it will not make you grow breasts. What it does actually is it balances your hormones. It's much more likely to help you develop muscles. It's a very lean protein source. It's very lean. It's just edamame, it's just soybeans, it's just beans. It's just beans. They are not going to make you grow breasts. In the same way, like black beans and kidney beans will not make you grow breasts. They are just beans. They are just beans. It's absurd how it happened. But as a cis male, I wouldn't complain about getting badonkadonks. Well, the thing is, beer. Beer is actually something that is much more likely to give you breasts if you're a fella. And not many people talk about that, and beer isn't publicized for that because they haven't had any campaigns trying to make it seem like it's less manly to drink beer, which is something they don't want associated with them. Soy contains compounds called isoflavonoids that have a similar chemical structure to estrogen. It's similar. It is similar, but it does not produce the same stuff. Gonna say something in Spanish. Can she translate? I don't, someone here might speak Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. But no, I do agree. There is something similar, which is why they got very aggressive about it. But in no way, shape, or form is it going to give you estrogen. It's impossible. It's not going to give you breasts. It's not going to do something like that. It has, like, health benefits, but it's not going to do that. On the other hand, beer does. Beer is consistently shown that it will give men chests. Beer does what? It gives you larger boobs. It gives you moobs. Really consistently. It gives you moobs. So, if you would like to feminize yourself more, I guess beer and less, but it also has like a lot of health stuff associated with it. But my machoism, exactly, but that's the thing. It was heavily propagandized that soy was going to make you more feminine. Meanwhile, beer is something that actually does have those effects, but is not heavily talked about. So, free booba? Ironboard it is. There you go, baby. Get drinking. Be careful though, like you should obviously be careful, like it's not good for you still. Someone should make soy beer? Well, there's sake. No, that's rice. I don't know what soy beer is, but I'm sure it's out there. They make everything into alcohol these days. Who is pushing soy makes estrogen? Big meat companies. So when you look back at these articles and who sponsored them, it's often farmers associations, and those farmers associations are often very heavily tied to meat corporations. Big meat corporations. And when that's the case, they're going to have a big incentive for people to not start eating an alternate protein that's coming from another place. And we saw this most often in terms of like what I saw in like my research. Like, we saw this most often when it came to like the big time where it was being pushed in America and it was like a new trend food from like Japan, and people going like, yeah, they eat this and it's so healthy. And what happened there was essentially people got really pissed about it, and they were really upset that they were going to have some of their market taken. And this is also what happened when it came to soy milk, when it came to oat milk, when it came to all of the alternative milks, and some of those are very good. I like oat milk. We see a lot of publications about how it's bad for you, about how it's really bad for you, about how it's really bad for you, about how it's really bad for you, in various ways, constantly. Even though it doesn't really have that many negative effects in terms of health, or in terms of additives, or in terms of extra ingredients, but when you look at milk, if you're not careful, you can have significant drawbacks when it comes to cholesterol, when it comes to like fat, when it comes to weight gain. So that's why it's very important to note that the things talked about in this book all have real things that are going on in the reality around us. And it's interesting to think about it. It's annoyed me how much fabricated stuff they're was about soy, and if you followed the trail from articles, cited source, you'd find scientific papers written by institutes that majority funded by two big players of the meat industry. Yep, exactly. 100% attention span. I also saw quite a bit of that, yes. And that's the thing. This is propaganda, so a corporation can push out the little man, and like the little guy, that would probably help you quite a bit more. And people still believe that zero sugar soda will give them cancer. Like, it's hard because some other countries believe that too. I don't want to get involved in that because, some other countries have banned quite a few different things that, like, we drink in America on those grounds, and I don't want it to become, like, a huge discussion point. I don't currently drink it just because I've seen those articles from other countries, but it's just how I feel about it. Whatever. I understand, though. They banned cereal. They did somewhat. They more, like, forced, like, companies to start using different ingredients, which we are also seeing here. What's your opinion on chugging Red Zero or Red 40s, Grimmi? I personally don't, after, again, looking at stuff from, like, the UK and Europe and different places that have essentially just said, like, we think it's really weird the Americans eat this because we found it's poison and our children were dying. And, like, it's like, well, I don't know if that's true, but it scares me. But what happened, actually, is that, more recently, a certain state is now branding anything with Red 40 as something not fit for human consumption. So if you have a product that has Red 40 in it, it's going to have a label that says not fit for human consumption on it in one specific state. And what has happened is that several companies have already started eliminating their artificial dyes. So a few of them have done this, not all of them yet, but a few have done this. I think a few more are probably going to, and eventually it will be all of them because no one wants to have something that says not fit for human consumption on their food product that will tank sales no matter how much people like Doritos. So, I'd buy that just because the label would be funny. I'm sure people would buy it once. They might even hold on to it and save it. So, but the thing is, we're probably going to see those dyes go away more and more. That's just how it be. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. What if I need Red 40 to fuel my raw water? Well, you can do that anywhere but Texas, because they will make you put labels on it. The people want Red 40, why are you denying life simple? I don't have any stake in this. I don't care. I don't care even a little bit about this. You're in the Usurper. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Hope you're doing well. We're talking about the CIA today. I found the Doritos from Mexico say excess salt in Spanish. Sometimes other countries do actually need to put like specific like labels and warnings on things. That's another thing. In America, we have gotten used to not having those labels and warnings. People believe that they're not common when they are very common in a lot of different places. There was a big push for, I think it was California. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure it was, but don't quote me on that because I'm not 100% sure. I do not remember. California might have specifically, I do not know. It was one state, but they had a big push for labeling things that were genetically modified organisms. Like if it had anything like that in their product, it would have to be labeled on the front of like the box. I personally would like that, not because I think that genetically modified stuff is necessarily negative or positive. Like I don't 100% know. That's every product ever. Yeah, that's why it would suck for people. But the thing is, like, I do know that, like, Monsanto, one of the biggest places that push for that, like, had an incredibly bad moral thing they did in India. So I would personally not want to support that on any level if given the opportunity. Because it was really bad. This is, like, a very intense thing, but this is another corporation thing where they moved in with propaganda and caused all sorts of problems, so we can talk about it. Monsanto did this thing where they introduced their specific type of cotton to their cotton seeds to farmers in India. In just India, they've done it everywhere, but like this was the most insane thing because India has specific laws that you will hear about as we talk. I very much apologize. This has a huge trigger warning for very dark stuff, very dark topic. And they were fully aware of like what was happening and how they continue to still push this stuff. But so they introduced the Monsanto seeds and gave them to a bunch of people. And now, how it worked is that they gave them these Monsanto seeds, and then they said you have to buy our specific chemicals. These chemicals will keep pests away from the seeds. And now, they gave up their other seeds because Monsanto owns a specific patent to things. Like, if they find their seeds on your property, you can't possess your own usually, too. Like, there's all kinds of weird stuff like that because they own a patent to their seeds, which is weird. It should honestly probably be eliminated. Like, it's completely inhumane. But what happened was, they had their new Monsanto seeds, but they didn't know that they were going to need the expensive stuff to combat pests. And their seeds had already been adapted to the pests in that area. They weren't going to be as affected by them. They weren't going to have these issues with different like insects attacking them and eating their crops and destroying them. But they got the Monsanto seeds, and then many of them couldn't make enough money to buy the pesticides for their crops. So what happened was they all lost an incredibly large amount of money, the people that went with these Monsanto seeds. So much money that the only way that they could keep their families from getting kicked out of their farmlands and their homes was to commit unaliving. It sucks that we have to say it that way, but unfortunately in India, if the person that like owns that place dies, their debt dies with them. So their families were able to maintain their properties, which is very unfortunate. And Monsanto got away with this. Like, thousands of people died, and they just moved on to like a new thing where they could continue to push their products and make more money. So, yes, it was very unfortunate. But again, another heavily propagandized thing, because they said these seeds are going to be amazing, we're going to give them to you for free, it's going to be amazing. Then they started telling them like, okay, well those other seeds were terrible, you do need this though, you do need to spend this amount of money, okay, you can't spend this amount of money, well you're on your own. Like, yeah. Like it would be anti-GMO propaganda. No, this is something that occurred. Like the thing is, it's not GMO propaganda, this is something that occurred. This is not something that's very heavily talked about, which is why it's not propaganda. This is something that isn't often discussed. And when it is discussed, it's often like, well, I'm sure it wasn't that bad. Like, it gets covered up very quickly. And so, that is very messed up. Corporations do not care who they affect. They do not care, like, what they have to lie about. They do not care if they're doing damage to people. You have to just understand that they're entirely driven by money. They are at a point, like, once a company, like, I'd say, like, maybe, like, I don't know, like, I wouldn't even know, like, maybe 10 staff, maybe 100. It's hard to know, but like after a certain point, there's a point where like there's no one held accountable for the things that happen really. There's no one held accountable, and they need to make money consistently, and there's going to be people there that are just statistically not healthy individuals that care about others or have any sort of accountability for their actions. And it's rough. It's really rough. Sounds mostly like a stock market thing. Everyone is after specific profits and stuff. It gets crazy. It's no longer about doing right by others, it's just about profit. And they have to do that, otherwise their company will fold, and otherwise their investors will sue them, and it's crazy. Also, yeah, they do have their own prisons, they have their own judges, they have their own law system. But they're also so big. When it comes to this stuff, there's no one person to hold accountable. And that's very important. Like, you might get someone that serves some jail time, but they're not gonna get, like, 1,000 person, like, they're not gonna get 1,000 person, like, manslaughter charge or something. That's just not gonna happen. Like, it never will. They're so large that if they commit, like, an incredible amount of, like, if they put an incredible amount of bad stuff into the world, either, like, I don't know, like, slander, or, like, the stuff with, like, this stuff sucks, our stuff is amazing, or like even trying to push people into a place where they might hurt themselves, they are not going to be held accountable. They're not going to be held accountable because they're too big. It's only like on an individual level where they'll be held accountable, and they are just, there's too many people working in too many different areas when it comes to big corporations and like publicly traded stuff. It's crazy. And this is the type of stuff they use, and it gets really interesting, but it also gets really depressing. There you go. Wrong crops are evil, but American company killing 1,000 in India surprises me a bit. And the government didn't raise an issue with it. Oh no. Oh, Templar. Wait, oh no, dude. Uh-oh. Oh no. That's like really common for like most companies that are big enough. Like, they get crazy. It's really bad. Nihilist, thank you so much for the 1,500 bits. It's this is like a more common example. It's like pharmaceutical companies, tens of thousands of people can die and they only have to pay a few billion to settle. Yeah, It's essentially what's gonna take... It's also like car companies and stuff, like, there's a scene in the Fight Club. Now I'm doing the opposite where I'm like, should I say this? Will this be interpreted as manipulative? Do I have to say these before? But there is a scene in the Fight Club movie. It's a really good movie also. But there was one scene where the main character is sitting in like an airplane and he's telling another woman about what he does for a living. And he starts talking about how I'm not talking about anything related to that club. He starts telling the person about how his job is to see if paying off the people that get into car accidents because of a car manufacturing error, if that's going to be cheaper or more expensive than fixing the problem and doing a nationwide recall or paying for it when people die in those horrific accidents. And that was his job in that. And it's a very common job with like a bunch of different companies. Like, it's just math for them. Like, is this ingredient going to be traced back to them? Will they be held accountable for this? How likely is it they'll be held accountable? How many other people are doing this type of thing? Like, is it possible that this is actually going to have repercussions for them? Can they get away with this type of thing? Like, can they attack X, Y, or Z, like, other corporation? Can they attack X, Y, or Z person? Can they get away with trying to, like, control, like, X, Y, or Z narrative? Can they get away with trying to control, like, how illegal, like, X, Y, or Z chemical is? And it happens consistently, and it's crazy, so... I don't know. It's interesting to think about, so... Anyways... You want the subject to be complacent and obedient and to see your suggestions as commands instead of something the subject would normally have the option of turning down. So here is what you might say in that scenario. It's extremely shameful. So much media breaking down the desire for people to read and become educated. Every time I meet people who brag about how little they read, they always come off as selfish and unwilling to go and just take in information that is important. Those people always seem so unwilling to listen to a conversation for more than a minute, much less to do what's asked of them. So when I hear this, I think this person is rude. I think this person's very rude. They need to calm down. They're being very judgmental. And I think that is probably one of the things that you can do to shield yourself a little bit from that kind of stuff. That's what I think, at least. But that's just my opinion. It's not in the book. In that example, you use the subject's words against them and change their perception of how helpful he or she might be in the future towards you. This utilizes the priming effect if it's done in the beginning of an interaction. Talking negatively about any state you do not want the subject to experience is a form of negative disassociation. Even if you haven't heard the subject speak negatively or positively about any subjects, you can preempt their behavior by using negative disassociations early, later adding in qualities you do not want displayed during the interaction. There you go. Ad for what? The CIA? Oh my gosh. Thank you again, Nihilus. I'm sorry. I appreciate it. The stream is now under FBI and CIA surveillance. I don't think that they would care. I really don't think so. I think that this is like too... I don't know, like I'm way too crazy or something. I'm a random woman that plays horror video games and, like, just wanders around. They don't care that I'm alive. I don't leave my house. Like, if I tell you guys this, you're just gonna be like, well, that was interesting, and you're gonna go about your life. It's not gonna be like, I'm gonna go make change. Like, we're shut-ins. Like, it's not very likely. This is flattering them. I mean, it is really interesting what they've done. They've done a tremendous amount of work in terms of, like, psychology and stuff. Is this book about CIA psychology? Yes. This is actually... Why did it unlink? Crap, I keep unlinking it. I think it's because I don't put it on, like, the stay for the rest of the stream thing. 1 second. It's a really cool book about a man that worked in the CIA, and after he brought all of his techniques and made them into a book, and was like, this is what we do. I'm allowed to say this. No one gives a crap anymore. So... Human intelligence branch specializes in the field that the CIA, most field operatives don't ask me how I know. Human intelligence branch specializes in that field in CIA. Ah, mostly field operations. It might be you, or you might know someone that works there. The positive associations method so this is a new one. Positive associations method works very similarly. Very similarly. Should probably hold it up here.
to the negative disassociation method. In this positive association technique, you simply take qualities the subjects value or a group of people they admire. This is just the opposite. And attach the disliked items linguistically to qualities you want them to display. The formula is similar to negative disassociation.
So this is essentially where you go like, people that enjoy X, Y, or Z brand are good and smart, and they work hard, and they do good things, and they are positive. Like, the people that eat these potato chips are friendly, and this guy, look at him, he's holding these potato chips, and he's just gotten a job as like a primo scientist, and he looks very happy. And this person just graduated high school and they're holding the potato chips, and stuff like that. Like, these are positive associations. So these are the things where you go like, oh, our brand, or I'm sorry, that brand is so amazing, oh my god, oh. Who doesn't love Grimmi viewers? That's essentially what they do though. Pick a quality a subject likes, a group the subject admires, or a trait the subject thinks is important. Use a presumptive statement about what you've picked. Attach the positive feelings to a feeling or condition you want the subject to have or be in. Example, let's assume your subject describes a personal love or deep appreciation for art. Your goal with this person in the initial phase of interaction is to establish focus to develop a trance. So you want them to be in a trance thing for this, I guess. Or I guess this is you inducing a trance. Your choice of feeling here could be focus, intensity, curiosity, and attention. That's incredible. I know so few people who can appreciate art. I've noticed that all of them seem to be so much more genuine and able to focus on the people around them. So that's getting their focus really on you for that. It's really messed up though. So the other one is negative, but just like, I've noticed that people eat these potato chips and like, you know what, like they just taste so much better compared to the other potato. These are the same exact potato chips, they're just like packaged differently. They're so much better than the other potato chips. Like, you know what, like I've noticed like since I've eaten them, like I feel a lot healthier. Like they just are a lot better. And like, you know, like I've noticed that like the people that eat them, like their skin is glowing, like it's much better. Like they just work a lot harder. Like I felt really weighed down with the other potato chips. There you go, baby. And this example, this was also trying to get the person to focus in for a trance-like effect. In this example, you use the word genuine, since nearly all people in the world say they themselves were genuine. You are using this to tie more into your current subject's love of art. The numbers may send what the percentage they mean. There's no numbers here. It's not math, it's just really weird. There might be math related to this, but I haven't seen any math in this book. Lay's actually has a patent copyright on their potatoes. That's creepy. Okay. Alright, cool. As soon as the subject accepts the appreciation of art and agrees with you about being genuine in his or her mind, the subject will naturally and automatically follow whatever positive quality you have to staple onto the end of the statement. The method using this behavior prediction technique is covered in detail later. It is presented early in this chapter to illustrate its interchangeability within the linguistic structure. So they're saying it's similar to the negative one. So something like this would be like, let's see. Let's see, if we were going to rephrase it to something applicable. That's incredible. I know so few people who can really appreciate Grimmi's streams. I noticed that all of them seem to be so much more genuine and able to focus on the people around them. That's the only common denominator here, I'm sorry, I have to do this. But when you hear that, you go, yeah, I'm genuine, yeah. I'm sorry, it's the only common denominator here. Oh my god, thank you. No! So it shows that I am genuine. Oh, this is not good. But it gets you into that mindset when you hear those things, even though you know, like, some of you might hear that, even though you absolutely know that, like, I am saying this from a book. Started a documentary to spread rates have been declined. Not trends following the introduction of GMO crops. Well, they were in decline for a different reason. So, just something they do because the said rates are roughly the same with foreigners not using GMO crops. It is now. They've had very specific problems and, like, issues there afterwards, but they were genuine. Okay, sorry, wait, we don't have time to talk about this specifically, but we'll talk about it in the future. But no, it's really good that you went and looked that up. It's just that you may want to look slightly more deeply into the specific subject and see why there might be specific rates and specific things for that, because there also was a lot of information that was tied to it after trying to discredit that documentary. It's not entirely fair to say it's one-to-one. It's very important to go and check out a few of the sources related to those things, though, because they tried to push extremely hard against that documentary after, and they had to source very specific things for it. But I completely agree, it's good that you looked it up. But the thing is also, like, that documentary didn't really have much to, like, accomplish with it. Like, they weren't getting, like, a lot of money from it. They made no profits, pretty much. Like, they didn't really get a lot of stuff from it. But when it comes to discrediting something like that, there's an incredible amount of gain from that for them. Example, your subject wearing an expensive watch and new shoes makes effort to talk about a new car recently purchased. You can reasonably assume that the subject appreciates the finer things. Hi, Pumpkin. I appreciate Pumpkin. Are you happy with your new litter, baby? Are you happy with your food? Are you happy with your water? She wants her churu. Sorry, we gotta put a pin in this. One sec. There we go. But everyone's an individual, so some people might appreciate fine cars, fine stuff like that. I appreciate protection. I appreciate protection and stuff. Was interesting, don't know much about this pretty strong anti-science group with anti-GMO groups. Well, that's the thing. They're also very likely to be associated with anti-science, because, like, that's the thing. They're gonna look for absolutely anything they can say to discredit those things. And they have really consistently. We see an astroturfing of different types of propaganda after those criticisms are made, too. If something makes a company look bad, oh dear God, they will go after it like crazy. They will do everything in their power to make it look bad. They will go absolutely nuts. If a large company has something that might impact them or make them look even the littlest bit bad, they're gonna try to spread so hard negative propaganda about them. Like, I'm sure that documentary's got a ton of different stuff thrown at it. Alright, Pumpkin, one sec. Sorry, gotta get her churu. She's been waiting for it. And this happens really consistently, with pretty much every atrocity a company commits. It's very consistent. I'm not saying it's impossible that that documentary was made for no reason. But I think a company would want to get away from it as much as they could, if they have anything that makes them look bad, if they have anything that makes them look not perfect. Like, PR is gigantic with companies. Oh crap, I lost my space. I could find it though. Tonality, positive associations. Okay, here we go. You can reasonably assume the subject appreciates the finer things, whether the subject is disgustingly superficial or has come from poverty. It's irrelevant. The way the subject views his or her choice is the only relevant issue in the influence. So, there you go. She misread both your comments. Wait, I did? Oh crap, I didn't mean to. This is interesting thing, I didn't know much about this. I just know there is a pretty strong anti-science group within the anti-GMO group. Oh, interesting. You're saying they're anti-science within there? Huh? I'm literally eating Ritz crackers. I want Ritz crackers. What? I want Ritz crackers. Sorry, I am very distracted and very everywhere. I think I understood it. I just think I was talking about something where I was like, everything's crazy these days. Your goal with this subject is to develop trust and openness. Say something similar to the following comments. I agree. It's so refreshing to see someone who appreciates the finer things. People who are just completely open and don't put barriers to the world. Put up barriers to the world. So they're trying to get them to be more open. In this example, you have tied one of the subject's identity statements to the equality that you want the subject to have with you. It should be noted that it has added a small reference away from a negative at the end to solidify an otherwise partially effective statement. What is she reading? It's a CIA book. Or it's a book from someone that quit the CIA and published a book about all of the things he learned because he thought it would be cool. They have so much psychological, like, stuff that they don't really have with therapy. Because this is all about control. Therapy is all about trying to have the person, like, slowly figure things out and come to a better understanding of themselves. Example: a subject is known to volunteer at a homeless shelter and frequently gives money and time to local children's hospitals and shelters. Without an overt verbal indicator, we can assume the subject considers himself or herself to be big-hearted and caring. A verbal confirmation isn't always necessary. Goals with this subject are to develop trust and interpersonal connection. Say something like, "What an amazing story. You know, there are so few people with the kind of heart you have. Every time I meet people who are just so caring and so selfless, it's amazing how connected they are with people. Just so trusting and genuine." Again, use the word genuine. Doing so tied the desired action to the self-belief already held by the subject. I low-key thought your voice was AI. Let's go, baby. I'm evolving. Embedded commands. And this is another one that gets really creepy. Those who say they're good people, I genuinely do... Dang it. Now I said genuinely. Now I'm afraid of it. I do not trust people who say that they are good people. I just don't do that. Both of my parents felt like they were good people, they said. Like, they were like, I'm a good person, like, pretty consistently, and they are the craziest people I've ever met. Like, by far. Embedded commands are phrases that are hidden within normal language, designed to be absorbed directly by the consciousness and completely bypass the critical part of consciousness altogether. Through strategically placed words, small changes in tone and volume, pauses, and gestural references. What's wrong? What is it? Why are you angry? Oh, you're just happy? You happy? Pumpkin wanted to make some news as she finished her food. I think she was just grateful. Good kitty. That's nice. She's never done that before. Good kitty. Small changes in volume, pauses, and gestural references. Embedded commands can be woven into the innermost parts of conversation without any conscious awareness on the subject's part. Usually you might trust people when they say they're bad people. Yeah, I think so. Like, I think neutral person is good because it probably, like, I don't know, the person is, like, not as insane. Like, they're just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a good person, immediately distrust them. Well, it's because I think it would probably... How do I put this without sounding crazy? I think that most people recognize that there's, like, some negative stuff in them. So if someone is projecting that they're a good person and feels like a good person, it's very easy to go, like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't feel like a good person. I feel like I make a lot of mistakes. And I try to be good, but I don't feel like there's any way to be overall good ever. Like, you can try to be good in all of your actions and all of your things, but things are complicated. And you're always gonna strive to be good, but you can never really be good. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just think too much. Silpha, thank you for gifting a sub to I Am Good People. Well, there you go. There's Silpha, though. Good people don't need to tell others they're good people. I think so, yeah. I want to be a good person, but gosh, am I a stubborn curmudgeon? Yeah, that's how I feel too. Would you kindly read this message? Would you kindly? That was highlighted. Hey! Highlighting it makes, yeah, I guess that is a way of, like, getting someone's attention. I don't even trust myself. So why should I trust someone at all? I think trusting someone is important, though. Like, how do I put this? I don't know. I feel like if you don't trust anyone, you're eventually not gonna feel good in your life, like 100%. Like, you do need at least some people you can go to and, like, feel like they're trustworthy. I definitely feel like I've figured that out a little bit more. But there's also people that give you, like, a bad vibe, and, like, there's people where, like, you don't have a good gut instinct, and I think it's good to trust that and go, like, okay, this feels really weird. Like, you don't have to trust everyone. You can give people a little bit of trust. And if that works out, you can give them a little bit more trust, and a little bit more trust, and a little bit more, and a little bit more, until eventually you start to feel good around them. And they have your trust, and you feel safe, and you feel protected, and you feel happy. But you don't want to just come on out and be trusting around every single person, especially if you've had your trust betrayed before. So, just pick wisely. You need to pick extremely wisely, yes. But what if everyone read this book? Well, they probably would be telling you to have trust in everyone then, because that seems to be an important thing about it. If they're trying to manipulate you, they will be trying to get you to trust them very quickly and very implicitly. And they won't be saying that you need to have some level of, like, hesitation. They're gonna be trying very quickly to get you to go like, okay, yeah, I got it, okay, yeah, that'll benefit me, yeah, okay, yeah. They'll appeal to, like, your ego instead of, like, your sense of, like, hey, how you doing? You go okay? Okay, alright, cool. Isn't the long game fun too? I mean, I guess some people go for, like, I've heard of, like, stories where people are dating someone for, like, 6 years. And then, like, once they get married, the person's crazy and, like, cheats on them and, like, goes insane and, like, steals from them and, like, does all kinds of crazy stuff. But it's only after, like, 6 years. Like, some people can hold that up for 6 years. I don't know about that. I don't know. Like, I feel like that is just... Romance scams are insane. Romance scams are an entirely different thing, too. Like, often there's not even a person that's real with those romance scams. Most dangerous people come to you with smiles and compliments right off the bat. They're overly complimenting and want you to know. I think it depends, because, like, sometimes people might just want to cheer people up. Like, there are some people that are genuinely, like, God, I use genuinely again. There are some people that are, but I do mean that. I do think some people are genuinely just like, I want to make people happy. And it's very easy for people to go, oh my God, no, they must be manipulating me. But I think that's also safe. And if the person's a genuinely nice person, they're not gonna go, this person is rejecting me and making me feel bad while I try to compliment them. This isn't working. This is making me feel bad. They're gonna go, okay, I've hurt this person. What do I do? Like, I'll try to, like, dial it back, or maybe I'll continue to be myself. But either way, if they respond to it, that's okay. If I make them too uncomfortable, I'll take it a step back if I can. Stuff like that. I think that's a more honest way of, like, responding to things if the person does like giving compliments and appreciates things in life. Like, that's just how I feel about it, so I don't know. I think there are some nice people out there. I don't know. What was that? That was... They came here to mock me! How dare you! How dare you! Oh my God. I accidentally hit something with the book, sorry. They came here to laugh at me! No! Didn't do that on purpose. Now I feel like everything I do is just like, it was a CIA psychological thing. What happened? Nothing. Hi, Hootie. Go check out Hootie. They were a pirate. How are you? A person can feel, okay, so we went through that, could be inner parts of conversation without any conscious awareness on the subject's part. This chapter will use and incorporate other ellipses techniques to make embedded commands even more powerful. The science of embedded commands goes back for centuries. Sometimes deliberate impression, nonetheless. Never forget the company of strange. Yeah, I think, let me see here. Goodness comes from subjective results of actions, usually retroactive impression, but sometimes on a deliberate impression. Nevertheless, the action that does good are based on what we trust and love. We never forget that in the company of strangers or friends. That's true. People's actions are what you should probably judge in terms of, like, them being a good person, not their words. If someone says, I want to do this good thing, very different than I will actually do this good thing. If you're feeling scared and uncomfortable, and the person goes like, hey, I'll take some time to talk to you, or I'll take some time to see you, or I'll take some time to make you more comfortable. I'll get you a little gift. I'll hang out with you. I'll do this, I'll do that, or I'll do this, I'll do that. Very different than saying, I want to do this thing. I want to do this thing, but I haven't been able to. I want to do this thing, but I want to do this thing. I want to do this thing. You're a good friend, but I want to do this thing, and then no follow-up. Completely different. I think that's very important to know. Like, things like that are probably how you should, like, you know, judge people's stuff, like their behavior specifically. We are all bald under our hair. Thank you. That was like such a nice, like, we are all bald under our hair. We should not judge her brother. Like, very, very kind. The science of embedded commands goes back for centuries. However, recent developments were made by Milton Erickson and later codified and made into a replicable system by Richard Bandler, founder of neurolinguistic programming. This method used to be shrouded in secrecy. Anyone wishing to learn of use of embedded commands has to have a PhD just to attend the training. The medical representatives around the nation believed these methods were so powerful that only practitioners within the medical community should be allowed to learn them.
Here's an example of an embedded command. That seems kind of intense.
Yo.
A person can feel completely focused. The first part of the embedded command is simply a vehicle to deliver the command. The phrase that precedes an embedded command is typically a permissive one, but can contain almost any language you deem necessary for the outcome to be accomplished.
Your bones are wet? I guess so. So, constructing embedded commands for covert use. Embedded commands have 3 main parts, and this is apparently something that they only let PhDs know. Hello, Galvin! The vehicle. The command. The continuum. The vehicle. The vehicles are the phrase that lead into the embedded commands. They set up subjects to begin following your train of thought and make the embedded commands seem much less like actual commands. The following are examples of vehicles that can be used in conversation to embed commands into language. Keep in mind that any story, thought, response, or comment can contain opportunities for embedded commands. The following list is by no means an exhaustive or all-inclusive one. You probably already know. So, this is a really intense one. You probably already know this. But, what you want the person to agree with or feel is like right. I wouldn't tell you to blank because you may some people said so this is like a huge list. One might, I'll just say blank at this point. A person may not know if blank. When you just blank, it's something so powerful. I'm wondering if you'll blank or not. I could tell you that, but apparently when I asked my roomie for a good live to watch, he points me towards his laptop and lo and behold, he was watching you. Hello there, roommate. How are you? Sirens, I live in LA. Sorry. I live in LA. So, yeah. Anyways, give it up, Grimmi. I haven't committed any crimes, but I am always afraid of it. Eventually, blank. You can blank because blank. Can you imagine blank? Can you really enjoy blank? How would it feel if you blank? One could blank because you might not have noticed. A person could blank. You can blank. Can you not? I don't know if blank. If you know, or if you blank, then what happens when you blank? A person blank. These are all just things, we have to get the stuff to fill them in. But these are all essentially like telling people how to feel and stuff. We're all using these commands to specifically get them to, these are the vehicles. So, these are oddly close to resembling phrases. Well, the thing, oddly close to enabling the phrase? Oh, interesting. Don't worry, chat, she stays indoors. I do stay indoors. I don't really go outside that much. LA is like okay. Like right now, like I don't want to drive anywhere though. Well, my car is out of battery anyway. I was thinking like, man, I should go to Othkai for like one day. My car battery was dead, and my roommate's cat pissed in my suitcase. I gave up. I decided God didn't want me to go. I was like, I'll just go see my friends. It's only like, like 5 hours away. I could just drive up. It's like gonna be cool. Like I'll see them for like a few minutes. Like I'll give some hugs. Like I'll go like, oh my God. 5 hours away, car no work, little man pissed in suitcase. He's a good kitty though, I like him. All these are small bits of speech that fit naturally into conversations. So, these are all phrases that you want to use during your conversations if you're going to use these coveted embedded to command things. Although, like, since we're reading this, I feel like, was this actually the case, or is he tricking us? What if he's using embedded commands to trick us, going like, yes, this very powerful people can only know about this. The embedded command. Delivering the command and structuring it in your mind before delivery is an easy process. Simply choose a command you'd like and give the subject such as, feel completely focused.
Having the ability to feel completely focused,
Something like that.
and insert it into conversation using a vehicle. When delivering the embedded commands, you can mark the command with more emphasis on the command words. This can be done using tone and volume. The shifts in volume and tone or voice are small signals that tell the unconscious subject's mind that there is more relevance to these words. While the conscious can hear differences, it's almost always ignored. An example of that follow. The italicized words are to be marked by volume or pitch in voice. A person can feel completely focused when he or she finds something interesting. It's easy to become curious when something really piques your interest.
So they're saying, become curious, feel completely focused. So this is what hypnotization is essentially. It's not like just going like, okay, you're feeling very relaxed, I'm putting you in a trance, ooh. It's inducing several things such as curiosity and focus. So then that person is going to pay attention to what you're doing and is more likely to do the things that you want. Is this VOD going to be saved? Yeah, it's fine. Unless someone gets angry at me that I won't save it. If anyone's ever like, Grimmi, take this down, it's the government, I will not hesitate. It will be gone and I will never talk about it again. I'm letting you know, I have no qualms with you. I just think this is interesting. So, what it looks like we could do here is, let's see, okay, so maybe, oh, here we go, alright. It's easy to enjoy her, isn't it? This little lovely lady. Isn't she adorable? Oh. So, let's see, what else? You may enjoy this lovely lady. Please, please check her out, please. She's so tiny. Look at her go. Can you imagine being that small? I need one of those, but like, you need a little Grimmi, yay! New hyperfixation in the making? I'm glad. We could maybe like do phrases until you guys develop some strange obsession. I could try to hypnotize you. These examples show how the increase in tone and volume can become significant to the unconscious by their difference alone. The small raise in volume creates a higher level of attention and absorption. In the same way, a normal conversation would involve people speaking in different volumes as they move in and out of what they see as key points. Marking the embedded commands by using volume and tone is the first way of bringing unconscious attention to the command. The second method of marking the command is to use the use of tactical pauses or small pauses before and after command to make it stand out in time, as well as the sensory department's subject mind. Take a look at the examples you just read over and over again with small pauses inserted into the speech. So, what this would be is, maybe this isn't mumbo jumbo, the clown thing seemed to... I didn't do that, I didn't mean to. A person can feel completely focused when he or she finds something interesting. It's easy to become curious when something really piques your interest. It sounds natural, but it's very, very, very specific. I've heard YouTubers do that. They'd probably benefit from this book if they wanted to be crazy. In these examples, you can see small pauses that insulate in the embedded command from the rest of the sign. You know who does that a lot? Super Eye Patch Wolf does that. Super Eye Patch Wolf enunciates like 9 things a sentence. It's always just like, when you see, like, and it's like, and you look at, like, it's just like he wants us to watch the video. Maybe he's doing that on purpose. He might legitimately have read this book. Really interesting. Unguided command should always end in a downward vocal tone. Okay. Regarding the development of embedded commands, they should be just actual commands that are inside a sentence. The following examples are commands that can be placed within conversation. Feel excited. Become comfortable. So, get curious. Completely surrender. That's another big cult one. Surrender. Completely surrender. Completely surrender. Ugh. Sucks. Let go completely. That's another big cult one. Focus. Listen so closely. Feel interest growing. Get excited about this. Trust in this person. Be comfortable with this person. Watch closely. Get completely curious about something. Start to want something. Begin to get focused on this.
Surrender to something. Let go of the need to control. Oh my god. Sounds like gaslighting. There's a section on gaslighting. It's pretty short. I think they prefer like these specific things. Allow yourself to become curious. Desire something. You okay, Grimmi? I'm remembering stupid cults that I actually interacted with and like how they'd use some of this wording. Like, let go of the need to control. Like, people would use that constantly. Like, you shouldn't like be so controlling. You shouldn't like have the need to control like your life or others. And it's like, dude, they were doing that constantly. They were being so crazy. Become obsessed with something. Have desires that grow. Become fascinated. Let your attention sharpen. Feel the need to please. Feel the need to open up. Become more open and receptive. Give yourself permission to feel amazing. You can skip this bit if you get uncomfortable. Well, this is also like really interesting. I'm just gonna groan a little and go, ugh. Feel awesome. Notice how this feeling grows. Feel attraction. Become infatuated. Combine all the feeling of attraction and curiosity. Start to act on your desires. Let your whole body just focus on it. So what we see here is we're coming together. And it's just one of those times where you know as soon as you start wondering about blank, the headache comes on immediately. Just building it first, but you know it's going to be big. It's easy to see how quickly you can start to feel sick. So like when it comes out, like you could just say like, you know as soon as you start wondering about person, company, place, thing, anything like that. Grimmi voice pack going crazy right now. How are you gonna edit out the Vermis music, baby? What I would want to say here though is that like, if we did, like maybe I could do an experiment, just like go like, okay guys, I'm gonna use the most insane terms in like all of the CIA book. I'm gonna try to market myself extremely aggressively using CIA techniques for like a year. Let's see what happens. That would be an insane person thing to do. Wonder if it would work. It would probably be really like, it would be a lot of work though. I kind of like reading about it, but I don't know if I want to like put it into place. Like it's a lot of work. Let's do it. I like that you're just like, yeah, just do it. It'll be cool. I don't know. I'm like here to like get hypnotized. That's awesome. You're so locked in right now. Don't forget to drink. I am really locked in. I kind of like forgot what I was doing. I think I do this stuff naturally, which is really frustrating. I am really locked in. I do it naturally. I didn't realize that. Maybe that's why people come here. Oh god. I just talk like someone that was from the CIA naturally for some reason. Every time people try to focus on analyzing everything, it seems to lead to headaches. Have you ever had a time where you just got a headache all of a sudden and where it builds and grows and all you want to do is avoid it, so just let it go when it comes? Let it go. Using embedded commands within stories is a very powerful way to deliver messages. While the following example contains implied uses of other various persuasion techniques, consider how embedded commands can be used to get out of a speeding ticket. Apologies, officer. My son's been sick, and I've gone around and around trying to get something, trying to find something to give him. I thought about NyQuil, and the pharmacist said, don't give him anything, he just needs to carry on, let him go, and says he'll get better on his own. No one seems to have any advice that matches the other one. In this overly simplified example, small commands have been inserted into something someone might normally say. A situation such as this would require hurried speaking pace, indicating confusion and honesty. Okay, let's try to do it then. Apologies, officer, my son's been sick, and I've gone around again and again trying to find something to give him. I thought about NyQuil, and the pharmacist said don't give him anything, he just needs to carry on, let him go, and he'll get better on his own. No one seems to have any advice that matches the other one. However, police officers are, so that's maybe how it would be said. A situation such as this will require hurried speaking pace, indicating confusion and honesty. Speaking to an officer about such matters in a relaxed tone would no doubt raise flags. However, police officers are used to nervous and confused citizens in their autopilot roles as officers, assuming the confused and hurried speaking pace matches the tone of the language being spoken. So realistically then, it would need to be something like, apologies, officer, my son's been sick, and I've gone around and around trying to find something to give him. I thought about NyQuil, and the pharmacist said, don't give him anything. He just needs to carry on, let him go, and he'll get better on his own. No one seems to have any idea or any advice that matches the other one, and so he'd probably be like, all right, ma'am, it's okay. I'm sorry about your son. That's not good. I don't want to make this hard for you.
Like, so, makes sense. That's intense. Oof. That's why you do it all the time? You use embedded commands to make yourself not be anxious about public speaking so you could be a VTuber? Maybe. I think I'm still anxious, though. I read up on it, and, like, specific, like, cysts and stuff can also make it so you feel anxious, like, forever, which is kind of crappy. Wait, I shouldn't say forever. I should say, can make you feel anxious for quite some time, though there's always hope. And things could get better. There we go. Now I won't feel as anxious.
Functioning ambiguities. Using ambiguities and punctuation provides a window in which you can follow a command with a phrase to take action. The ambiguity makes the follow-on statement seem as if it's the beginning of the following sentence. Consider the following sentence. Knowing information like that can really help you to fully let go. Now with me, I think that's the only way to live.
Oh. Yeah, it's been 4.5 hours. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
The words "now with me" are spoken so that it sounds like the beginning of the next sentence, but you are still making out the embedded command phrase. The whole embedded command is now let go, now with me. Fully let go. So it's knowing information like that can really help you fully let go. Now with me, I think that's the only way to live.
I didn't even notice that.
Knowing information like that can really help you to fully let go. Now with me, I think that's the only way to live.
I'm gonna let go. Bye, sleep well.
Knowing information like that can really help you fully let go. Now with me, I think that's the only way to live.
That's really interesting.
So you're saying, now with me, let go. It blends directly into the flow of speech, allowing the speaker to boost the power of the embedded commands. Delivering ambiguity following embedded commands should be done.
Dang.
No more than a few times with a single covert influence operation. If you take advantage of the ability to give the embedded command an action command, it will double its power. For this reason, you should use this that sounds like stats in a video game. This technology only on the most important embedded commands. Let's examine a few more examples and dissect each one so that you're able to use them today. The possibilities are endless when someone starts to feel completely connected. Now with me, I think that discovering a connection is a rare thing.
Ooh.
That's crazy. Being a professor is challenging. I can imagine you have a lot of college students who start to become dependent. Now, this is where I went to college. Being a professor is challenging. I can imagine you have a lot of college students who start to become dependent. Now this is where I went to college, and we had amazing professors the whole time I was there. This is creeping me out. This is what the CIA does. This is what a lot of marketers do. This is what a lot of corporations do. It's really interesting to think about, but also very scary. I don't know if I could even comprehend half. I mean, I'm not that smart, and I'm still reading it, so... Making a decision like that must be difficult. All of this stuff going out and finally having to just stop and let go, just surrender. Now, to me... the decision process always becomes ellipses. Making a decision like that must be difficult. All this stuff going on and finally having to just stop and let go, just surrender. Now, to me... this decision process always becomes... Oof. I'm not trying to wink. My tracking's... It's been a little bit messed up. I need to adjust where the phone is. I remember the first time I did that. Everything seemed so chaotic, and finally I let my shoulders fall and surrender. My friend says it gets better with the more you're able to just relax and keep an open mind. With me, I've started doing that. Life's been increasingly easy to manage. This is fantastic preparation for a stream where we get collectively brainwashed. I'll try. I think a lot of those people keep an open mind. When you have a great outlook on life, it's easy to become joyful and let things happen for your own good. Right now, I think that company is going to succeed because of that. I think this company is going to succeed because of that single philosophy. I think a lot of people keep an open mind. When you have a great outlook on life, it's easy to become joyful and let things happen for your own good. Right now, I think that company is going to succeed because of that single philosophy. Become joyful and let things happen for your own good. Right now, that's what it comes down to. When ambiguity statements are used like this, it's easy to see how the power and effectiveness are almost doubled on an unconscious level. Anyone know the name of this book? It is pinned in the chat. Also, thank you, Wycon on Hate. Thank you for the 400 bits. I don't know if it's this listening to you repeating it so many times or technique itself, but I get an easy feeling it's taking hold. Stop it, Grimmi, or forever be known as Groovy. Groovy. I like that. Groovy. It sounds really cool. I think that, like, it's, this is some serious stuff. Honestly, if we, like, go and, like, look at different advertisements, we'll see things like this. Like, it's not uncommon is the thing. It's just people don't look for it. Because people assume that people aren't this crazy. Here. Let me see here. I can try to find some if you want. Let me try to find one. Advertise. Now with... Okay. I don't know if we'll be able to find something like this. So... Probably big Super Bowl one, so let's go with Super Bowl advertisement, because they're gonna have, crazy marketing. Commercials. Okay, so... Let's check out these official commercials for the Super Bowl. And we won't see this in every commercial, but listen to the, like, phrasing they use in them. Because this is something that has consistently happened for quite some time. Let me, crap, I gotta move my desk and stuff. One sec, I gotta move my desk and stuff. But we've been on this for quite some time, so this is fine, actually. We should probably get to the stuff at some point. Okay, so... Just take a look. Also, Rangers Rep, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. It's nice of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very nice of you. I appreciate that. Maybe I am doing that stuff without realizing. I changed my voice a lot. Like, they said that was one of the things, I think, or something specific. Okay, so... These will also probably have to... These are probably also going to have some issues because they're going to have crazy specific licensed music in them, but whatever, it's fine. These... are the NFL commercials from this year. And I want you to pay attention to their wording.
Aliens.
This might not also have a lot of dialogue. But I swear we're gonna get a couple of these. And you guys are gonna be scared.
Dorito. Yeah.
Okay, that one had almost no dialogue.
We're out of Pringles.
Just blow in the can. Do it.
Pretty scary, to be honest. They're all very violent. I think they're trying very much to be memorable. Ron Swanson. Oh.
I'd like to thank our fans.
What is up with these guys? Well, we're learning a lot about Pringles. We're learning that it's a bit psychotic.
Are those mustaches?
Yeah. I'm just gonna go to the store.
Okay, so that was one phrase, but notice how this ends on a very specific command.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go to the store.
Are those mustaches?
Yeah. I'm just gonna go to the store.
I'm just gonna go to the store. So that's not by accident, though. They often have things like this in, like, specific commercials, so you go, I will go to the store, it's in my mind to go and purchase this item. Who greenlit that? It was a very weird commercial. I have to grow my mustache again. It doesn't work on everyone.
I think you got my... I like it.
I don't understand what this is.
Let's give breasts the attention they deserve most.
What is going on TV these days?
No.
What's the matter, Miles?
My gate just changed. You see this? Ain't no way I'm making this flight.
Oh, you're making this flight. Hold my oikos. Okay.
Brainwashing, they do have a lot of brainwashing techniques.
We can make it.
But this is just... all of the commercials have to out-shock value each other.
Stronger than you look, JT.
I know. Now give me back my oikos, big guy.
Oikos is packed with complete protein to help build strong muscles.
So, we're getting a lot of weird stuff, but... I mean, it's very obvious it's saying that this is going to help you become stronger and it has a lot of protein in it. I also do like that they have to put on the bottom, protein and exercise help fuel strong muscles as part of a balanced diet, not a low-calorie food.
Oikos is packed with complete protein to help build strong muscles.
Ever since Reese's came out
So-
with their new chocolate lava big cup with the delicious
Let's see
layer
this
of
one.
chocolate lava, people visiting the lava flows have been pretty confused.
I have a feeling about this one.
It looks so good.
Just a little taste.
Don't eat lava. Eat chocolate lava.
Get in my mouth, lava.
Don't eat lava. Eat ooey gooey chocolate lava.
This one's actually very smart.
Don't eat lava! Eat new Reese's chocolate lava big cups!
So, this isn't by accident. This isn't by accident. Look at how many times they say, eat this product, because it's part of the narrative. They're just saying it out loud. They don't usually say, eat product, eat product, eat product, but they tied it into the commercial itself.
Ever since Reese's came out with their new chocolate lava big cup with the delicious layer of chocolate lava, people visiting the lava flows have been pretty confused.
That stuff looks delicious.
I want to eat lava.
It looks so good.
Just a little taste.
Don't eat lava. Eat chocolate lava.
Eat chocolate lava.
Lava.
1.
Don't eat
Get in my
lava.
mouth,
Eat
lava.
ooey gooey chocolate lava.
3.
Don't eat lava! Eat new Reese's chocolate lava big cups!
4. So they say it 4 times in that. Just eat the product, eat the product, eat the product. It's also very meme style. Yeah, I miss old commercials. Yeah, these are newer ones and they're a bit strange, but we're watching commercials specifically so we can think about the language and how they activate it in your brain. We were looking at a book about CIA stuff, and I'm showing you how they do it in commercials as well. They have the suggestion, don't eat this, eat this, eat this, eat this, eat this, eat this.
Mom, Dad?
We have something to tell you.
You have a twin brother we never told you about.
I'm sorry.
So? What's his name?
Other David.
You called him Other David. If there's 2 Davids, one has to be Other David.
Where is he?
Left him in America. Are you...
Beckham. Dave Beckham.
No way.
Hey, what'd you say your name was?
David, try one of these. That is the best buffalo wing in the county. You eat buffalo?
No, it's just chicken. It was invented
What is
in
this?
Buffalo, the city.
So it's not buffalo.
You all right, man?
I feel like these are actors, but I don't know them.
Sorry, it's a thing I do.
You drink Stella. I have
You drink Stella. They're saying you drink Stella in the commercial. I'm just saying, it's really interesting how many of these phrases end up in these commercials specifically. And it might seem like, no, that's not true. It's fine. Like, it just happens to be that way. They have specific phrases that get you more interested in the product while nodding too, yeah.
You drink Stella. I have
Yeah, a positive association, a nod towards the person, very happy, and then you drink Stella. Just saying. David Beckham was a soccer guy. Matt Damon is the crypto ad guy. The crypto company imploded. Oh, that sucks. I guess it was okay back when they made the ad.
something I have to tell you.
My brother is a famous soccer player?
Yeah.
So how famous are you? Like Matt Damon famous?
Maybe Ben Affleck famous.
That's a shame.
This is a weird commercial.
Jeremy is a method actor.
What is that?
Coming out to his ready. The acting method from the book.
There's a book?
He's preparing.
Dunkin'
He's doing his
Donuts?
research.
I never did no research on nothing. Look where I'm at.
Exactly.
We're big time now.
You ruined it.
Do I ruin it, or do you have a breakfast named after you?
Oh.
Hey,
Huh? Okay, I guess that one wasn't fully in there.
Species, and apparently they're foodies.
Oh, foodies. The worst.
Mr. Ramsey will need you to cook for them. You'll have access to everything the Area 51 test kitchen has to offer, including
Cute.
top secret alien cooking technology.
Wait, that's just a Hexlab pan. I've got these at home.
Unfortunately, it was leaked 8 years ago. The pan was developed using material from an alien spacecraft.
Cool.
Extremely durable, but low friction. Created to deal with a thick egg-like atmosphere.
You're saying the pan I use to fry my bacon is made out of flying saucers?
We don't
Wow.
have time for a science lesson, Mr. Ramsey. The alien ambassador is already here.
Whoa.
Not her. Him.
hey, what's up, dude?
You're an alien?
All famous people are aliens.
I'm not.
I meant like really famous people.
Oh, mean.
Seriously?
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the hell is going on here, but I don't think they have a really insane marketing
A lot of
team.
people know about my side hustle, male hand model.
Commercials are bad these
Now I
days.
just discovered these. Relax Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Comfy shoes with a little extra room you don't need your hands to put on. I just step in and go with no bending down and no touching. And to be honest, I kind of love not using my hands.
Come on, Andy. No one peels like you.
Sorry, bro. I'm out the game. Go hands-free with Relax Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Everyone wants to be smarter than each other. Is this Budweiser?
Free with Relax Fit Skechers slip-ins.
No. If it were the Budweiser seals, I would be really happy. These are bad commercials. Okay, come on. Come on. You should be. They used this inductive stuff for like quite some time. This is annoying. They realize commercials don't have to actually say anything. They're just blasting a name. The product will hook you. This is not what they could be making so much more money if they were just way more manipulative. Come on. I could do better. I want to see some really manipulative marketing. AI wrote these.
What happened to Fast Life?
Not today.
What? Are y'all kidding me?
The big game is coming, and there's no good
Maybe
time
this?
to use the bathroom. So we're giving you a putty-tunity.
Oh,
Turn
God.
your commercial into a bathroom break, so you don't have to choose between missing the action or the ads. See you right before halftime.
Oh,
Were they selling diapers for adults?
it's a boy. And it looks like he's going to be in a big game commercial this year. Look at those little toesies.
Tubi. They advertise a lot of scratch cards. My roommates, will use Tubi a lot.
Let us back in this place.
Why?
Hello.
Nobody remembers that.
Iconically, when restaurants will bring you the mayonnaise to eat at your table. Also, hello, Usa. Hope you're doing well. these ads are targeted towards a specific age group. If you're not liking them, it's not for you. It's not so much that, it's just that they need to use specific wording if they really want to capture, like, more people's, like, more sales and stuff.
Something wrong?
It's not doing it.
No good?
Nothing.
Well, we can't have that.
Yeah.
Okay, they're at least doing something there. Nothing, no good, can't have that. You cannot eat that food without this.
What's happening? Here we go. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, boy.
So good. It's just. Woo.
Oh.
The mayonnaise made her mentally ill?
Yes.
Lunch and a show, huh? How about that?
Add that as a sandwich. I'll have what she's having.
I'm competing with a condiment.
Well,
Save $5.
I guess what happened there was at least something. They said nothing, no, can't have that, and then they added something, their product, and then it was apparently delicious enough that she started to have a stroke.
On that takeout order, $5 saved on my sneaker order, and savings on my grocery order. Carry the two. Consider coefficients of sneakers equals.
This is a face we all know and love.
Who is he?
Soon, this face will be changed forever.
Whoa, what?
Oh, nothing.
Pizza. And Mark?
Sir, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It says my first line is whoa, whoa. I'm having trouble with this. What do you do with whoa? I mean, what can any trained actor do with a line like whoa? Whoa.
Perfect. Pizza.
What is going on? What are they advertising? I'm getting pissed off. I hate these things. We're skipping this horrifying ad. It looks like it's something where everything comes together at once, but I don't like it. So we've seen a few commercials that use this like wording and like directive, but it's making me angry that they're all not doing it. Used to be almost all of them. It used to have voiceover like, now enjoy a great Coke. Enjoy a Coke, now at your supermarket. So like stuff like that. It used to have stuff like that, and now they have all these avant-garde, like I'm appealing to like influencer, like teenager, like fans. I'm getting angry.
Belugas have the IQ of a human genius.
We sure do, Richard.
They're not normal ads? I just want one where they're selling like Coca-Cola.
When you scream, do you scream in a British accent?
I don't know.
These are all really frustrating. Okay.
Is that dope? But not Doja Cat famous.
Oh!
But not Doja Cat famous. But not Doja Cat? Big game man. Totino's Pizza Rolls.
Okay, here we go. This might work. This might work. Taco Bell.
This year, Taco Bell is making fans the stars of their big game ad, not celebrities.
Streaming.
Did someone photobomb us? Is that Doja Cat?
For the last time, no famous people.
I want to be in this ad.
Miss Cat,
Come on.
we've been through this. You gotta go.
No. Yes. No.
Yes.
She's very pretty.
No, I'm not gonna say it again.
Fine.
So if you took a photo at one of our drive-through cams, you could be in our big game ad. Participants may be slightly famous, but not Doja Cat famous.
This is weird. Do people want to be streamers these days? Like, is that like a... Do they just have the Taco Bell stream? I'm scared. Preds fan, thank you for subscribing. Oh. Look up normal ads, not Super Bowl ads? Well, what are normal ads these days? All right, let me look up normal ads, but we did see a few of them that had that directive chat. Sorry, I'm getting so confused by this now, and like, I'm just like, okay, we're gonna go do this. Okay, here's 3 examples. Okay, 90% of them don't have that. Okay, let's see. Coke. Commercials. 2020. Let's try that. Maybe 2015? What are these old? Okay, let's see. 2000. I'm starting to feel less and less like this is real now. Maybe I've imagined it? What? Coca-Cola commercials 2020. Okay. Let's try something like this. Coca-Cola commercials. Let's try something like this. Let's try something like this. Okay. All right. I want something from the 2000s. Give me the 2000s. Give me the 2000s. I want the 2000s. I want the 2000s. No, I want them all. Okay, we'll go for the 50 year. We'll go for the 50 year, buddy. All right, we're good. We're good.
Mr. Green? Mr. Green?
Was the taste of Coca-Cola. Yes, more people all across the country, when comparing Coke to Pepsi, chose the taste of...
Okay, well, this one's extremely aggressive with some of it.
Recently, an independent research firm ran a taste test between
There was probably no independent research firm.
Coke and Pepsi, and the taste more people chose was the taste of Coca-Cola.
They're not citing any specific paper.
Yes, more people all across
We at least
the
found one.
country,
We found a
when
couple, but they're
comparing
not
Coke
as
to
enjoyable.
Pepsi, chose the taste of Coke as the better taste.
Sorry, I'm getting
Let's
really
look at it this way. We gave America a choice.
Let's look at it this way. We gave America a choice, and more people said...
And more people said, Coke is it.
Coke is it is a really weird slogan.
Good morning, class. Cookology. The study of good taste. In fact, the taste that stands the test.
Isn't this the guy that, like, are they, like, doing a parody of the guy that hijacked, like, a broadcasting signal?
Yes. The test where new Coke takes on Pepsi, i.e.
That's as in?
The new Coke
Yes?
pop quiz. Cokologist.
This is the guy that was, like, hijacking
When
the...
Coke did take on Pepsi in nationwide tests, more people chose Coke over Pepsi. Prove it to yourself. You'll see why more people are choosing the taste of Coke. Catch the wave. Coke.
I am the future of the world. I am the hope of my nation.
Dang, they really laid it on thick back then.
I am tomorrow's people. I am the new
Get you plenty of ads? They might, I don't know.
And we've got a song to sing to you. We've got a message to bring to you. Please let there be for you and for me a tomorrow. If we all can agree, there'll be sweet harmony tomorrow. And we all will be there. Coca-Cola to share. It's so real and so true. It's so real and so true. Promise us tomorrow. And we'll build a better world.
Today, as barriers between people come down, Coca-Cola celebrates the hope of a better tomorrow. You can't beat the feeling, Coca-Cola. Okay, these are like way too aggressive towards everything in the book. This is scary.
It's the one soft drink enjoyed 5 million more times.
Maybe the more recent ones won't be as scary. Spider? I hate that I'm drinking Coke right now, sorry. Spider, watch out! Oh!
The genuine Coca-Cola bottle, preferred by everyone.
I like that one. Some of these don't have audio. If you give women Coca-Cola, they'll steal it from you, but they'll be attracted to you.
For those who wear caps, for those who wear scarves, for ice skaters, for tree trimmers, for Mrs. Claus, for Mr. Claus,
For his little helpers.
for Donner, for Vixen,
For Rudolph.
For those under the mistletoe. For the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. For dreidel spinners. For carolers. For the festival of life.
Was this like very hip?
For givers, for receivers, for family, for all.
If you're up,
I'm up. You want anything?
it's okay.
David, I'm in the kitchen. Can I get you anything?
What do you have?
He's like 10 feet away. Calm down.
A Coke.
That sounds good.
Are you sure?
Yes, please. Thank you, Corey.
Ice?
Yes, please. Thank you, baby.
You're welcome.
These are all so mean, but okay. ASMR is a form of mind control. I think it's just showing that like it's so good that you want to have it even if you have to betray your loved ones, which is insane. Some of these have very like intense wording and some of them don't, but like this is just very like this guy sucks, we're amazing, but like they often have wording that's very okay, here. Come on, give me one, God, please.
Today, we refreshed you on the beaches, on the crowded city streets, in homes, on farms, in restaurants from New York to Florida to Alaska to Iowa. Wherever you are, you're just an ice-cold bottle of Coke away from real refreshment. There's nothing quite like the taste of Coca-Cola, America's #1 soft drink.
There's a lot of consistent things there, but
$500,000 bicycle giveaway from your Coca-Cola.
no, we don't care about bicycles.
Winner.
Those aren't important anymore. No one uses those.
Into the Shamers.
Less patriotism, more manipulative wording. Come on. It's the real thing. It's kind of weird. It kind of implies everything else is fake, but I'm trying to imply that it was drank throughout history. Okay, come on, no, come on. This sucks. I can't find any of them that prove this, but I've heard it a million times. Send in your commercials where they use marketing like manipulation. I need to show you. Here. Chocolate advertisement 2000 and let's try 18. What the hell did they do to Danny DeVito? What the hell is this? This is like... Sorry, some of these are insane. Cadbury. 2019.
Come on. Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I'd like a bar of chocolate, please. It's for my mom.
Your change.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Thank you. There's a glass and a half in everyone.
What the hell is going on? Budweiser, you're my final hope. This is the last one we're watching. That was so cute, it was. I feel like he shouldn't have taken all of her little trinkets, though.
Let me tell you a story.
Extremely manipulative, yeah.
About a beer. Rooted in the heart of America. Found in...
Okay, finally, though. This horse was our savior. Okay. So we have all of the techniques that they've already talked about in this. Let me tell you a story.
Let me tell you a story.
Pause.
About a beer.
Ellipses again.
Rooted in the heart of America.
Heart of America.
Found in a community where a handshake is a sure contract.
Every single one of these is emphasized. Every single part of this is emphasized. Contract, handshake.
Brewed for those who found opportunity in challenge and hope.
Hope was the one on there?
And tomorrow. Raised by generations, willing to sip, share, risk, remember.
This is so weird, but I appreciate it.
Bigger than beer. This is the story of beer country.
There was at least a lot of awkward manipulation attempts there. There was at least a lot of awkward manipulation attempts there, and I appreciate it. I want the most one, though. I want the most. I want the most. Okay. Just go with your heart. Commercial, 1995, maybe? Let's try 1995. Okay, I need more. Okay, Heinz. Let's see if this goes. So let's see if this is manipulative. You're being helpful.
It just doesn't taste the same without it.
What the hell?
Attention Pepsi drinkers, introducing the new taste of Coca-Cola, the best Coca-Cola ever. That's all I'm going to say. In fact, that's all I have to say. No more words.
80s cursed commercials. Oh
This
no.
stuff is great. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ower, for the 500 bits. What's wrong?
What makes people all over America break down and cry like this? Call 1-900-9099-CRY.
What the hell is
Hear it
this?
for yourself. $2 for the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. If you're under 18, ask your parents before you call.
What?
1-900-9099-CRY.
Someone is smoking over there.
I don't know. Okay. Oh my, okay, I don't know if it was, did they want someone to cry to them? Were they crying? Was it like therapy? Like what happened? What, huh? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Echo. I appreciate that. Let's look up those Army Marine recruitment commercial. Okay. I'll check that out. They have some really powerful stuff there. They have really good propagandists. Okay, cool. Who knows? Call the number to find out. I wish we could.
Something we cats would never do.
Filling their lungs with thick, dark hair.
What a disgusting thing to do.
Cats have 9 lives with 8 to spare. Humans have 1.
With none to barter.
Why do they smoke?
Why don't they care?
Humans are smart, but cats are smarter. Listen to cats, you men and women. Take care of your lungs. They're only human.
The American Lung Association, the Christmas seal people.
You know, that's actually the people that make cigarettes. They had to start making those.
I think it's important to know the facts about tampons, to use them intelligently, and to know what you're doing. Let me tell you why I like Playtex best. Only Playtex tampons have a double-layered design. I like that. And Playtex knows we're not all the
Why
same
does she have
or
to
want the
breathe
same
so
kind of
heavily?
tampon, so you can choose the one that's right for you. I like that, too. And I like knowing
Why
you
does
just
she
can't
have
buy
to
a better
breathe
tampon
so
protection
heavily?
than Playtex tampons or Playtex deodorant tampons. And that's the truth. Playtex, a name I can count on, and so can you.
A lot of smoking. Her voice is nice. But...
Oh, Chuck E. Cheese here with Christmas presents. Now till Christmas at Chuck E. Cheese's, everybody ordering a large pizza who does this gets 20 game tokens free. Add a salad to that pizza and you get my new calendar with over $100 worth of coupons. 20 free tokens, just like this. This big cheese is all heart.
Of course I killed them. I just aimed, shot, and killed those little creeps myself.
New faster killing Black Flag ant and roach killer kills with an exterminator-proven ingredient.
These are terrifying.
Their kind deserve to die.
Black Flag.
No, puppy. Please keep the puppy happy. Please, 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 please.
Please give us a pound, or we'll have to pull the trigger.
What the frick? What?
No!
Late one evening in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Heather Paul is outside on her front porch having some ice cream with her husband and her 2 sons.
Hope you're doing
But
okay
then
after everything. Hope
Heather
you're good.
suddenly spots something that absolutely creeps her out.
I think we're done with marketers and them their manipulations for the time being. We'll go back to that book soon.
Kind of going on. What? What did you say, Mommy? I couldn't hear you.
Gonna use the restroom very, very quick. I'll be right back.
You gotta keep that open so it doesn't get all musty.
Can't tell me. You can't tell me it's not good.
Heather whispers, "She scares me," to her husband and children, but they have no idea what she's talking about. Neither her husband or sons can see the bizarre figure dressed in white that is walking down the sidewalk only about 20 feet away. Heather says that the woman looked like, quote, a lady dressed like a nurse from the 1950s with an eerie grin on her face. Heather is now freaked out. She can't understand why no one else saw the strange nurse. So she checks the footage from their front door security camera, and sure enough, the recording also shows a creepy pale figure walking right by.
It just immediately creeped me out, so I just kind of like jumped.
But it gets even weirder, because you see, Heather lives only a mile away from a notorious old abandoned mental asylum, the Philadelphia State Hospital at Byberry.
So a little backstory, I live about a mile from where Byberry State Hospital used to be. This is one of the, I'm pretty sure the most notorious mental hospital in the country. A lot of abuse went on there. There was lobotomies performed on patients. There was experiments performed on patients. A lot of them lost their lives because they were just treated so horribly. The conditions that that hospital was in was so inhumane, and no human should have ever had to go through what these patients went through. And these people just needed help. It's just very sad. They were so overcrowded, like the nurse to patient ratio was just extreme.
With 2 student nurses and maybe 3 attendants, we have all we can do to bathe the patients, get them to cafeteria, take them to the doctors, give them their medications, and try to keep the place clean.
Now, when I was a kid growing up, we used to definitely go in there, and it was really scary. Like the second you walk on the grounds, you just feel like it's cold, it's not normal, it feels weird. Like you can tell somebody's watching you. There's underground tunnels underneath, so we used to run around them too, and they used to use those tunnels to transport bodies, and there was still those like metal slab beds that they were still down there when we went in there, like, you know, in the 2000s.
This looks very
I felt my
interesting.
arm grabbed in there once, and I moved my flashlight because I thought it was my friend, and my friend was like over there, and I'm like, oh my God.
But this story gets even weirder still. Heather's dad lived in the same house as a boy. When Heather shows her dad the creepy footage, he tells her that a woman named Linda used to live in the house next door. And during the
Advertisers are warming at the
1950s,
CIA.
Linda was a nurse at the old Byberry Mental Hospital.
I've calmed down a bit. This is a really good... I did wash my hands. This is a really good video. I've been listening to it in my headphones. They're Bluetooth. Okay, I get that the CIA and, like, marketers are, like, mean. I was unaware of how bad it got, and now we can... Large winner, thank you for the 100 bits, though. I did wash my hands, yes. Bluetooth makes you gay. Oh. Yeah, my day is... I should have looked at car commercials your day. But yeah, it's been wonderful. That's that fella with the beautiful, lovely hair. Sorry, we were watching commercials, and oh my god, we were reading about the CIA, but I, for some reason, kind of, like, got lulled into a sense of, like, oh, they must be nice. Did the book help you notice speech patterns more? Yes, I feel like I could probably get more, like, results as, like, an advertisement voice actress, just, like, especially with this brand new Toyota. Toyota. Emphasis on the Toyota. Just, really indulge in some fine new pretzels. Like, just, like, stuff like that. That voice got me giving birth? To what? Okay, let's continue. Oh my god, though, sorry. I read these books and I go like, this is very interesting, this is very interesting, this is very interesting, and it kind of like somehow makes it so I stop feeling like any corporation or advertiser or anything is like evil. But, let's...
Heather catch
Oh
the
my
ghost
God.
of a nurse from the old abandoned hospital?
It's very nice of you,
And if
Camphor.
not, why could no one else see the strange woman walking down the sidewalk? Ho ho, no. Cara Messina.
How do you know they couldn't see it? Like, what if they were just ignoring the strange woman walking down the sidewalk? That seems more likely. Watery Mind, thank you for being here for 10 months. New Zealand car commercials. It's all the same guy doing the VO for them? That's cool. That's really cool.
Lives in an old house in New York State that was built in the 1800s and has a very tragic past. In the
But
early
I
to mid
appreciate it. It's very
1800s, the
nice of
house
you.
was part of the Underground Railroad, a network for
Have
fugitive
you read the
slaves
MK
seeking
Ultra stuff?
freedom.
I have.
Slaves escaping the South were
We should
forced
look
to
into
hide
different
under the
projects and
house to
stuff.
avoid capture by authorities.
I think Project
Because of its
Stargate was
dark
interesting
history,
too.
Cara believes that the house might be haunted, and she says that while her family has lived there, they
That's a
have
cool
had,
basement.
quote, some ghostly activity through the years. So one day, Cara and her daughter are just relaxing around the house, and they start to hear a very strange sound coming from the
Is
basement.
that how you relax?
So for the last 20 minutes, I've been sitting on my couch, and
I need Nuke
it's
to make
been
sense
dead
of all
silent,
this.
And all of a sudden, I hear Santa, and I thought it was coming from outside.
Are we gonna
and
MK
it's
Ultra
not.
someone? I have a book of CIA
And
stuff,
this
and
is
maybe
my
I'll try to
basement.
use it, like, while I'm streaming. It's a happy feeling you get when you watch your favorite streamer. It's easy to enjoy your time with your favorite streamer. Wait, I'm pretty sure I did that wrong. Also, yo, Mint, what's up? I'm always getting MK Ultra'd from what I get out of bed from when I snuggle back into that bed. I'm getting MK Ultra'd. I saw you talking to Ashton today about
Tony
mind
is in the same
control,
box as Chucky right
and I
now.
almost replied like, Mint, I can do it.
Yeah, it's right there.
How you doing? How are you doing, Oofy? How are you? Nuke's top car.
Right, but it hasn't been touched, and all of a sudden, after all of these
Guys, please
months,
go check out the Doog Mint. I replied, for freak reasons rather than CI reasons,
Cara's
I'm afraid.
daughter
No,
flips
it's all
through a
good, it's all
box,
good.
Which ironically contains
It's all
two
good.
old Chucky dolls.
I'm
only to
I'm
find
very
that a Santa
into
figurine has
mind
suddenly
control from
activated
non-freak
itself,
reasons,
and it's
but
just
I respect
talking
people that
away,
like it for freak
even though
reasons.
the power switch is turned
Allies.
off. But there's something even weirder here that video viewers noticed after this clip was uploaded. Because did you hear it?
right, but it hasn't been touched, and all of a sudden, after all of these months, and it's off.
You should watch The Century of Self. You'll understand a lot better. What's The Century of Self? Interesting. This is so obviously fake for like a million different reasons, dude. Like, I want one that seems real. I want to believe so bad. The autocomplete in my browser for you still has VT at the end, and I get so confused why it doesn't end up at you. That's the Grimmi that didn't survive. I'm the Grimmi that became strong.
Just as the Santa doll is picked up and suddenly stops talking,
I'm in a weird mood since we spent like an hour reading CIA stuff. Oh god, we spent like 5 hours reading it actually. Hour of Nightmares,
So is Carl's basement
hyper-normalization
haunted?
can get you.
Is the little Santa doll possessed by some
Pure
wayward
cinema.
spirit? Or is it all just a
Century
very
of
odd
Self.
coincidence?
I'ma look it up.
You decide. Daddy
I'ma look it
Ghost. One morning, a woman named Cheyenne is taking care of her 2-year-old daughter when the little girl says something very strange.
Okay, who is it?
Daddy's right there.
Is it your?
Okay, like for real, children, their brains aren't developed enough to like they aren't seeing ghosts. Their brains just are like not developed enough to not occasionally just like hallucinate, it feels like, to not just like do something really weird. If you've never encountered Mr. Curtis documentary style, it'll be a treat. I think I gotta check it out, baby. I gotta check it out. Ah, interesting. Oh, Espery. Sorry. If seeing a toddler say that made you that excited, I'm really sorry about this, but I'm giving you a timeout for your own good. Just a short one, but, like, it's not gonna be, like, hyper long. It's just, only type in chat things you would be okay with your mother reading. Okay. There we are. You've straight to ban them? No. Time them out. Oh, they're already banned. Okay, well. I think it's just only type in chat what you would be comfortable with your mother reading. That'll make you so much happier in life, I think. Instead of just going like, oh yeah, I'm gonna become the devil. I'm gonna go crazy. Oh yeah, I'm on the internet. Yeah, let's go. It doesn't have to be stuff that like only your mom would read. Like you can occasionally get away with like, yeah, I'm just expressing myself. I'm just having fun. But the vast majority, if your mother would go like, why did you say that? That was so rude. You apologize right now. Instead of like, oh geez. Like that's the limit. That's the limit. I was thinking that children in the past were getting constantly high because of their school supplies were toxic as hell. That is very possible too. That is very possible. All right, bring your mother to chat tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Scary stuff is making me motivated to work on One Piece fan fiction. Well, damn, dude. Okay.
Your daddy?
No, it's your daddy.
Is where?
Daddy's right
That is exciting though.
Okay. Okay, show me.
Only if your mom would be comfortable reading that fan fiction though, dude. Good for you.
My daddy's missing me?
Let's go get him.
Let's go get him. Where'd he go? Okay, show me.
Her daughter seems to be referring to Cheyenne's dad, which is odd because not only has her daughter never met her granddad, but even
I think this is probably a child hallucinating or like just making up stuff, but it is really sweet when like this happens. Like you want to believe in this stuff. You want to believe in this stuff. How many kids ate glue and like had it affect their brain? I think like though like if stuff is less toxic now, like the iPads are probably like doing the same amount of damage, right?
even Cheyenne herself was
This
only
kid is
just
cold
a toddler
reading her own
when
mom.
father
Oh,
passed
no.
away. So Cheyenne
Aw,
shows her
she's
daughter a
cute, though.
picture, and the little girl
What a nice
confirms that
family.
it's the man she saw in the hallway of their house.
That's so sad.
Yes? Yes, it looks like that.
Daddy.
You used to eat your own. Oh God, like a dog or something.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry,
Well,
Mario.
Mabel, what does your ghost do?
No.
What did you say he gave you?
I almost threw up. Sorry.
A heart?
Daddy. Hey, Daddy.
Uh-huh.
Daddy.
Yeah.
2 days later, and it happens again.
Just see me.
What sees you? The ghost? What are you talking about?
Like, it's very sweet, but it could also just be that this little girl is like watching stuff that have ghosts in it, like maybe like a cartoon show, and she's been introduced to the concept, and so she's having an imaginary friend.
Oh.
Guys, I shouldn't. I don't think I have to tell you in chat not to talk about eating feces. You're gonna get banned.
You already freaked me out.
Twitch doesn't like that. I don't like that either. You're gonna go to jail.
Cheyenne says that her daughter still occasionally talks to the entity that the little girl
She got
now
attention
refers
for
to
doing
as,
this?
quote, Daddy Ghost. But Cheyenne says that some online comments have
She
scared
seems
her
so
a bit.
sweet, though.
She calls him Daddy Ghost. She's only had an experience like that 2 or 3 times. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, I try to capture it on video. I also had a lot of comments saying that it wasn't like something nice. It was something mean. That freaked me out, so don't say that again. A lot of people were telling me don't communicate with it. I'm not. I'm scared. She is, and she doesn't understand. So, tell him, Mabel.
So is Cheyenne's
Well,
daughter
that's
seeing
a
the ghost of
baby.
her granddad stopping by for a
I
visit?
don't think that was right,
What
but
do you
I don't
think?
think it was real. I'm sorry.
grave situation.
Speak ancient
A young
Babylonian
woman
to the
named Brett
ghost and
lives on a
offer
large
refuge in
horse
your own
ranch in the
soul. That'd be
mountains.
nice.
She says
Or
that
concerning.
lately, things around the ranch have gotten a little strange.
It'd be kind of weird to
Well,
have like a
actually,
parent
they've
in your
gotten a
brain
lot
for all
strange.
eternity.
It all starts one
But
day
that'd
when
be
Britt's
nice, like
dog
you'd
Josie
machine.
just completely freaks out.
So
Just wait until she starts saying the floor is lava.
recording
Dang.
this.
I hope that somehow there's a ghost of her dad up there, though.
Off chance that no one believes me, maybe I can catch it.
This is
In the
fake.
middle of a freaking
This is fake.
cemetery. In my front yard.
This is fake.
I was just inside. I'm by myself with my dog.
This is fake. Also, yeah, this is like a really nice building.
You can really hear her working from here. Josie?
She probably gave her
Josie.
like a snack or something. It's a ghost dog? Well, I want to believe in it. Okay, that's not a ghost, I don't think.
Yeah, she's just been staring at that, and then she started barking, and she growled. And when she growled, I kind of like booked it.
So
I don't really know, like, that's usually like her stance.
Yeah,
while
it
she's
is very
waiting for me to come home,
convenient.
and
She's saying that it's happened a few times, though. It might be from a different time.
Is she waiting for someone to walk out of that closet? Like,
Oh, thank you, Norboros. That's very nice of you. Like,
what she's staring at.
The thing is, we've seen this on other nukes videos. Sometimes they'll see literally nothing. Sometimes they'll see a rat. Sometimes they'll see, like, a piece of fabric that looks wrong to them. Dogs are just gonna get freaked out at a lot of random stuff.
And like, this is usually how she looks.
Like, we saw one where they were barking at, like, a basket that was empty, like it didn't
She's
have a
waiting
baby
for
in
me
it.
to come in,
But
and
when
I'm
they
just
got closer to it, they noticed a really big fat cat was laying in it. It looked haunted, but there was just a big fat cat in there. It was cute.
Like, what? What is it? What is it?
The dog starts ferociously barking at the upstairs.
Seems like what happened was they were like, oh crap, there wasn't anyone in there. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were gonna die if you went in there. That's crazy. And then they're like, oh, okay, that was fine. I thought there was some sort of demon in there.
Bedroom closet for absolutely no
The dog is a good
reason.
actor. I think they were
But
just
little
confused.
Josie's strange behavior doesn't stop there. As Britt mentioned, she has a private cemetery in front of her house where some of her family members and also several of their deceased pets are all buried together.
That's a nice
Recently,
sentiment.
the dog Josie has just started staring at the small graveyard.
Josie.
Okay, that's a little weird, actually.
Josie, what's going on?
Well... There's a blinking light that she's staring directly at.
Josie. Josie, what's going on?
She's staring directly at a blinking light. Like, if she were looking anywhere else, I'd think this was maybe something a little bit insane, but Those crosses all look fresh. Yeah, they also look like they were all made at the same time with the same stones. She's praying. Lots of space for burying humans in a small chunk of land. Yeah, like, they said they buried pets and a few people, but they look like really small graves. I think she's looking at the blinking light. Like, I think that's it.
The horses on the ranch often just stare toward the small cemetery as well.
These poor awkward animals that are just like, what is that light?
Well, that's not creepy.
Added in
What are
horse
you
sound.
looking at? What is it?
But now, weirdest of all, Britt says that lately the neighbors' cows have started to wander over to her property, and they also just weirdly stand around the small graveyard.
Turn off the
See,
blinking
this is what I'm
light!
talking about. They literally just come and hang out here all the time now. It's a newer development.
Cows just like doing that. Cows just enjoy doing that. Okay, I don't know. None of this. Okay, look. Cows enjoy this. This is gonna sound very weird, but cows just like looking at new objects. They're very curious, and then once they find something new, they will just stand there for a long period of time, kind of doing nothing. So this is some pet cemetery-ish. I think it's just that's this cows like looking at new things, and they're like, "Oh, this is novel," and then they'll just stand there for like 3 days, just like me, for real. Cows are very cute. I've gotten to meet some. Also, bearded gentleman, thank you so much for being here for 5 months. I appreciate it. 5 months already. Hell yeah, brother man. Hell yeah, brother man. And Lama Broski, thank you so much for being here for 14 months. How much hot sauce do you think they can hide down there? In which grave, or what were a lot. I hope you're doing well though.
Like, why? They just kind of come and really breathe.
Cows just like doing this.
Around this area.
This is just probably the most interesting thing outside.
And they just kind of will freeze and won't move. So, yeah.
This is just what cows do. Like, this is standard cow behavior. They seem annoyed that she's there, though. They're just like, hello, I was actually busy here. Could you leave? Shouldn't they be in a pen or wherever the grass is? Sometimes they let cows just hang around. Like, they might have wandered over. It looks like... Hey! It looks like she closed them in, though.
What's up?
The gate's closed. They didn't just wander in here and stay. The gate's closed.
Britt is confused and a little creeped out by all of the animals' strange behavior. But things are about to take an even more terrifying turn. One night, Britt orders some food from Uber Eats. The driver is a bit disturbed by the gathered cows at the graveyard, but...
Okay, but if you were an Uber Eats fella and that was you, yes, I would also just be like, this is very strange.
He completes his delivery.
Seems mildly
and
amused
then
by it.
Things just get weird.
I probably should actually... Here, I'm gonna do this for a second. Who wouldn't be confused by cats circling a Halloween graveyard?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
This location is outside. No here.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. No problem.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
You're a cow?
I scared these are cow.
They're actually not mine. They wasn't showing up.
No, yeah.
No. They come hang out around here every night.
Oh my god, dude, come on.
What would you do if this happened in your house?
Yep. Oh my god. Alright.
It is weird that they have so many cows on their property, but...
Thank you. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Dude, the cows are just really excited that there's something with lights. They're just bored. They're just bored! They're cows! They love this! This is what cows enjoy! They love being around something novel and slightly different and standing there forever. That is all they like to do. All of it! Cows love anything interesting. They love music, they love light, they love everything.
They just like stand and like. Are you for real right now?
Oh my god. Yeah, they like to be near something. This is the most interesting thing in their area. Fake.
Something sets off the alarm inside Britt's house.
Fake. 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 Look at this. 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 Look at this.
Something sets off the alarm inside Britt's house, and as she carefully walks back inside...
No, look.
Some unseen force seems to actually...
Here. Look at this. This is very important that you see this part specifically. Look at how quickly she walks through the door on this angle. She waits, she looks around. She starts to face towards the camera. And then a string. It's gotta be a string. It's gotta be a string. Look at this. It's immediate and from one thing. I'd like to believe it's real. But look how it boils from like one thing immediately. One thing immediately.
Something sets off the alarm inside Britt's house, and as she carefully walks back inside, some unseen force seems to actually grab and pull her shirt. Walks back inside. Sets off the alarm.
Look at how dark
Britt's
it is.
house, and as she carefully
Look at how dark it is here. There's a lot more sunlight. There's a lot more sun. This is when the Uber driver was actually leaving.
Back inside.
Look at how dark it is now from her front door.
Some unseen force seems to actually grab and pull her shirt.
Yeah.
She drops her food in terror and runs.
This was all very edited.
Britt says that she was too afraid to return to the house. She spent the rest of the night in the family RV that was parked outside.
Sure.
Hunter.
Those cows were completely normal. She might have even hired them. She might have been like, can your cows stand here for a few days? And of course they would. They're cows. They love standing there for a few days. That's what they love to do. Open and shut case, really. Open and shut case. Open and shut case. Go evening, go evening. I'd like to meet someone who rents out cows to stand in place. I would love to be a cow that stands in front of someone's house. I think it would be a very quiet life. Also, hi numbers. I hope you're doing well. Possible outside camera angles using IR. Oh, I think it was real. You're envious of her crosses. I'm envious she has so many dead family members that she has in her front yard that cows are so excited about. I legitimately am kind of envious if that's true, because that sounds honestly really cool. I don't have that, and that's something I'd want. Not the dead family members. That would be incredibly not nice, but the cows being so interested in them as a concept would be kind of cool. Like, I mean, you saw how impressed the Uber driver was.
Or hunted. Nick and Ted from the YouTube channel The Hunting Public are out bow hunting on public lands in the remote wilderness of Missouri.
Yes,
Suddenly
cows
they
would be
hear
cool.
something that sends chills down their spines. Now, let me say before I show you these clips,
Doesn't everyone bury their dead in the middle of their driveway?
No one is shown being hurt
She
in the
might
following
have.
video. There's absolutely no evidence that
Can we
any
be
crime
buried
was
in your
committed
front
in this
yard?
video or that anyone
Not
was injured
legally, but
in
that'd
any
be
way.
cool.
All right, so while Nick and Ted are
This?
hunting, they hear a
What do you mean
gunshot,
this?
followed by some insane screaming. They immediately grab their camera and start recording. Now, Nick and Ted are in such a remote area of the Missouri woods that they have no cell service to call the authorities. So,
Good night, Grimble,
all
good
they
night.
can do is listen.
They need a Starlink. That's generally creepy.
I keep getting chills all down my back. Yeah.
Wonder if it was a missing person. That's scary.
Screaming at the absolute top of their lungs over there. Very not good obscenities to someone else. I've never witnessed anybody screaming like that. Yeah.
Living in monsters?
Something not good's going on.
This is still scary. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. Based on how many gunshots there are and what they're screaming, it sounds like, "Did you hear me?" It might be somewhat, this is still really dangerous, but this might be someone having a psychotic episode or like just going really crazy and shooting their gun a bunch. Because the person screaming continues to just scream. I don't think it's someone screaming for help. I think it's someone screaming because they're like crazy and going insane and just shooting wildly. But that's just what I figure it might be. So, yeah.
Again, Nick tries to call someone to report
I mean, they
the
could have been
incident,
attacking
but they
someone or
still can't
something,
find a
but the
spot in the
person
woods
screaming,
with
I think,
cell
is
service.
just someone with a gun going crazy.
Service in here, so can't call the police and tell them to go over there and see what the heck's going on, but sound like something off a dang horror movie.
People tend to go into the woods or desert to have breakdowns. Yeah, it could be like a psychotic episode. Yeah, okay, so they
At
also
this point,
recognize
Nick
that.
and Ted are totally freaked out. They just head back to their truck so that they can get out of there and call the police.
I've heard some stuff that I feel needs to be reported to the police department. Okay. I was hunting, me and a buddy were hunting.
They were in
at about
camouflage.
6:45. We heard gunshots, which is not uncommon. But then for
Could be target
30
practice.
minutes
Yeah, he
straight or
probably was
so,
just
there
shooting
was
random
lots
stuff.
of
I mean, it was still
screaming
very
and
dangerous
just
for them.
obscenities, and it sounded like something really bad was going on over there.
I mean,
There was
even if it was
20 or
just him
more
shooting
gunshots
trees or
ended up
something, like
happening.
they were still in
I
a
had
tremendous
pins
amount of
dropped
danger.
on a map about how far we were from
Also,
where we
thank you
think
so
this was
much for the
occurring.
raid, yo.
We didn't know what to do, and we had no service, so we're
watching
trying to
scary
report,
videos.
see if anything had been
Monkey.
reported about there.
Days later, Nick and Ted provide an
What are you
update on
doing?
what happened after their terrifying encounter in the woods.
Mom Kitty,
So
thank
after
you
that
so much
hunt, you
for
can
the
see
raid.
we alerted proper authorities, and the days following that event,
These young two fellas here, they went out into the woods and heard a man screaming and shooting a gun a bunch and got really scared. And then they left. And then they recorded it and they sent it into Nuke's Top 5. We're currently watching scary videos. Spooky videos. Usually they're fake and they're really corny and cheesy, but there's gonna be one that's real someday. This one was probably real, but nothing was like too crazy going on. But there's gonna be a real ghost at some point. So I watch these constantly forever. Even as AI slowly creeps up on making it completely impossible to ever comprehend if one of them is real or not. But what did you guys do? How was your stream? I'm Grimmi. I play a lot of horror games, and that's the big thing I do. I play horror games, and I do voices, but we're not doing anything with voices today. There's no RPG on screen. There's no comic books to read. This one is more believable than the cow lady. Yeah, someone else just had cows stand around their yard, and they thought it was haunted. So, it wasn't a cougar. It was a man specifically screaming different phrases and stuff. It was me, some of my experiments escaped. No, they didn't. No. Your experiments are fine. Once in a while you get one. They're fine. Get one like, which is people are often scarier than ghosts. Yes, when they see a person, things are terrifying. Although it's usually people just doing urban exploration going like, this is crazy, this place is so creepy. Then they run into a random dude that's like, I really hope these kids don't find out I'm here, so I have to move. And then they both scream and run in the opposite directions when they find them. Oh, you played Mario RPG? Yo! I've heard that game is so good. I really hope that you enjoyed it. That one's a very lovely one. I can't believe Grimmi says the cows are CIA plants. The cows aren't CIA plants. We were also looking into CIA stuff, if you guys are into that. Specifically CIA mind control. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. It's not like hypnotic stuff where it's like hypnosis. It's more like, just like, I hope it was a really good stream. I hope that you had a really lovely night. I hope that you were able to open up. Now we're going to be looking at some Nuke's Top 5 videos. And so what that would do is like, you say open up and then now, and like those kind of things get like implanted together into someone's consciousness. Like you use specific like wordings and like suggestions in order to slowly, Grimmi, no, I don't know. I want to tell them how it works. I don't want to just be like, yeah, CIA, whatever. Another kind of cougar, a 40-year-old drunk, aroused woman with a gun in this case. Oh, Athax. I'm sorry, but you're not going to find an aroused 40-year-old woman with a gun in the woods and have it be a nice, positive experience for you. You're probably going to die in the woods. I'm sorry, you have to come to terms with it someday. I'm sorry. I hope that you... Perfect? Okay, then that's probably going to be it. Well, it won't be a positive experience, but...
I had some contact with the state game warden, and they told me that they found nothing on this situation, and they went in there, and there was nothing to be found.
Even though Nick and Ted reported the disturbing incident and even provided GPS coordinates to local authorities, nothing was found at the site.
Angry man shouts at cloud in the forest.
There's absolutely no evidence that any kind of horrible event ever took place there.
That probably is what happened.
It freaked us out, and we really got unsettled by it, and we weren't scared that someone wasn't coming after us, but we had heard something that it could have been. Your mind goes to think about what could that be, and I immediately go to worst case scenario.
So did Nick and Ted just hear someone having a random temper tantrum or a breakdown? Was it just someone freaking out and maybe just shooting guns at a tree stump? I'm gonna take my sleep stuff because I realized it's 2 a.m. Oh god. This was just a random dude, I'm pretty sure. It's a lot of woods to search for tiny bullet holes. Yeah, that's true too. Much more disturbing. You decide.
Pretty sure it was just a guy freaking out.
For the full-length version of this video, be sure to check out the channel, The Hunting Public. Shadow of a Doubt.
It also...
Now, I've covered the straight...
Could have also been completely fabricated, though. Could have been completely fabricated because now they're going to get a bunch of people that go to their channel going like, oh my god, what was that in the woods? It could have just been another one of their friends going like, how long do I do this for? I don't know, like 10 minutes? Like, oh my god, I hate it! For like, yeah, like that could have been fabricated. A lot of people will do stuff like that. Are these meant to be scary? Nuke's Top 5 is more meant to be like something a 12-year-old would watch and get scared of. So when I'm feeling like a 12-year-old, I get scared of them. I'm gonna take my sleep medicine. Maybe that'll make me feel like a 12-year-old.
Strange and creepy story of a woman named Rosanna in one of my previous videos. Rosanna lives in France in an apartment that she claims is intensely haunted by some mysterious dark entity. One night while she is home alone, she starts to hear strange sounds coming from her children's playroom. What she catches on camera
It's like Unsolved Mysteries for people with ADHD. We could watch Unsolved Mysteries. All of it is on YouTube. All of it is on YouTube. Fake! How dare you? How dare you try to fool us with this? This is disgusting. Well, this is cute, but it's still upsetting. It's really adorable, but like, Most VTubers watch Nuke, so I've been a big fan of Nuke for a very long time. I'm very happy to be in good company in that regard then. Nuke's top 5. I've been watching him probably for at least like 8 years. Has he been doing stuff for 8 years? I think about 8 years. My goodness gracious. Person throwing the ball from the other room? That's you! That's you! Oh my god. Oh my god.
Toys in the playroom begin to move on
Oh
their
my God.
own, and as Rosanna goes to investigate,
looked like a
she
shadow.
notices something very strange. Did you see it? In the window reflection, the large shadowy figure of a man seems to be standing right behind her. But when she spins around, there's no one there.
Look, she
Rosanna
didn't look
sees
up.
the
It might
strange
even have
shadow
been
behind her
something like
again in the
on her
reflection.
shoulder or
But
something.
then, the figure just disappeared.
Like she only aimed down.
Rosanna claims that
that
this
could have been
dark
something she
spirit
even
has
just had on
haunted
her shoulder.
apartment for months, but she just can't afford to move out right now. So is
What kind
Rosanna
of panicking
being
is that?
haunted
You would
by
be
some
outside.
evil entity, or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
95% of these you can tell are not true, because if this happened to someone, they would run out of the apartment and their entire video would be like, I don't want to go in there. I'm calling my grandma. 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 I'm scared. There was something in the house, but it was bigger than my cat. My cat wasn't that thing. Oh my god, my cat's in there. Oh my god. And then them running inside and finding a cat that looks completely normal, looking at them like, oh my god, what is wrong? What is wrong with you? What do you want? Oh my god, what are we dying? What do you want? And going like, oh my god, my cat! And then putting them in like a crate and panicking and crying as the cat still just looks like, what are we doing? Why are we leaving right now? Nothing is wrong. And then they're going like, oh my god, I'm getting and then it would cut to them going afterwards like, so I was like really scared. I don't want to go back in the house. That's pretty much it. I don't know what happened. And that would be a real video. Yeah, the manliest high-pitched screams ever. It was so good it peaked the mic. I'm sorry it peaked the mic. It was just, that would be how someone would react in a situation like this. There would be no looking at the toys. It would just be like the ball came back out the door going like, oh my god, my cat, running back inside, having a mental breakdown, and then 20 minutes of sobbing as like you call someone that's just like, okay, sweetie, what? There was a man inside your house? Should we call the No, it wasn't a man. They just threw a ball? Well, who threw the ball? You didn't see? You were just scared? Yeah, I'd be scared too. Okay, you want to call the police? Yeah, let's call the police, sweetie. All right, you can come over here and stay with me, and you have Gregory, your little kitty. Okay, yeah, bring Gregory. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, sweetie. Like, that would be the video.
You decide. A guide to the other side. A young woman named Diana posted a very disturbing video to Instagram. In the video, Diana and her
You can
brother
fake a
are
video better
watching
than this.
as
We
the
can fake
police
videos
arrive
better
at a
than this.
trailer at the edge of their property.
Get
The
ready for
police are
VTuber
showing up for
Haunted.
a wellness check after
Well, now
the sad,
anytime I
lonely
go
man who
ghost hunting,
rents the
everyone's gonna think it's
trailer
fake now.
has
Crap.
not been seen for weeks. It turns out that the man had unfortunately passed away inside the trailer.
Why is the script so
is the
specifically
footage.
accurate? Because that's how it would be. Like,
Wait,
there
they're
would be
going
no
up to
other way to go. Oh, the police.
So wait, you said the light wasn't off.
Yeah, exactly. And I knew that something was going on.
I'll see it if you post a video,
that's a
Grimmi.
lot of cops.
I don't want to fake videos, though. If I ever see something crazy, I want to show you guys that it's crazy.
Oh my god, they're calling. Are they calling something in? I'm going back over. What was Tom doing?
There's just like an app you can check or something to figure out.
An app? This one's a bit weird.
Abby's okay.
Did you see it? The small shadow of a child can be seen lurking outside the trailer, seemingly lost and abandoned.
Could also
But the
be a
police
child.
don't even notice, walking right by as if they can't even see the child. And then suddenly the small child shadow just disappears. Watch again.
What could this be, realistically?
Just disappears.
Okay, we're gonna go
Watch
slow
again.
with this. Could this be something else? Could it be edited in? Could it be edited in? Could it be something else? Realistically, a no. That's not a kid. It's nothing to worry about. No ghosts or anything. That's a no. It looked like it'd be hard for it to be a trick of the light. Although we need to see if it's like being significantly altered as the light pulses. Because that's another big thing. We also see several people walk past this thing. We might be able to see where it's standing and like what dimensions it has too. Like if it could even be attached to the car or something somehow.
The figure disappears into thin.
Hey, wait a second. Wait a sec. Hold. Alright. Playback speed, bring it to 25.
Figure disappears into thin.
That's a little bit much. If they hadn't gone for that, I might have believed it. If they hadn't gone for that, I might have believed it. But let's take a stroll back here. You can see it pop in between the stride. Yeah. Well, this makes it much creepier. Okay. So this is where we're gonna see if it's edited in or not. Huh? Okay. It's gonna come back around, and this is where we're gonna see it. It looks like it's pretty consistent with, like, the background. They did a good job. They did a good job with it looking consistent with the background. It doesn't move much despite the camera. It's stable, though no glitches. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's really weird. It's really odd. But there's always something. There's always something that gives it away. There's always something. It's directly facing the camera. Yeah. Also, look at this intentional pan over here. The quality is really low, too. The quality is really low. I think this might be added in... This is probably added in post, because look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Yeah, the ghost is consistent, but take a look, take a look. We almost got him on that one frame. Okay, so this is where we can see them most realistically. We can see them most realistically at this exact moment. It looks like they're a child with a bag over their head. Can we lower the audio? Yeah, we can turn the audio up. Sorry if it scared the crap out of you. That's fair. You can easily make a point map in After Effects and have the camera auto-track stuff for you. Can make it easier to be masked out. This could also be AI, possibly. What if you said, like, AI, can you put this specific thing in there? Police have a shadow? Yeah, the kid doesn't have a shadow. Looks like they're not wearing pants either. They're probably not even wearing shoes. Can we raise the audio? I'll keep the audio how it is for this exact moment. They're gonna get greedy. It always happens.
That's a lot of cops.
They're gonna get greedy.
Abby's okay.
Watch this, though. Watch this. They pan back around, focus on the car for a second, then move. You know what else I'm noticing? You know what else I'm noticing?
The police are showing up for a wellness check after the sad, lonely
Here.
man who rents the trailer
Take a look at this.
been seen.
Take a look at this. Some of this seems inconsistent.
So wait, you said the light wasn't off?
Yeah, exactly. And I knew that something was going on.
So the emblem on the car is also gone.
That's a lot of cops.
The emblem on the car is also gone. For some reason. So there's an emblem when the kid is there, and then the emblem is gone after.
Oh my God,
Which car? The cop car. Kid's there, emblem's there.
Going back over.
Emblem continues to be there, but look.
What was Tom doing?
There's like an app you can check or something to figure out.
Oh, Jesus.
Now take a look. Take a look at this. Take a look at this.
Okay.
Take a look at this. Take a look at this. You just watch. Kid's gone. There was a point where the emblem was gone. There was a point where the emblem was gone. Did I imagine it? Is it just the lighting? I think it's just the lighting. I was so sure of it too. I was so sure of myself. Dang it. This is like the opposite of nukes where you're like, did you find a way to disprove this?
But the police don't even notice, walking right by as if they can't.
We have an idea of what they look like, though. They look like a child with a big rag over their
The
head.
small child shadow just disappears. Watch again.
That was weird. Is that consistent? Like the color of the lights there and it's still going away?
The figure disappears into thin air right in front of
It
the police.
looks fake.
They don't seem to see anyone. Viewers of the video.
It looks fake. I can't put my hand on it. I can't put my finger on it. It's a gnome. Fine, it's a gnome. Maybe the video itself is haunted and you heard it talking about the missing emblem, so it was added back in? Oh my god.
In this video, something that looks like the shadowy figure of a man standing in the trailer window. So a few days later, Diana
I don't know
and
if
her
that's
father go to
accurate
check
either.
out the trailer, and things get really weird.
They always get too greedy. 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 They get too greedy. They get too greedy. They get too greedy. Every single time. Every single time. They come back and they have to go like, oh wow, that did really good. They get too greedy. Watch. Something's gonna be over the top.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Jeez. Oh my god. Oh my god. What was that?
Rip that crow. That was silly. Replace audio with guinea pig bridge. You don't like hearing these guys talk?
And things get really weird.
I can't believe we have to go the frame by frame for the crow, dude.
Oh my goodness.
We have to do it, though. We have to. If we don't, we won't know. pause. The sway. Here it comes. And now we gotta wait for the crow to come down, which is insane, but... They always get too greedy. They always, this is such an obvious, like, fake bird prop, like the spread out wings and like the tail feathers. They always get too greedy, dude. They always get too greedy. Jeez. Oh my god. Notice how the guy's in frame and it zooms in? Yeah, it was also perfectly on that point to, like, film it. They always get too... I would have believed it. I was on board to believe the weird little child ghost thing. And then they got too greedy. They always do in these videos. They always do. No one can ever just have, like, a perfection moment and then let it fly. They always get too greedy in these stupid videos.
Whoa. Wait a...
You know what I'm also noticing? She's like, oh my god, ew. Ew. Ugh. Gross. How could anyone live like this? How could anyone have, like, a slightly dirty kitchen? Like, this is, oh my god, ew. Oh my god, ew. How could they? Oh my god, this is just disgusting. That man was drinking some awfully girly wine. I'm just gonna say that much. This fella was drinking some awfully girly wine. Not you, bud. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the raid. My bad. My bad. My bad. I was not accusing you of that. I really apologize. We're currently watching Noop's Top 5, but I watch it like a crazy person and I go through every single frame of it. Also, my sleeping pill just hit and the GABA I take to make myself relax, so I am now completely out of it. And I'm going to be 100 times more aggressive towards every single video we watch. I deeply apologize for that. What'd you guys get up to? Bud, hope you're having a good night. I see she off the guava. Ooh, guava. That would be delicious, actually. Literally the second you guys showed up. I thought I would be done with this video, but I got obsessed with, like, zooming in on a crow. I'm sorry. Because before I even got out of it, like, this is just silly.
Whoa. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait, did this guy have a kid? What is this?
They get too greedy! Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look like a child drew this. Like the thing is, look at how perfect all of these letters are. Like, look at this. They get too greedy. I just get so pissed off about it. I hope you're doing well though, Bud. Please go check out Bud. I'm so sorry that I'm so out of it. But look at this. Reasons, all perfectly adult legible. I, perfect. Love, can't spell L-O-V-E. For some reason, they have a perfect, like, handwriting already established.
Yeah, this kid died too, like, I don't know, before, a long time ago.
So first, Diana is terrified when a dead crow falls out of one of the cabinets.
A dead crow.
Seems odd, as the man has only been deceased and out of the trailer
I
for
don't
a
know.
few days.
No, incorrect. Lies.
But next, Diana sees a child's
Lies.
paintings on the refrigerator.
This is the content I'm always here for
me
me to yell at, like, a random woman just going like, you don't know how to make TikTok videos. You have to exploit people's ghost obsession and pretend there was a haunting. I am disgusted.
Descending into sorrow and alcoholism.
This is an incredibly clean kitchen for someone that is descending into sorrow and that type of, like, behavior. Like, all of your alcohol is just lined up with, like, the labels facing forward. Come on.
This childlike shadow figure, the man's daughter, coming back to meet him as he passes to the other side.
It's obviously not. Come on.
What do you think? Mirror, mirror, A woman who goes by the online name Pixie Paranormal 1 is a psychic medium and paranormal investigator who has had quite a few strange experiences. Some that could be supernatural.
That was like a lot of medicine at once.
What's this, Louis?
I'm very tired. Oh my god, guys, I'm falling asleep. Oh
and
no,
she's
oh
also
no.
experienced some scary incidents that are just a bit too real.
These are real to me now. I'm unconscious.
So, when the sun goes down.
Got a load of kids running around in here. Can you hear them all?
Pug.
That's a big ass dog.
That's a girl crying.
No, it's not.
Can you hear that, guys? Hang on.
Guys,
Turn the
I'm
lights
so
off for a minute,
sorry,
hey,
but
boss.
I'm literally
Turn these lights
unconscious
off.
right now. Like, I'm actually
Turn these
passing
lights
out.
off. Hang on a minute, guys. We've got
Like,
to turn
I'm
these lights
actually
off.
passing
Turn the
out.
lights off.
Oh my god.
Turn that light off.
That's an animal of some sort.
Turn it off. I don't mind
That
hunting
might be the
ghosts, but it's
40-year-old
humans that worry me.
MILF with a gun,
Human
like you
beings
guys were
freak me
hoping
out.
for.
But recently, Pixie Paranormal
Just
1 had
saying.
a very chilling experience right in her own home. She heard cracking sounds
Oh my
coming from
god,
her
guys,
mirror,
I'm actually
so she
passing out.
grabbed her
I'm so
phone.
sorry. I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm like actually falling asleep. Guys, we're gonna watch the rest of this one. I'm gonna slap myself awake and then we gotta go. I gotta go. Okay.
And begin to film. What happens next is truly bizarre.
I didn't know it would be this strong. I'm sorry, you guys. I haven't taken it in a while though.
What's happening? Wait, stop.
Harry?
Zooted into infinity. It really is.
By itself.
It's cracked by so far. Why is it cracking by itself?
No fucking idea.
There's too many.
Yeah, it's really fucking weird.
Alright, let's just carry on with it.
That's very nice of you, Yama. Let's do a new FNAF. Really good game if you guys haven't seen the new FNAF. I might even replay it like in the next few days. It's really solid.
Why is the girl cracking?
Roblox is everywhere, baby.
I know. Maybe the naughty 7.
The woman's mirror begins to break and
I
crack
literally have
all
to
on its own
slap my
right
face,
before
dude.
her eyes. Even weirder, what looks like a strange misshapen face seems to appear in the slowly shattering mirror. So did one of the ghosts from Pixie's
It's you holding
Paranormal
up a photo.
Investigation
It's you holding
follow
up a
her
photo.
home? Or just what do you think is happening here?
You're faking.
Gory videos.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I gotta pass out immediately. I am like unconscious for some reason. You guys, please be well. Kisses for all of you. But like a grandma kissing you, not like a something that's gonna warp you. It's like, oh my goodness gracious, you are so handsome, you are so beautiful today. I'm sorry, mommy accidentally took her pills a little bit too early. You're gonna have to go have fun with your friends over at with Mega, okay? So you guys have a good time with the new FNAF. I'm done. I gotta go. When can we raid out? Because I am unconscious. Go check out the new CIA handbook. I will not use it to manipulate you unless it would be really funny. Maybe we'll do a year of marketing with that. Let's see how it goes. I want to. When can we raid out? Oh my god. I gotta go. I gotta turn off stream. I'm about to pass out. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm so sorry. Go check out Bud too. He came in at such a time. And Gakmon. Thank you. Bye.